always great to be in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada, as you get an aerial look at the brand new T-Mobile Arena. We are getting set for UFC 202, the main event later tonight. Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor. UFC fans, all 6 episodes of the latest Fight Pass original series, Where Are They Now? Season 2, are now available only on UFC Fight Pass. This season tracks down 6 of the heroes of the UFC's past, including Chris Lights Out Lytle and Olympic gold medalist Kevin Jackson. Years after Alessio Sakara's last appearance in the octagon, Italy is showing an MMA resurgence, and tonight, Marvin Vettori makes his UFC debut. One of Italy's top MMA prospects, Mezza Corona's Marvin Vettori, comes to the octagon tonight with a stellar 10-2 record that includes 5 consecutive victories. It's been an impressive run for the 22-year-old, but it was in his most recent bout that he punched his ticket to the UFC as he submitted octagon veteran Igor Araujo in just 73 seconds. Tonight, he takes on Alberto Uda. Brazil's Uda is an all-action battler who has ended 8 of his 9 wins by knockout or submission. And after another thrilling match with Jake Collier, he will look to secure his first UFC victory. Coming up next, Marvin Vettori takes on Alberto Uda. Just 22 years old, Marvin Vettori, born and raised in Italy. He lost his professional debut. He has gone 10-1 since that time, and he is set to enter the octagon for the first time, Joe, riding a 5-fight win streak.
It's so interesting, Mike, to see all of these athletes come from all different parts of the world now, and Italy, of course. As we said, Alessio Sakara was the first guy that we ever had compete from Italy, but Italy is starting to show a presence in MMA, and this young man has a lot of potential at 22 years of age. He's got some experience, he's 10-2, and he's an excellent fighter, and he's got a lot of promise behind him. Looking forward to seeing him compete tonight in his UFC debut.
In his most recent bout, he submitted UFC veteran Igor Araujo in 73 seconds. That was back in May. And after that victory, Joe, he was awarded his brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, he considers himself a complete fighter, but his grappling skills are probably the best aspect of his game. But he's a very young, tough, strong kid. And, you know, when you see a young guy at 22 years of age, there's just so much potential. And we're seeing that more and more inside the octagon. These guys are starting their UFC and mixed martial arts careers really young.
And he's surrounded by great coaches, including Javier Cordero, Kings MMA, Gracie Baja Irvine. Impressive record for his opponent as well. Alberto Uda, 9-1 in his mixed martial arts career. A professional since 2011, a decade older than the Italian.
And he has some very good ground skills. He's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. 9-1 is his mixed martial arts record. Unfortunately, that 1 is his UFC debut. So he would very much like to get on the winning track tonight and get that first octagon victory under his belt.
Yeah, he took a knee, Joe, and then a spinning back kick to his body in the second round against Jake Collier.
Yeah, it was a tremendous performance by Collier. Nothing to take away from Uda. He got caught. But what we do know about Uda is his ground skills are quite substantial.
As you can see graphically, he's a finisher. Finishing 8 of his 9 victories, and he finishes in every fashion. 4 knockout, 4 submission.
He also has a lot of Muay Thai experience as well. Holds a world title in Muay Thai.
Yep.
There's a lot of world titles in Muay Thai, though, unfortunately. It's not like a UFC champion. When you talk about world title fights when it comes to kickboxing, it's one of the most sort of diluted things. But very good skills is what we know about him.
We know he's still pretty good.
Very good.
Yeah.
And long and tall, too, which really aids his jiu-jitsu.
Born and raised in Brazil, Santa Catarina, Alberto Uda. Our tale of the tape for this middleweight matchup. I mentioned that Uda is 10 years older than the newcomer, Marvin Vettori Uda. 3 inches taller, and Joe talked about the reach advantage. To get it going, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 10 wins, 2 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 185.5 pounds. Fighting out of Mezzo Corona, Italy, Marvin Vettori. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fighter holding a professional record, 9 wins, 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 185.5 pounds. Fighting out of Blumenau, Santa Catarina, Brazil, Alberto Uda. When the action begins, our referee in charge, Dan Mergliata.
Dan Mergliata, our referee, for the first fight of the night, as we officially get UFC 202 underway. Chrissy and Vanessa, Ariane and Brittany also in the building. First fight, here we go. Green trunks for Marvin Vettori, and the black trunks for Alberto Uda. Vettori is a southpaw. Goes with the kick early. UFC debut for Vettori, 10-2 as a professional. 3.5-inch reach advantage for the Brazilian, and they clinch.
Vettori with the clinch here, and let's see if he chooses to go to the ground with Uda. As we know, Uda has a very, very skillful submission game.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Alberto Uda. Trying to slip that elbow in.
Uda's got him turned around now. He's got Vettori clinched up against the cage, and he's lacing up one of his legs, tying up that right leg and looking to make the takedown here, and he gets it. This is not good for Vettori. Uda on top of him early. Much more experience on the ground is Uda. But Vettori, strong kid. Look at that, back up, and then Vettori switches it around. Vettori on top now, but he's in Uda's guard, full guard. Uda chooses to go with the body triangle, which limits his offensive ability, but it really constricts the breathing of Vettori and severely limits Vettori's offense.
And Joe Uda, as he was trying to put Vettori on the mat, didn't throw any strikes. He wanted to get to the grappling game. Not on his back, but he wanted to get to the grappling.
Well, he doesn't mind being on his back, Mike. His guard is excellent. But what he's doing here, he's just kind of sapping some of the strength of Vettori.
Yeah.
He knows this is Vettori's debut. He knows he's a young kid. He's probably real hyped up right now. And so he's squeezing down on his body with his body triangle.
Yo, guys, keep busy working.
But if I was Vettori, I would know this guy really can't do anything from here. See, like Vettori is throwing all these punches from the top. Uda's doing a real good job of tying him up, but that body triangle severely limits the ability that Vettori has to throw power into his punches, because it's kind of constricting the movement of his waist. And on top of that, it definitely severely restricts his ability to breathe.
Getting a couple, though.
He's getting a few, but they're like sort of armish.
Yeah.
He's not able to turn his body into them the way he would if it was like an open full guard. So he's tightening it down again.
Midway point of round number 1. The Italian Marvin Vettori on top. That's a good hammer
Yeah,
fist.
that one got through. Well, if I was in Uda's corner, I'd be asking him to do something here offensively. Vettori is on top of him here. Uda's got full guard. We know he's got a very good guard. Control that posture and start attacking.
Elbow from the bottom by Uda.
He cut him, Mike. He cut him with that elbow. Vettori's cut.
Slicing elbows.
But still, Uda just continuing to keep that body triangle locked in place. It's almost a stalling tactic, Mike, and you never see anybody use that and then go from that to a submission. The only submission that's available there is a guillotine. Maybe Kimura, but you would usually let go of that body triangle to complete that. See, now it's starting to slip.
Yeah.
Because he's squeezing. While he's squeezing here, he's using his legs and his strength. Now he let it go to give his legs a break.
And Vettori was going body head, Joe, even when he was locked down by that triangle.
Well, the triangle started getting loose, and the looser it got, the more it got towards the foot and not over the ankle, the more it gives Vettori access to his hips. Now Vettori on top, Uda's tired, and Vettori's got some space to work here.
Trying to pour it on late. UFC fans, choose your side with hashtag Nate Diaz or hashtag Conor McGregor in your tweets tonight and unlock special Twitter emoji to show your support to Nate or Conor in tonight's UFC 202 main
Vettori
event.
with the triangle attempt, look at this. Oh, that looks good, Mike.
Can he get it?
It's
all over! Marvin Vettori wins his UFC
very
debut!
Nice, very nice. That's a huge feather in that young man's cap. Submitting a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt in his UFC debut. Very, very nice. And did so off his back, Mike. Let's check it out here. He gets that arm in guillotine, really has that arm trapped against the side, drops down into his guard and puts the squeeze down on it, and Uda forced to tap. Big, big, huge UFC victory for Marvin Vettori. Let's take one more look at it here. He's on his back. Look how he does this. He tightens down and locks that arm in place and traps it in between his thigh and his forearm. Really squeezed it nicely. Just great, great technique there for Marvin Vettori.
So now 8 of his 11 career wins have come by submission, 3 by guillotine. Marvin Vettori turning in his 10th first-round finish. To make it official, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Bergliot has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 30 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to a head and arm guillotine, Marvin Vettori!
Speak English? Marvin?
Yeah.
Joe trying to catch up with the winner, Marvin Vettori.
So happy, man.
Congratulations. All right, I'm here with the winner, Marvin Vettori. First of all, congratulations on a successful UFC debut at 22 years of age and in submitting a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. That has got to make you happy.
Yeah, it's not about black belt, but yeah, in my MMA grappling, I've been working with very high level sparring partner, and that's what happened.
Very high level indeed. Take a look at this submission because it's beautiful technique. You caught him with a trapped arm guillotine. You had his back, you were beating on him, but you saw this submission, drop down for it, and just absolutely perfect technique here.
Yeah, I've been working this the whole camp, So it's good, I just saw it, let's go. Because the people don't expect this, it's not a normal guillotine, you just from the back, when you have one hook, you know this.
I do know this. Congratulations, sir. Outstanding. Look forward to seeing you again.
I want to say one thing. Grazie a tutti per il supporto. Sono qui anche per voi e facciamo tornare questa UFC in Italia un giorno. I want to make it happen one day. Headline one UFC card in Italy.
Right. We would love it. Thank you. Marvin Vettori, ladies and gentlemen.
That is one excited young man, and justifiably so. Marvin Vettori. All right, let's look behind the scenes for the fight buildup with UFC embedded.
Omar, do it again. Out here, Las Vegas, week early. I like to go out early and clear my mind. It's fun to go to the lake, hang out, have some fun. Should be good. Today I'm sure the guys will be stocked fully up with Budweiser, but I'll be drinking ice cold refreshing water today. Are we ready? Have some fun today.
Try to keep your weight forward a little, and then keep your legs bent a little.
I feel like Iron Man almost. Like you feel like you got a rocket strapped to your ass. So fun, right?
It's such a workout.
Yeah. Are your calves sore? I was like, I'm good. He's like, you sure you want to keep going? I'm like, man, I'm tired right now. Soothe our soul, have a little fun, play. Fucking game day on Monday. Fight week is a big fight coming up, you know, big fight card. So focused on going there and beating his ass and moving on to the next one.
Peace and quiet. This is where anybody can shut the world off and be themselves and relax without always having a wall up. Being able to wake up and drive 5 minutes and next thing you know you're on the beach is priceless. You don't hear any arguing out here. You don't hear anything but the waves from the ocean, and it's peaceful. It's just peaceful. This is what it's about to me. I'm blessed, I'm thankful, I'm grateful. Some people go and like cross some other country and all that stuff to find themselves. I go right here to the beach, I find Anthony Johnson right there. I walk down here and I always picture people screaming on my right, people screaming on my left, and I just have tunnel vision. Everybody plays a fight out in their head. I just want to win. You know, whatever happens, happens. You know, I'm always looking for a punch. I'm always looking for a kick. One day I'll look for a submission. You good? Yeah, last night, like, you know, I haven't really been watching tape on. I was looking at maybe kept catching the left foul. Just like, I was like, he's tough though. But he's tough. Yeah, right. Mike, 2 and 2. He said we're doing like 4 rounds. Yeah. So you want to go 2 and 2?
Yeah. So you take it first, and I'll jump in the net.
Glover has very good boxing. He has a very good boxing coach now too. It's all made up for a really, really explosive fight. I think it's going to be like a crazy-ass fight, and of course, my guy needs to win the fight.
This has been probably the longest camp I ever had, but I want to thank you guys for pushing me, man, and you guys helped me get in the situation that I'm in right now. We win this fight, we go for a title, and I promise you I do my very best. Just like you guys do your best to push me, I'm gonna go out there and do my best.
Now it's cold. Now is the real deal, John. Not like you getting like
The same amount of ice in there. It's going slow for him for some reason. Yeah, man, it's going slow for you, the clock.
It's alright, I'm tough. We do it once a week. It's good for recovering. I like it, you know, I think you feel more energized, less soreness. It's pretty good. Just not so good when you're here, you know. Vai.
Eu tô tomando medo de entrar nessa banheira. Ah, não, vai filmar logo. Apareceu, cara.
Vai! Tá filmando? Vai filmando. Você tá... Com isso tá no UFC, você...
You're gonna be in the
This is the most scary guys to get in the water. That's why I do it. That's why I do the ice bath, guys. I do it so I can see this guy. Look. Can't stop for the juice. See? Juicing some cucumbers. The garden is a little messy, but I think after the fight I'll come over here and you know, I put some more work into it. Beets, kales, everything I got it from the garden, you know. We got a juice now. This one I know they are 100% organic. Got a lot of vegetables. Make me feel much better on my training. Smell the mint? Here, you can try. vegetable for cameraman. See, to victory. Come on, man. You too.
Cheers.
Oh my God, man, have a mad mix now, huh? Yeah, like it was real. It was real. I'll put the back.
Nathan getting that love that he should have had a long time ago. He's been deserved it, you know, and been put that work in for the UFC, for everybody. You know.
Do it again, man, do it again. Knock him on his ass.
170 was never hard for him, you know, and now it's like, it's more comfortable way for him. You know, he sits well, he sits big, you know. It's real nice for him. 155, it's like a real tax on your body. You know, you gotta get in really supreme shape to get there and hold this shape, and then afterwards, your body is freaked out. So when you come back from 55 and your body is like holding on sodium, holding water, you're bloated, everything's happening because your body went through a turmoil, you know? You beat it up real bad. Even though you went to the fight and you're in super shape, if you just walk around at 55, that's different, you know? Then you got this new guy in the scene, McGregor coming, he's got all the flashy there, all this. He's got all this fan base behind him. Like, wait, well, you know, good for him. He's doing a good job. But did I think he was gonna have any chance of whooping Nathan's ass? Hell no. You know, it's like he's a new guy. You know, brand new tattoo, still shiny from getting tatted on him. And this guy's gonna beat Nathan? Yeah, right. You know, I don't have a doubt in him again that he's gonna do it again. And anyone that doubts him, I think, is crazy. You know.
I have my own gym out here, got a set up. You know, we needed it. We came out early here, 8 weeks prior. You need to acclimatise to this air. It's desert out here. It's unforgiving out here. So we got the gym set up, state-of-the-art facility, and I brought in my team. People that have been grinding with me day in, day out. People that have been with me since day one. And then also Dylan Dennis is also here. Marcelo Garcia, black belt. He's been a phenomenal addition. He's very attack-orientated jiu-jitsu. So I've been getting great rounds with him.
I mean, Conor and me training, I think, is that help him a lot because Nate was a straight jiu-jitsu guy, and I'm a straight jiu-jitsu guy, and he's gonna feel the positions that only a straight jiu-jitsu guy would do. So I think that it's gonna help him a lot. I feel like if the fight goes to the ground, he'll dominate on the ground too. And we've been working our asses off, especially him, man. There's a reason that he is where he is. There's no day off. Every day is hard. You're gonna see that when the fight comes. And you do a weird thing. You keep your arm here, and then you were doing this, and you were trying to lock this, you know. So I had
that made you roll.
Yeah, I had to roll because. Feel it a little bit because it's around the carotid.
It's been a phenomenal training camp. I'm very, very happy with it. I feel I've jumped up 3 levels as a martial artist, as a fighter, and as a man. I'm very, very happy with it. It's been an amazing experience. And now, 6 days to the fight, we're ready.
Oh boy. Yep. I can't believe it's here. I'm very excited about these matchups, Mike. I'm very excited about Glover versus Rumble Johnson. I think that is just an absolutely spectacular matchup in the light heavyweight division, and it's so compelling in that you don't know what the hell's going to happen. It's two guys that have outstanding skill in all areas, especially Rumble's power, but Glover has some dynamic power as well. We saw that in the Rashad fight. Love that fight. And of course, the main event is the most compelling question in all of combat sports. Can Nate do it again? And can Conor make the necessary adjustments to beat Nate the second time around?
They are both fully prepared, so we should see the best Nate Diaz and the best Conor McGregor. Don't forget Cowboy and Rick Story. All right, Fight Pass streaming right now on UFCFightPass.com. Where are they now? Season 2. The original series featuring Jeremy Horn, Chris Lytle, Wes Sims, and more. It is streaming now. Then 1 week from tonight, Fight Pass prelims from Vancouver, our featured prelim. The Tough Nations winner, Chad Laprise, and Thibaut Pouty, 11-0 when he first entered the octagon. Then don't forget 2020, a new episode of the original series continues with Fabricio Verdum versus Stipe Miocic. That drops August 30th. And UFC Fight Night exclusively from Hamburg, Germany, Arlovsky and Barnett. It comes your way September 3rd, 3 p.m. Eastern. It is the UFC's digital streaming service, UFCFightPass.com.
No surprises, just settled scores. I know the darkness from inside.
10 in the East, 7 in the West, only on pay-per-view. It is UFC 202. Diaz versus McGregor 2. Donald Cerrone looking to go to 3-0 as a welterweight. Hung Yu Lim, Mike Perry, Tim Means, Saba Hamasi on the big card with Rumble and Glover, and of course Nate and Conor.
What a card. First of all, let's talk about Donald Cerrone at welterweight. I love him at welterweight. I love the fact that he's taken on a tough wrestler in Rick Story. And Nate Diaz here at welterweight, I love the fact that he's not cutting any weight. If he's cutting any weight, it's very, very little. He's healthy. He looks great. Same to be said for Conor. I really, honestly, Mike, hope this is a trend in the future for elite fighters, that they choose to fight at the healthy weight. McGregor looks sensational at the weigh-ins. He looks fired up. He's emotionally charged. He's focused. And he went through the best training camp of his life for this fight, specifically preparing for Nate Diaz. It's going to be a completely prepared Conor versus a completely prepared Nate Diaz, and I cannot wait to see what happens.
It will come your way later tonight in our main event. And fans, don't forget, 2 weeks from today, we are live from Hamburg, Germany, with an exclusive UFC Fight Pass event, headlined by former UFC heavyweight champion Andrei Arlovski and Josh Barnett. UFC Fight Night Hamburg, only on Fight Pass, September 3rd, 3 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Our next fight is at 170. Colby Chaos Covington, 4-1 in his UFC career.
Colby Covington, who is an excellent wrestler and a very tough guy, is taking on Max Griffin. And Griffin is much more of a striker. So this is going to be, in a lot of ways, a striker versus grappler matchup. But, of course, Colby can strike as well. Colby's got very good striking, and you're seeing him working on his warm-up right here. Max Griffin, who's making his official UFC debut here, but fought on The Ultimate Fighter, and is a very unorthodox striker. Throws a lot of wild stuff in there, and this should be a great matchup.
Max Payne Griffin, set to make his UFC debut, 12-2 as a professional mixed martial artist. Griffin with 4 wins in less than a minute. Covington with 3 first-round finishes. Our Fight Pass prelims continue from Las Vegas. After his submission victory over Jonathan Mounier, Colby Covington let the world know that he was ready for all comers. Tonight's challenge, Max Payne Griffin. Winner of 8 of his last 9 bouts, Sacramento's Max Griffin may have fallen short of a shot on season 16 of The Ultimate Fighter. But after knocking out Octagon vet David Mitchell, it was just a matter of time until he got the call to the UFC for tonight's bout against Colby Covington. Former college wrestling star Covington has established himself as a top prospect at 170 pounds, with 3 of his 4 wins being finished before the final bell. Now, he'll seek to follow up his submission of Jonathan Mounier with another big victory here in Las Vegas. Coming up next, Max Payne Griffin squares off against Colby Chaos Covington. So Joe alluded to the fight on season 16 of The Ultimate Fighter. We talked about it in the feature. He never made the house, but he's been around the UFC. 2-fight win streak coming in. Most recent win back in January, a 43-second knockout of UFC veteran David Mitchell.
And that's a huge victory for him as well, Mike. He's 12-2, so he's got some experience outside the octagon. This is his first official UFC fight, but as you said, he did fight in The Ultimate Fighter and lost by submission. Why that is significant is because Colby Covington is a very good submission artist and a very good wrestler. So Max Griffin is going to really want to keep this fight on the feet. He has multiple striking black belts. He's got a black belt in kickboxing, and and a black belt in Bok Fu. He's got real good striking, comes from real unusual and unorthodox angles, and is very confident with his ability to knock guys out.
Professional since 2009, started training martial arts at the age of 4. Originally wanted to be a Ninja Turtle. That, he said, was his early motivation.
I don't think that's available.
That job, right? There you go. They were always there.
But look at that there, 6 wins by knockout, 5 finishes in the first round.
4 in less than a minute.
Yeah, very, very exciting guy, very wild and aggressive guy. The question is, he's going to try to harness that aggression, and he's dealing with the superior grappler in Colby Covington.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that makes this exciting. At the weigh-ins yesterday, these men were jawing at each other pretty heavily. I didn't get a chance to hear what they were saying over all the music and the incredible crowd yesterday. Huge, huge crowd at the weigh-ins, but very intense, and a lot of words were shared by these two guys. So this is going to be an emotionally charged fight as well.
The weigh-ins always seem to be that way, Joe, when Conor McGregor is on the card. And somewhat, you feel like the weigh-ins are in Ireland and not in Nevada.
Yeah, it was pretty close. They actually turned people away at the weigh-ins for the first time in recent memory, and we were in an enormous ballroom. I couldn't believe how many people were there, but it got to the point where it was a fire hazard.
Max Payne Griffin, set to make his UFC debut. Chaos, born in California, trains in South Florida as a member of American Top Team. Mike Brown, his main trainer, of course. Mike Brown, the former WEC champion. Covington, Pac-10 wrestling champion. 2-time NCAA All-American at Oregon State.
And much more experience inside the octagon. So when you're talking about Colby Covington, you're talking about a guy who is really a very high-level grappler. Very strong with his wrestling, very strong with his submission ability, and he's fought in the UFC 5 times already. He's 4-1 inside the UFC, the one lone loss being a submission loss to Warley Alves. No shame in that. Of course, we know that Alves is a very, very talented fighter. So this is a young guy with a tremendous amount of potential who really wants to make a mark in this sport at 28 years old.
He said of his opponent, he talks a bigger game than he walks, and I'm going to make him pay for it. Colby Chaos Covington.
And really significant there in his stats is that he's taken down every single one of his UFC opponents.
Our tale of the tape for this welterweight fight. 28-year-old Colby Covington against 30-year-old Max Griffin, who will have a 4-inch reach advantage. For the official introductions, here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 12 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 170.5 pounds. Fighting out of Sacramento, California, Max Payne Griffin. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a wrestler holding a professional record, 9 wins, 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Colby Chaos Covington. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
So Mark Smith, our referee for the second fight. Here is we settle into the T-Mobile Arena for UFC 202. Covington, Griffin.
All right, Max, Colby, first round, fight's on.
Here we go. Max Griffin in the black trunks, blue trunks for Colby Covington. He utilizes both stances, and we've talked about that in previous fights.
Oh. Griffin caught Colby coming in with that right hand. A kick to the body by Colby, and another kick to the body off the other side.
Griffin aggressive early.
Another right hand by Griffin. Oh, good right hand by Colby, and there's the shot.
They're swinging early, Joe.
They certainly are. Good kick to the body by Colby.
Tried the Superman punch. It was out of range.
Griffin managed to keep the fight standing, which is very good for him. Pushed Colby off of him twice now as Colby engaged to grapple. Now Colby's got the single, and he's got him down.
He disguised it well.
He certainly did, Mike. Moves right into side control. Colby, Pac-10, former Pac-10 wrestling champion and two-time NCAA All-American, is a very elite grappler. And you're seeing that here right now. Inside control, putting the smush down on Griffin. And look at that, beautiful transition right over to the other side, but gets caught in half guard on the way down.
And you know, Joe, anyone training at American Top Team will improve their grappling skills on a daily basis.
Unquestionably, improve everything. I mean, that's one of the best gyms in the world today. And Max Griffin feeling the pressure. Yeah, he's feeling the pressure here with Colby on top of him. Max rolling for a Kimura on the left arm of Colby. And Colby steps over. Griffin has to be careful with that because he does not have control over Colby's body. And Colby can turn this into, oh, he's got it pretty deep behind his back. Colby, and he's trapping Colby up against the cage. Oh, use it to roll over, look at that. And now Max on top here, very nicely done.
He's still going to Max, be careful.
Good transition. They fight up against the cage. Round one.
And again, Griffin going for that Kimura once more. Getting a hold of that double wrist lock, wants to pull that arm up and towards the back of Colby Covington's head and decides to let it go. And Colby now putting that pressure on him from the side.
Nice, Colby, nice. Halfway.
Former WEC champion Mike Brown leading the way in Colby Covington's corner. Full mount.
Very nicely done. Excellent transition. And Griffin slowing down. You can see it there in the scramble.
Toes out the cage, Max.
He left that opening there for that mount, and Colby just jumped right on it.
Paulino Hernandez also in the corner of Covington tonight.
Covington with some really excellent pressure here. And Griffin manages to get it back to half guard. It's good for him defensively, but it's a very open and loose half guard. He's not controlling that leg at all.
See if he can get the first round finish, Joe.
Yeah, Colby opening him up with strikes, but he was looking for some head and arm control here, Mike. Colby, who is a very good submission artist, particularly with chokes. Nice shot there from the top.
In half guard.
Yeah, he's basically free. He's just there's inside control now. He keeps going to that head and arm position, but he's softening him up with some pounding first.
Stay busy on top, Colby.
Covington said he does like the arm triangle. That's one of his chosen moves.
You can see him attempting to set it up. He keeps going to head and arm control, but you got to give Max Griffin credit for his defensive guard. He keeps managing to put Colby back into his half guard. Now he's stuck inside control once again.
Final minute of round number one. First round in the UFC career, Max Griffin. And he's had to carry Covington pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, once he got him down on the ground, he's been able to pretty much control all the action other than a few brief moments where Max Griffin's been able to transition to a better position like this here, where he gets to a half guard spot. But it's really, it seems like Colby doesn't have any problem with that. He's allowing him to get to half guard, not trying to get it back. He's just trying to punch him, soften him up, make him work, make him feel that weight, feel that pressure, and again, moves right back into full mount easily. Big elbow from the top. Now he's moving to that arm triangle. He tried to jump to it right before the bell, wasn't quite aware of how much time is left, but you can see he's setting that up. And there's a good left hand by Griffin, but look at this. Boom, he gets that single, turns the corner, gets him down, and then from there, Colby Covington the entire round. Just punching him, elbowing him, getting to superior positions. And here's a good elbow late in the round. Managed to get the full mount here. Postures up and drops a bomb down on him, and another punch. And then you see right there, he was trying to set up that arm triangle.
1 and 2, set those kicks up. Paulino? Yeah,
Football, okay? Football. 1 minute. Hernandez.
Strike, go ahead, de nuevo. Hey, let's try to go mount as soon as we can. If we get side control, let's mount. Stretch him out. Put the knee up, stretch him out, mount. You'll finish him there. Head and arm chokes there too, yeah? Great job.
The advice from Mike Brown as we get set for round 2. Chrissy, Vanessa, Ariane, Brittany, here for UFC 202. Griffin
Stay back for me.
And Covington.
I got second round. Fight's on.
Fight continues.
Look for Max Griffin to try to land something hard early to keep Colby Covington off of him, and then Colby with the high kick. So Max Griffin, who spent the majority of that first round on his back, and they see it there. He's really trying to uncork something. Turns it down. A very nice spot. Oh,
They nailed him on the way out.
Yeah, Colby cracked him there.
Colby tried that flying knee earlier, almost a pedalada, and now he's on top again.
Easily gets that takedown and easily moves into side control once again. A lot of pressure, a lot of weight and pressure by Colby Covington. He's excellent on top. Just great top position. Look at that. Moves right over into the mount. He's just so confident in his control.
He's trying to break the will of the newcomer Max Griffin.
Yeah, he's just putting a tremendous amount of pressure on him. Good head position there. And Griffin's in a lot of trouble here, Mike. Colby is just such a superior grappler. He's pounding on him, and Griffin is starting to crack here.
Breaking him down.
Yeah, he hasn't quite given up his neck yet, but it's getting close. Griffin's got to get back to his feet, Mike. On his feet is where he's had his best opportunities, but the problem is this is such a draining style. The style that Colby Covington's employing, making Griffin carry his weight, making him try to explode out of positions. It wears him out really easily.
And we always talk about the factor of it, an adrenaline rush, where you drop all that energy coming in for the first time.
Yeah, that's a big factor, Mike. I mean, again, we said he has been on The Ultimate Fighter, but he lost there. And Colby Covington, as we said, has got much more experience at 4-1 in the UFC. And the one loss, again, being to Warley Alves, who's an outstanding fighter.
Yeah, Covington, very systematic tonight. Looking for the finish. We check into the corner once again. Mike Brown, Paulino Hernandez.
Yeah, he's just dragging it around. Look at that mount. Beautiful mount there.
Heels in.
And he's dropped the elbow down. Big cut. There's a big cut on Max Griffin on the forehead, Mike.
Get your head free. Heels in.
Griffin's in a lot of trouble here.
Just trying to control posture as long as he can.
Look for Colby to try to set up that head and arm choke that we saw him go for at the end of that first round. And it looks like he's trying to trap that right arm. A lot of times guys will have one side that they like to attempt that choke on more than he spun him around there, which is very nice because he got that foot away from the cage where Max was trying to use his feet to explode. Oh, look at that. Max exploded, but Colby stays on him like glue.
Wow, drags him away.
Go to cage.
Covington a moment ago with that full mount. That's exactly what Mike Brown told him to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's listening very well. And again, we're really seeing his superior grappling skills at play here. Was completely controlling Griffin on the ground. Griffin in 100% defensive position, offering no offense off of his back. And now
he's pretty much pure survival mode here.
Yeah, now he's just completely trapped here. And Colby, relentless, constantly punching him, constantly putting pressure on him. And if Colby lets him back up, he's just going to drag him down to the ground again. And there it is. Colby's just all over him. He gets that hook now. Let's see if he chooses to try to finish the fight here.
A lot of ground strikes at a high percentage. Landing for chaos, Colby Covington.
A lot of times when you see a guy take shots like this over and over and over again, they start to get desperate, and that's when they open themselves up for submissions. Because it's just relentless. relentless. Colby's just constantly punching him here.
An exhausted Max Griffin, 45 seconds on the clock here in round 2.
And if he gets through this, he's got another round to go. I mean, he's getting mauled. Colby Covington is mauling Max Griffin here. Good good uppercuts here from Colby.
Let's go, stay busy on top, work for the finish.
15 seconds. Good shots
Let
again.
him up just to crack him.
10 seconds.
I mean, he let him up there, Mike.
Round 2 in the books.
Let's take a look at that big elbow. Here's a left hand first. There's a left hook by Colby Covington, and this is the big elbow that cut him. Boom, drops it down, and immediately the blood begins to flow on Max Griffin.
Hey, you got to knock him fucking out. Knock him out, finish him.
You get your energy, man. All right? Keep this on your feet. You're letting him take you down. Don't let that happen, man.
Be fast. You got fucking 30 feet in this ring.
Here, give me
Move
some more
around,
water.
use it.
Take a little drink.
Action within footwork, and then take down what's there. Whenever you need it, it's there, all day. Maybe look for a choke. Hey, when we got the back, let's look for a choke maybe. Maybe rear naked or maybe the guillotine. I gave, he got it, he got it.
One more round, baby.
Vanessa getting set for round number 3.
Stay behind the line for me.
Griffin's corner said it perfectly. You got to knock him out.
All right, guys, third round.
But they also said you have 30 feet in there. So what they're looking for, Joe, is footwork, range, and for not to get taken down again.
Yeah, that is critical. He's got to be able to keep this fight standing and land a shot. He's offered up no offense on the ground. Colby's just much better than him as a wrestler and a submission artist. So Max Griffin has got to figure out some way to muster up enough energy to uncork a punch or a kick that's going to win this fight. He's clearly down 2 rounds, but there he lands a good shot. I mean, he's trying for sure. There's a leg kick and gets caught and taken down again. Colby Covington immediately all over him.
Covington has the 2nd highest takedown rate in welterweight history. Average is almost 5, Joe, in 15 minutes.
Well, he's, as we said, 2-time NCAA All-American wrestler, just an outstanding grappler.
Come on, let's work.
And
Work on
Max
top.
Griffin is completely out of his element here. Again, Colby making Max carry his weight the entire fight, which is exhausting as it is, constantly punching him. He's got to look to finish the fight here, Mike.
Yeah.
He's been dominating these positions, but he hasn't really gone for a submission other than that arm triangle choke that he attempted at the end of the first round. I'd like to see him just really explode here, put the beat down on him, and try to sink an arm under that chin.
All right, Max, let's go.
He's definitely put the beat down on him.
And, you know, the referee could easily stop this fight as well,
sure.
because Max Griffin is not really offering up any intelligent offense.
Especially right here, Joe.
And he might.
This could be it.
Yeah, it easily could be. And Colby's trying to tie that arm up on Max Griffin, so he's only got one arm to protect himself.
Mark Smith watching very closely.
Yeah, Mark warned him that you have to fight back or I'm going to stop the fight. With Colby, I mean, if Colby chooses to really unload here and explode, Mark is looking to stop it anyway. He keeps like moving forward like he's going to.
Yeah. A lot of time left.
Yeah, if Colby just puts some power into these punches, I mean, he's just kind of like wearing on him here. That's it.
Hit, it's all over.
That's it.
Mark Smith stops the fight. Colby Covington earns the TKO.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin can't really protest that. It wasn't like he was in any severe danger there, but he was not intelligently defending himself. He was just kind of laying there getting beat up. He got overwhelmed by the superior grappler in Colby Covington. Colby's explained to me that last time when he got tapped out that he had a fractured rib.
Wow.
Now we know. Let's take a look at it again. And this is the story of this fight, Mike. The wrestling of Colby Covington. We said it time and time again. It is perhaps the most important skill in all of MMA, wrestling. Wrestling allows fighters to control where the fight takes place, and Colby Covington decided to have this fight take place on top of Max Griffin, punching him in the face for the majority of the fight.
Covington moves to 5-1 in his UFC career. To make it official, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 18 seconds of the third round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Colby Covington.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Colby Covington. First of all, Colby, congratulations on another excellent victory inside the octagon. And the story of this fight was really all about your wrestling.
Yeah, man, no one in this division can stay with my pace. I'm gonna get that belt sooner or later, mark my words.
You are now 5-1 inside the octagon, and this fight was a fight between a guy like you with a lot of experience and a newcomer. But there was a lot of animosity between you guys at the weigh-ins and even after the fight. What was that all about?
He was just talking a lot of crap, you know. He was saying I was a sucker and he was gonna shut my mouth and knock me out. So I had to let him know who's boss, man. He dirt off my shoulders.
Let's take a look at some of the action from the fight. This was really what this fight was all about, was your ability to control where this fight took place. You controlled him on the ground for the majority of the fight and just beat on him.
I just feel like I'm getting better every time out. I'm an American top team. I'm well-rounded in my skills. I'm gonna be the most well-rounded fighter in the whole division.
All right, Colby, well, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you again. Colby Covington, ladies and gentlemen.
Colby Covington, now 10-1 in his MMA career, and it was a dominant performance, to say the least. And now he has 5 finishes. That's the most welterweight finishes since 2014. But Neil Magny is up next. So well done, Colby Covington, with 4 now. Magny will fight next. You want to talk about a guy who has been busy. 10 wins in 11 fights since 2012. Neil Magny, the most active fighter the last 3 years. This, though, just his second fight of 2016. Originally set to fight Dong Hyun Kim. Instead, his opponent, Lorenz Larkin, Joe, who is always dangerous.
He is a very, very skillful striker and a guy who does a lot of wild, unorthodox stuff inside the octagon, but incredibly seasoned. One of the best strikers in the division, in fact. And when you look at a guy like Neil Magny, who pushes this tremendous pace, and you look at a guy like Lorenz Larkin, who has such a wide variety of striking skills, I really look forward to this fight.
So this is up next. This is our featured prelim on UFC Fight Pass. And then top of the hour, we are live on FS1. Cody Garbrandt, Takeya Mizugaki. Cody Garbrandt, 9-0. Overall, 4-0, and coming off that win over previously 20-0 Thomas Almeida.
Not just a win, but a destruction of a guy in Thomas Almeida that had all the looks of a future champion. Cody Garbrandt put on a show in that fight and really opened up a whole new realm of possibilities. He is fighting a guy that is almost tailor-made for a great fight tonight in Takeya Mizugaki, because Takeya Mizugaki is an excellent striker himself, very good boxer, and a tough guy. Should be an outstanding fight. And Raquel Pennington is one of the best women's bantamweight fighters in the world. And she's taking on a girl, Elizabeth Phillips, who's dynamic and exciting, and that should be an outstanding women's bantamweight fight as well.
And Artem Lobov against the newcomer Chris Avila is Team McGregor against Team Diaz, and Randa Marcos, the Canadian, will fight Courtney Casey. That is our card on FS1, the prelims continuing.
Before the monster Diaz-McGregor rematch, UFC 202 begins on FS1. Explosive, undefeated, and going for 10 straight wins. Cody Garbrandt faces veteran striker Takeya Mizugaki.
Finds the target. Oh!
Plus, Pennington battles Phillips. Two women who won't back down. UFC 202 prelims, tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1.
Declaring the winner by submission, Diaz.
I'm not surprised.
This is the game. We win some, we lose some, but I will never shy away from a challenge.
You were about to quit the fight game. I never quit, ever. Better step it up for this one.
The only approach I changed is I dug the grave a little bit wider, a little bit longer. I'll bury him.
You better hope it goes down like that.
It's another day. I'll come back.
Big shots. Bigfoot goes down. Josh Barnett. But he's definitely. Oh, he's out. He goes. It is over. So wobbly, he can barely stand up. Oh. Only knockdown for Arlovsky. Somebody's got it.
Exclusively on UFCFightPass.com, 2 weeks from Hamburg, Germany. The main event is outstanding, but how about Alexander Gustafsson and Jan Blachowicz? Ryan Bader, Alir Latifi, check it out right here. Exclusively, 3 in the East, 12 in the West. UFC Fight Night, Arlovsky versus Barnett. Fans, all 6 episodes of the latest Fight Pass original series, Where Are They Now? Season 2, are now available only on UFC Fight Pass. This season tracks down 6 of the heroes of the UFC's past, including Chris Lights Out Lytle and Olympic gold medalist and middleweight tournament winner Kevin Jackson. With 10 victories in the welterweight division since 2014, Neil Magny wants more of the same against the Monsoon, Lorenz Larkin. The UFC's welterweight division is one of the most exciting in mixed martial arts at the moment. And a lot of that has to do with Neil Magny and Lorenz Larkin, making tonight's bout one of the most highly anticipated on a card stacked with intriguing matchups.
The welterweight division is no slouch, and everybody knows that. And you know, this is my new home, and I'm just trying to make a statement.
I feel like Lorenz Larkin and I are going to steal the show tonight. We just we go out there, put on a great show for the fans, and just be nonstop action.
Coming off a victory over Jorge Masvidal, Riverside's Lorenz Larkin has won 3 of 4 bouts since moving to 170 pounds. And despite emphatic finishes of John Howard and Santiago Ponzinibbio, no victory would be bigger than one over one of the hottest welterweights on the planet in Colorado's Magny.
I'm coming in there to bring it, and I want another W. I'm pretty sure he wants another W, and I'm not gonna let him take that from me. So, you know, Neil's gonna have a lot to prepare for tonight.
Owner of a 10-1 record in his last 11 bouts, Neil Magny emerged from season 16 of The Ultimate Fighter as a battler who gets better and better with each trip to the octagon. Tonight, after 3 straight wins over Eric Silva, Kelvin Gastelum, and Hector Lombard, Magny wants to make a statement when he meets up with the Monsoon.
I'm ready to fight for a title. I mean, both the guys that beat my last 2 fights, the guys that beat them before me or prior to me, have both gotten title shots. I think I'm right there with a win over Lorenz Larkin.
The Monsoon, Lorenz Larkin, Kung Fu fighter, set to enter the octagon for the 10th time. Had a couple of fights not go his way at 185, So he went down to 170, Joe, against John Howard. And as we mentioned a moment ago, he's been pretty good at this weight. 3-1, 2 knockouts, 2 bonuses.
And the one loss was a very close decision loss to an outstanding Albert Tumanov.
Split decision.
Very, very close fight that could have gone either way. Lorenz Larkin is one of the most skillful strikers in the division, and he's incredibly unorthodox. There's a lot of wild stuff like wheel kicks to the thigh. He's got excellent kickboxing, very good on his feet, avoiding takedowns. I mean, he's just a real complete fighter. And at 29 years of age, is really kind of just coming into his own.
Neil Magny has been on such a great run. He was set to fight Dong Hyun Kim. Now he's got a guy unranked, but very dangerous, and Larkin on short notice, you know he's going to leave it all in the octagon.
Most certainly, and could easily be ranked.
Yes.
Lorenz Larkin at 170 pounds, although he's not in the top 10, he's beaten Robbie Lawler by decision. I mean, he's an outstanding fighter, and he's a guy that in flashes of brilliance looks like one of the best fighters in the division.
Joe, he was the only guy to beat Robbie Lawler outside of championship fights in the last 4 years.
Pretty impressive stuff.
Yes, indeed. Lorenz Larkin. Neil Magny, 11 UFC victories. 18 victories as a professional. 6 by knockout, 3 by submission. Winner of 3 straight. 2 by split decision. 10 of his last 11 fights. His setback to Damian Maia, he just said, you know what, it's over. I'm going to beat Eric Silva. I'm going to beat Kelvin Gastelum. And I'm going to survive a huge first round from Hector Lombard to earn the victory and a bonus.
And that was one of the most impressive performances of his career, to not just survive the onslaught of Hector Lombard, but to come back and stop him. And then you talk about his 2 fights before that, beating Eric Silva and Kelvin Gastelum, 2 very, very talented young 170-pounders. Neil Magny has insane cardio and tremendous work ethic. His cardio is one of his best assets because Neil just pushes an amazing pace and can sustain that pace easily for 3 rounds, something which most fighters just cannot do. He has incredible discipline. A lot of that might be attributed to his time in the military, but he's just mentally a very, very tough guy and very, very disciplined.
Spent 7 years in the Army. Began MMA training at age 18, and he's part of the Elevation Fight Team, which just continues to get deeper and better on a daily basis. So you talk about the cardio, he trains in Denver at altitude. Our tail of the tape for this welterweight fight, our featured prelim here on UFCFightPass.com. Much taller Neil Magny and a significant 7.5-inch reach advantage. Once again, the veteran voice of the Octagon, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Kung Fu fighter, holding a professional record, 17 wins, 5 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Riverside, California, Lorenz the Monsoon Larkin. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 18 wins, 5 losses. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Denver, Colorado, presenting the number 7 ranked welterweight contender in the world, Neil Magny. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Dan Mergliotta.
Dan Mergliotta, our referee. The beautiful Ariani. Set for our featured prelim here live on UFC Fight Pass.
All right, so you ready? You ready, sir? Let's go, fight.
Here we go. Neil Magny in the black trunks, Lorenz Larkin in the blue trunks. 7.5-inch reach advantage for Magny.
In Magny, he utilizes a long jab and very high volume of strikes, but he's fighting a guy in Lorenz Larkin who's one of the craftiest, sneakiest guys in this division. Nice low kick there by Larkin.
Checked. Magny reached down for it. There was a little instance already where one guy showed southpaw. It was Magny first, and then Larkin showed it for just a split second.
Ooh, look at that oblique kick. That is a powerful oblique kick by Larkin.
Then they went right back to orthodox.
I think Larkin, when he's throwing that kick and Magny's trying to reach down for it, he's not trying to block it. I think he's probably trying to catch it and avoid the stand-up, which is Larkin's, without a doubt, best asset. I would imagine that Neil Magny wants to take this fight to the ground. He said, as he's training at Team Elevation, he's there with Leister Bowling, Elliot Marshall, some high-level grappling instruction. There's that beautiful oblique kick that he throws. Man, I mean, he gets more force behind that than anybody in recent memory. And right now, Neil Magny's getting lit up. You're seeing the potential of Lorenz Larkin that I was talking about before this fight, that in bursts, he looks like one of the best fighters in the division.
We talked about it. 3-1 at welterweight, split decision. The only setback, 2 knockouts, 2 bonuses.
Magny's in trouble. He just got cracked.
Big time. Larkin trying to finish it early. Big swing and a miss.
And Larkin very calm and collected. Beautiful leg kick there by Larkin. And Magny just blindly reaching in for the takedown now.
Those kicks they're actually on the backside of the lead leg of Magny because he's turning as Larkin kicks.
Yeah, I mean, he's attacking the calf, he's attacking the lower leg, something that you see Benson Henderson utilize a lot. It's an outstanding technique. Not because a lot of guys expect you to attack the thigh.
And he's spinning him over
chewing
and over
up
again.
his lower leg.
His legs a
he's
mess.
in trouble.
He's hurt big time.
He's getting eaten up.
He lit up that leg.
And he's hitting it again. I mean, every time he hits it, you're seeing a massive welt. That oblique kick is just beautiful.
Magny just out of harm's way.
He's cracked it again, same spot. He's chewing that left leg up. Magny just does not know what to do.
Huge trouble.
And Larkin just lets him stand up. And he has one leg here, Mike.
He's hopping on the back leg, yep.
And he can't even switch stances. I mean, it's so shot, he can't stand on it at all. And he's just a sitting duck here for 2 more minutes of this round.
And again, you saw the grimace on the face of Neil Magny. Larkin senses a first-round finish. You can see the reddening and the bruising on that leg already. Nasty.
Interesting that Lorenz Larkin's chosen to tie up here because that's the only chance that Magny has is in grappling. The blood that you see on Neil Magny's leg is actually coming from Lorenz.
That leg is just a mess.
Yeah, it's chewing up. Yeah, and now he's attacking the other side. And Lorenz, as he's doing this, has a massive cut on his shin. And they're on the ground here, but Neil Magny does not have control of Larson. And Lorenz moves off.
He was trying to drag Larkin to the mat. Happy to be on his back. Doesn't want to be here.
Massive gash on the shin of Lorenz Larkin. And that is from attacking the leg of Neil Magny. Neil with a deep shot. Hard elbows. Hard elbows.
That's hurt him big time.
Oh, man.
It's all over.
Lorenz
Larkin finishes Neil Magny.
Virtually flawless performance by Lorenz Larkin.
Vicious leg kicks.
That was Lorenz Larkin fighting at his full potential. And this is what we had talked about before. When he is at his best, he looks like one of the best fighters in the division. He just put on a show tonight against an incredibly talented guy in Neil Magny. Look at that oblique kick. I love that. The power that he has in that kick is so unusual. Here's a big right from Lorenz, and then the story of the fight, well, a lot of it was him destroying that left leg of Neil Magny. Just a spectacular performance by Lorenz Larkin.
Flawless would be a fair assessment. And those leg kicks over and over to the lead leg of Neil Magny, the real key to victory. And there's a fired up Monsoon, Lorenz Larkin. Bruce Buffer will make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Mugliano has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 8 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Lorenz the Monsoon Larkin.
I'm here with the winner, Lorenz Larkin. You just said your worst fear is to get stitches. This is all from you throwing some unbelievable power kicks. You got a nasty cut here on your shin. Lorenz, you know, we've said this time and time again, when you're at your best, you are one of the most spectacular fighters in this division, and tonight you really showed that. One of your best performances by far. How happy are you?
I'm happy, man. A couple fights ago, everybody knows my back was against the wall with Howard. I was trying to fight to stay in the UFC, and I start working my way and start proving myself, and look what happened.
Well, you've really shown some spectacular performances here at welterweight, and tonight against a guy in Neil Magny, who's one of the most talented and impressive guys in the division, you just put on a show.
Thank you, man. I just want to say thanks for all my fans out there, man. I appreciate it so much. I know a lot of you guys don't know who I am, but I'm here. What's up?
They will. Lorenz Larkin, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, sir.
Lorenz Larkin finishes Neil Magny in the very first round. What a performance turned in by Lorenz Larkin. And the numbers dictate a lopsided victory. Lorenz Larkin's fight stats tell the story as he wins here inside T-Mobile Arena, where later tonight they will meet again. Nate Diaz and the notorious one, none other than Conor McGregor. Back in Las Vegas for one of the biggest fights in UFC history. McGregor versus Diaz.
Nate Diaz, in my opinion, is going to be the most difficult test of Conor McGregor's career. He's not going to get shaken, he's not going to get rattled, he's not going to get dwarfed by the moment.
I have one for sure thing that I wasn't going to plan on getting tired in that fight. I'm like, I'll take some shots, but you know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people take the short notice fights, and then they lose, and then they're like, I was out of shape, I was called on 2-week notice, and that's the last thing I wanted to ever say. You know, I'm like, I'd rather fall, you know, I'd rather get knocked out.
All right, gentlemen, we've been over the rules. Protect yourself at all times. Follow my instructions. Touch gloves if you wish. Let's do this.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Here we go.
I never engage in a feeling out process. I march my opponent down, I back him up against the fence, and I tee off on him.
Conor the aggressor here early.
His entire career, no one has ever backed him up against the fence the way I did or marched him around the octagon the way I did.
Pop that down, Nate. Keep those hands up.
Conor keeps going to that uppercut. There you go, right there. Conor advancing pretty much the whole fight. Oh, got him with a good one there.
Usually people tip and run against the Diaz brothers, but I marched forward and began teeing off on him.
Conor's busting Nate up, because he will fight until he can't fight any longer.
I knew that if he uses reach, and just don't get crazy with him, don't burn himself out the first round, it'll get him in later rounds.
That one landed clean.
So, I was just getting through the round and thinking to myself, like, it's just gonna get better for me, you know?
Round one in the books.
You're looking beautiful.
As time was gonna go on, I felt like it was gonna just get better for me, but it just flopped. You know what I'm saying?
Round two.
Good 1-2 by Nate.
been Steph Curry with the shot, been cooking with the sauce, Chef Curry with the pot, boy.
You heard him. He's wobbling.
With the wrist, boy.
And he senses it. That's another connection.
All up on TV, I thought it made me richer. Wasn't paying me enough, I needed something quicker.
And another left. And again with a combination. Oh!
It went 100 to 0 real quick.
If I go 0 to 100 real quick.
Diaz gets the mouth. My goodness.
0 to 100 real quick. Real quick.
That's it. He's got the jump. He tapped. He tapped. He tapped. Diaz beats Conor McGregor.
Real quick. Real quick. Real quick.
Oh my goodness. What a night, ladies and gentlemen. What a night.
The boy got lucky. That's it. He got very, very lucky. You might say he hit the lotto.
Nate Diaz!
Very interesting that Conor McGregor chose to say that Nate got lucky. I will tell you, nobody ever gets lucky by taking someone down, punching them in the face, then choking them out. That is never luck, ever in the history of the world. There are no lucky rear naked chokes.
And Conor initiated the takedown.
He had to. He was getting lit up. He was getting dinged. He fought a fight. If you look at Conor's fights, he's been able to overwhelm guys with his incredible speed and power, take them out in the first round. He could not do that to Nate Diaz. Nate is a bigger, stronger guy, and Nate is an excellent boxer. He knows how to roll with punches. What we see from Conor when he's fighting at welterweight, or excuse me, at featherweight, is guys who just cannot take his power. Nate took his power. So the question now becomes whether or not Conor can adjust and whether or not he has formulated a game plan that he can use successfully against Conor. Excuse me, against Nate. The question for Nate is, can Nate do it again, and can he do it even better now that he has a full training camp?
Full training camp for Nathan Diaz and a very fight-specific training camp for Conor McGregor, a guy haunted by that first fight.
Most certainly, and he has to be. I mean, he's a superstar, and he's one of the biggest stars the UFC's ever had. And internationally, possibly the biggest. He's just this phenomenal dude who has been nothing short of amazing inside the octagon up until that fight. But that was, you know, a lightweight who's a guy who has world-class experience. He's an excellent boxer and a tall, long guy. It's not a good matchup for him.
And has only been stopped twice in his professional career. So that's our main event. Co-main event is number 1 against number 2, the two contenders at light heavyweight, of course, Rumble and Glover Teixeira, who has found himself a home in Danbury, Connecticut.
Well, we're in Catskill, New York, where Tyson used to train in Customato's gym. The first gym that Tyson ever entered, I think, is this one. I was a little kid and watching Mike Tyson, watching all the videos I can find on YouTube.
Customato's gym is about an hour from us in the Catskills. So we like to go on Sunday drives and stuff like that. So he decided to do this one day, thought that we could find it, so we went. And at first we couldn't. And you know, he asked everybody in town, but it's Sunday, so there's not many people out.
And as soon as I drive in the main street, I saw the police station over there. I was like, oh, it's gotta be over there, you know? It used to be there, So I drive around and I saw Cust Gym. I say, still here, but it was closed when I come here.
So we just parked and kind of like hung out like stalkers outside for a while. You know, took pictures and videos.
I sit down outside and I just had my moment, you know? I sit down outside, it was Sunday, it was nothing around here. So my wife was like, okay, let's go, we see, you know? And I was like, hold on, let me have my moment here, you know, looking.
For him, I think it was probably like another dream realized, to be able to see where his childhood idol's life started.
It's just incredible to be at the same place he was 20, 30 years ago. As a kid in Brazil, I never thought it would happen.
You could see how excited he was. It's like a little kid, like the stars in his eyes, like. I think it gives him inspiration. Overall, just good vibes, which has kind of been the theme for the past couple camps, too. Good vibes, good food, good energy, good everything. Good training partners, just positive, you know?
I'm I'm way happier now doing the camp here, man. It's no stress. I used to be like, it wasn't fun anymore. It was getting annoying. It's getting to the point that like, oh, I can't wait till I turn like 40 so I can retire. Now I'm like, I want to do this forever. I appreciate what I have, appreciate where I am, you know. It's all about hard work. I feel great in the fight, you know. I feel comfortable. I love to fight. I got a good takedowns and I got a good power in the punches, so I know I can knock anybody out. I think everything's come together. I think I'm a much better fighter than when I fought Jones. I feel like more confident. I feel way better now. I actually got faster because I'm walking around lighter, because of my diet. My cardio is a little bit better because I'm more relaxed when I'm fighting, you know? Anthony Johnson is a good fighter. He got some striking technique and, you know, got some wrestling. If I close my eyes for a second and one of those punches hit you, you know, you're gonna go down. So I gotta be very alert with that. I don't see Anthony Johnson take me down, and if he do take me down, he's not gonna hold me over there. I don't see him outstriking me technical-wise. I don't see his speed and everything. I see his power. He's very powerful, very aggressive, very good fighter. Respect him. The winner of this fight will fight for the title. No doubt about that. I feel confident. This is the guys to beat. This is the fight I want. This is happening, man. I'm happy with this fight, and I'm excited for this fight.
In a division where everyone is trying to get a title shot and everyone's waiting to get that title shot, Glover Teixeira called out the scariest guy at 205 pounds. And that's what I like about this fight. I like the fact that Glover is so confident that he asked to fight the most destructive knockout fighter in the division. Not just in the division, but maybe in the sport. Glover is an incredibly well-rounded guy, and his ability to adjust and the ability to come out ahead and fight is what gives him the confidence to take on Anthony Rumble Johnson. But Anthony Rumble Johnson has a total different level kind of power. And it's just stunning and shocking to see what he's capable of doing to guys.
Both men veterans, 46 combined victories, 31 combined knockouts. As we go inside the numbers for Rumble, 4 performance awards, the most in UFC light heavyweight history.
And we're talking about a guy who started his career at 170. I mean, he is one of the most interesting scenarios in all of MMA, in that fact that he started at 170, now he's at 205, and he's one of the best fighters in the division. He's an absolutely thunderous knockout fighter. But Glover Teixeira has some outstanding knockout power as well. What Glover has on his side, though, is more submissions. He takes guys down, and he looks to fight and fight in more of an unpredictable fashion. Whereas you know Rumble's going to come and just try to bang you out. Glover Teixeira has a lot of options to win the fight. The question is, can he weather the storm that Rumble Johnson brings?
We will find out. This is one of those fights, Joe. Do not blink. Our co-main event later tonight on UFC 202.
In 2006, I was on The Ultimate Fighter 4.
I was a fighter. Being a fighter at one time was the most important thing in the world.
Being part of season 10 of The Ultimate Fighter was great. I'm glad I got to be part of that.
I'm just focusing mostly on trying to build the gym. There's a logical end to my fight career someday when I'm like 150.
I've been living in Ames for the past 7 years, coaching Iowa State's wrestling team.
I've had to see one UFC fight. The only regret I have, I should have worn both gloves.
Josh Barnett!
Josh Barnett is one of the craftiest, most intelligent, and most diverse fighters in the UFC today. He's capable of knocking guys out.
Looking to finish it right here.
Oh, big knee! That's it! He's just cut from a different cloth. He is a fighter.
Josh, the War Master, Barnett!
I am beyond pumped for this season.
16 champions. Only one can become the next great UFC sensation and face the #1 pound-for-pound fighter.
The baddest 125-pounder in the world, Demetrius Johnson.
The Ultimate Fighter, 2-hour premiere, only on FS1.
Before the monster Diaz-McGregor rematch, UFC 202 begins on FS1. Explosive, undefeated, and going for 10 straight wins.
Oh, nasty!
Cody Garbrandt faces veteran striker Takeya Mizugaki.
Finds the target. Oh!
Plus, Pennington battles Phillips. Two women who won't back down. UFC 202 prelims, tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1.
I wanted to get that one back. How could I slap a guy's face all around the octagon for 8 minutes and then lose that way?
That's it! He's got the choke!
It's a tough pill to swallow, but we can either run from adversity or we can face our adversity head on and conquer it.
They thought he was untouchable.
Conor got his ass beat. And I'm not surprised.
And then all of a sudden he's shooting for a takedown, and I'm like, oh, you're a wrestler.
He can say what he wants. Them shots badly hurt him, and he had not many of those left.
We both disagree. That's why we're all here.
The fans have given him this indestructible feeling, as if he can't be knocked out, but he can and he will.
As the world looks upon Las Vegas, ready to witness the rematch of the year, a host of preliminary fights are poised to fire up Sin City. In the featured bout, Cody Garbrandt's lethal fists have made him one of the fastest rising stars in the UFC. But he'll face a battle-tested veteran, Takeya Mizugaki, believing he can halt all of No Love's momentum. Can Mizugaki harness his opponent's power, or will the Team Alpha Male standout move closer to a shot at bantamweight gold? Also tonight, two go-for-broke bantamweights clash when Raquel Pennington and Elizabeth Phillips enter the octagon. Enjoying her longest UFC win streak, Rocky can continue her rise as a contender in 2016, while Phillips looks to extinguish her winning ways. McGregor versus Diaz is coming up, but right now, it's 8 fighters in 4 bouts you don't want to miss. This is the FS1 UFC 202 prelims.
We are back in Las Vegas for UFC 202. Big fights tonight, and we start the action here on FS1. This is the FS1 UFC 202 prelims. Sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. Closed captioning is available for tonight's telecast. And if you'd like to hear the broadcast in Spanish, click over to the simulcast on Fox Deportes. Let's get things started. Hi again, everybody. Mike Colby, my partner Joe Rogan. As always, let's just keep it simple. Nate Diaz is going to play Conor McGregor tonight.
That's a great way to put it. This is an awesome rematch of a very, very exciting fight where Conor McGregor had his moments, but ultimately Nate Diaz closed the show. Nate Diaz feels like he can do it even better this time with a full camp. Conor McGregor feels like he has had the opportunity to prepare for a different fighter for Nate Diaz this time, and he's going to be ready. Nate Diaz, we know, has spectacular jiu-jitsu and excellent boxing, but Conor McGregor is a very unique athlete. At 145 pounds, he's been absolutely devastating. The difference being, of course, that at 170, Nate Diaz was able to absorb his best shots. So the question coming into this big rematch is, can Conor McGregor make the necessary adjustments? And can Nate Diaz do it again? Can't wait.
Titanic rematch later tonight on pay-per-view. Featured prelim here live on FS1. Cody Garbrandt, this kid is on fire, taking on Takeya Mizugaki.
He certainly is. Cody Garbrandt is coming out of a career-defining performance in his last fight against Thomas Almeida, who was an outstanding and very promising young fighter. And there you see the knockout here. He is a spectacular striker, but he's taking on a guy that's tailor-made for an excellent fight, and that is Takeya Mizugaki. Takeya is an excellent boxer with a lot of experience inside the octagon.
Our rules of the octagon. 3 judges scored the bout duration, 3 5-minute rounds. Tonight's main event is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. A 10-point-less scoring system is in effect, with the round winner gaining 10 points, his opponent 9 or less. Judges will score the bouts based on effective striking and grappling, followed by aggression and octagon control in that order. In a stacked strawweight division, 2 of the most exciting competitors are clearly Courtney Casey and Randa Marcos, and they are set to fight tonight. Fresh off her first UFC win, Courtney Casey will look to make it 2 straight tonight in Las Vegas, when she faces Canada's Randa Marcos in a key strawweight clash. After a pair of close decision losses to Joanne Calderwood and COE Ham that still earned her Fight of the Night honors, Cast Iron Casey blasted into the octagon win column with a first-round TKO over Christina Stanchu. Now, she will attempt to repeat that feat against Ontario's Marcos, an Ultimate Fighter veteran who has secured a pair of UFC victories over Aisling Daly and Jocelyn Jones-Lybarger. Coming up next, Courtney Cast Iron Casey battles Randa Quiet Storm Marcos. Our tale of the tape for this strawweight fight is sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one. To right now, the Canadian, 2 years the elder of the American, who is 3 inches taller and will have the reach advantage. All right, let's get it going. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Las Vegas for UFC 202, Diaz versus McGregor 2. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC strawweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 5 wins, 3 losses. She stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 116 pounds. Fighting out of Maui, Hawaii, Courtney Cast Iron Casey. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 6 wins, 4 losses. She stands 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing in at 116 pounds. Fighting out of Windsor, Ontario, Canada, Rhonda Quiet Storm Marcos. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith, our referee. Our first fight here live on FS1. Courtney Casey, Rhonda Marcos.
All right, Courtney ready. Rhonda ready. Fight's on.
Here we go. Blue trunks for the American, Courtney Casey, the Canadian in the red trunks. Or we could go, Joe, red hair for Marcos, non-red hair for Courtney Casey, trying to utilize reach early.
Courtney Casey's very aggressive.
Yeah.
A lot of first-round victories, good striker. And Rhonda Marcos has got a lot of experience in this division. Her 2 losses in the UFC coming to excellent fighters in Karolina Kowalkiewicz and Jessica Panay, former title challenger.
And that was a fight of the night split decision. So Marcos likes to bring it. She's back at Michigan Top Team, where she has trained for years just across the river from her home in Windsor, Ontario, Canada.
You're right behind it. Right behind it. There it is. There it is. Right behind it. Good. Get it up. Right behind.
She trained at TriStar for the Kowalkiewicz fight. That was the first time. But she's back at home, feels confident, throws the leg kick.
Good combination there by Courtney Casey. Muscles her to the ground, grabs hold of her neck. Good knee to the body there.
Casey trying to swarm from this position.
Rhonda has got that arm free of her head, and now she stands up and eats a shot in the process. Beautiful takedown by Rhonda Marcos. Very nicely done. Very nicely done, right into what we call judo side control here. She's got a hold of the head and arm. This is a bad position for Courtney Casey. Good control here for Randa Marcos. But look at this, Courtney Casey utilizing that left leg and getting that hook into play. She may wound up taking Randa Marcos' back if she can get her head free. So Randa right now has the headlock, but you see how Courtney Casey keeps moving her body closer and closer to Rando's? She's trying to get that hook in and then pop her head out from the headlock. If she does, she will have the advantage here.
She's eating a lot of punches.
She is, but she's very close to establishing this position. Randa has to hold on with one arm because she's punching her with the left. It makes it very difficult to keep that headlock. See, so as she's doing this here, if Courtney Casey continues to buck and move, there it is, that's a much deeper hook. Now Randa can't even punch her because she has to defend with that left arm. The right arm is barely holding on to Courtney Casey's head, and if Courtney explodes and pops out of there, she's got Randa's back. This could be a disastrous position, and that's the problem you run in with the headlock. We saw that when Ronda Rousey fought. She got caught in that same position in her UFC debut. So this is a real touch-and-go situation right here for Randa Marcos. There it is.
Nicely done.
And there's the back take, as we discussed.
Now a great position for Courtney Casey.
Fantastic position for Courtney Casey. She's got the
great
back.
pace.
And Randa Marcos is in big, big trouble.
Big time, Joe. She's landing. Randa's trying to scoop.
Huge elbows by Courtney Casey here.
Courtney able to posture up. Another good elbow.
And flattened her down again. Very nicely done. Again, that position is a very problematic position, that holding onto that headlock. And that is what enabled Liz Carmouche, as we said in the Ronda Rousey fight, to get that same thing. Ronda, of course, got out of it and wound up winning by submission. But this is a bad position here for Randa Marcos. Courtney's on top of her now and dropping bombs on her. She's got her leg trapped. You see that, got that one leg, but it's barely in there.
Under a minute now.
She may be
on the clock
attacking that
here in
arm.
the first round,
She
Joe.
may be trying to get that arm, but it's not good right here. Oh, now Randa winds up on top.
Close guard for Casey.
Casey's going for an armbar on the left arm of Randa Marcos. She just needs to get that left leg across the face.
A lot of transitions in this fight thus far.
Now she's got the right leg across the face. She's attacking that arm. That's it. She's on it.
What a finish for Courtney Casey.
Beautiful job of improving her position. Every day, baby. Did you know that?
Yes, I did know that. She said it earlier.
Really outstanding performance by Casey. And what she did was take a bad position. She got thrown. She got stuck in that headlock and worked her way out of that to an advantageous position. And then here, finally, you see her trapping it. Beautiful job, Courtney. And she gets this armbar here, extends it, just spectacular job of moving from a bad position to an excellent one, and then eventually here,
listen,
verbal tap.
You'll hear it.
Say tap. Her arms were trapped, so she was forced to verbally tap. Just great job by Courtney Casey.
And Mark Smith right there, stopping the fight, winner by submission. Courtney Casey. We'll come back and make it official from Las Vegas. Up next.
All right, come on in, ladies.
FS1 UFC 202 prelims, sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. Phil Brooks was a wrestling superstar who left it all behind to pursue his lifelong dream of fighting in the UFC. And now you can be there for the story of CM Punk's journey to his UFC debut. It comes in September in Cleveland at UFC 203. An all new episode of The Evolution of Punk is Monday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1. All right, big win for Courtney Casey. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Mark Smith has called an end to this contest at 4 minutes, 34 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by submission due to an armbar, Courtney Cast Iron Casey.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Courtney Casey, after a spectacular display of wrestling and jiu-jitsu. You just did an amazing job of turning a bad position into a good one. When she grabbed your head, got you down, you took her back from that position and then worked towards the armbar. It was just beautiful.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I trained my jiu-jitsu out in Maui with my husband, Eduardo Sanchez. We practiced that position over and over again. We had the kids drilling it, we had the adults drilling it, so I had it every single day in my head that that's what she was gonna do. You know, just gotta be patient, make sure you don't give up that arm, be lazy, and, you know, transition like a fucking machine gun.
Well, whoops, potty mouth. Now let's look at that transition because she got your back, she got that headlock. Well, here's the final position. This is the arm bar. You caught her with this arm, and you had both arms trapped there. She's actually forced to verbally tap. But if we could show before that the headlock transition to the back take, because that was amazing. When she got you in that headlock and took you back, so you thought that she was going to do that. This is something you had planned for.
Yeah, she did it in the show, and I think she did it in her last couple fights. So we knew it was kind of her go-to move. We're trying to be heavy, kind of sit on it so she didn't get a full, you know, headlock on it, and make sure I really keep my hands together so she couldn't do the lazy submission. But yeah, just took the back from there and worked after that.
Well, here it is right here. You took her back from this position here. Look, this is just an outstanding victory for you, Courtney, especially getting it in the first round. Give us your thoughts on this and how happy you are with your performance tonight.
I'm always happy to be in here. Win or lose, as long as I put on the show and the fans are happy, Dana's happy, owners are happy, I'm happy.
I'm happy as well. Congratulations. Courtney Casey, ladies and gentlemen.
Courtney Casey by submission in the first round. Congratulations.
Great training partner.
Rose Namajunas, she's one of the best in the strawweight division. She is here tonight, ready for the big rematch. And it is coming on pay-per-view. All right, here's what's streaming on UFCFightPass.com. Where are they now? Season 2, original series featuring Jeremy Horn, Chris Lytle, Wes Sims, and more. Fight Pass prelims 1 week from tonight. The featured is Chad LaPrise, the Tough Nations winner, and Tabu Kuti, who was 11-0 when he made his UFC debut. Don't forget 2020, a new episode of the original series continues with Fabricio Verdum and Stipe Miocic. That drops August 30th. And the Octagon will head to Hamburg, Germany for Arlovsky and Barnett. Cannot wait. Now let's check in with Megan O'Leary.
Thanks so much, guys. It's pretty clear this rivalry has gone from Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz to encompassing their entire camps. Chris Avila makes his UFC debut against Artem Lobov, and Chris is from Team Diaz. Artem, of course, is from Team McGregor, and let me tell you, there is no love lost between those two. Earlier this week at the UFC host hotel, they actually had to be separated a couple of times. They had to be rerouted through the building so they wouldn't run into one another. They had to be held in rooms so that they wouldn't come face to face. They are ready to throw down inside that octagon on the Fox Sports 1 prelims, and I'm sure that the two stars of the main event will be paying very close attention. Guys, back to you.
There really has been a lot of psychological warfare going on between the camps, and these two men are a big part of that, Artem Lobov and Chris Avila. It's because the Nate Diaz camp and the Conor McGregor camp, they've been throwing things at each other, arguing with each other, and it is going to set this fight up with a very high level of emotions.
That's up next, the Russian Hammer, Artem Lobov, and Stockton's Chris Avila. And then later, in our featured prelim here on FS1, 9-0 Cody Garbrandt, coming off a knockout win over previously 20-0 Thomas Almeida, looks to continue his meteoric ascension to the top of the division.
As the expectations rise and the pressure, becomes more, I've been here in my life before I've, had a lot of pressure on me. And I was supposed to be locked in bars, but I'm actually locked in a cage, So almost like I'm fighting and living on borrowed time. So I'm just enjoying the process, enjoying the journey, and I'll knock down everyone ahead of me to get to the title. Whatever man stands in my way, I'm gonna knock him out.
Huge right hand! Almeida's out! Cody Garbrandt by first round knockout!
Wednesday, don't miss UFC Tonight as the best team of analysts in the sport recap this weekend's UFC 202 and preview next week's Fox UFC Fight Night. UFC Tonight is Wednesday at 8 Eastern, only on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. The truth is, real fighters like Nate Diaz answer every call, even one that comes 11 days shy of the biggest fight of his professional career, even when the Ultimate Fighter winner had just returned from a food and fun-filled trip to Cabo.
Nathan called me and said, I got to fight McGregor. And I said, no, you don't. He goes, yeah, I got to fight Richard. I said, okay, when? He says, in 10 days. He said, I'll be there tomorrow. I said, all right, man.
About a week before, I had just got back from Cabo. I was semi-active, but I was nowhere near fight shape, you know, or prepping for anything. So I was pretty much off the couch, full of food. We hustled in them 10 days, huh, Richard?
You know, he trained every day. He trained every day, but he wasn't in tip-top shape.
I had to go to the track and do all these sprints and all this from just being fast. Just like 2-hour workout on the track. I was fat and I was out there running with this dude and he's like, just a couple more, and I was just like, dude, kiss my ass. But, you know, in my head I was thinking that, but I was like, all right, let's do it, and we just hustled it out.
I'm more confident now because he's had full training camp. Of course, you know, I know he's gonna do a lot better. His combinations are quicker, he's sharper, better shape, coming in more confident. I mean, big difference, day and night.
Nate Diaz, 23rd UFC fight tonight. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He has only gone the distance 3 times in his professional career. So Nate Diaz feels very confident, Joe, that the same thing will happen later tonight.
Well, if you look at it just purely based on the first fight, he's got to be more confident. He took that fight on 11 days' notice without training. He won, and he won in spectacular fashion. The factors are that Conor was not preparing for a guy like him, and that he didn't have all the pressure on him in terms of sort of like all the promotion that he would have had to have done. He did all that stuff now. Now Conor's preparing for him. So there's so many questions involved in this fight, but if I was Nate Diaz, I'd feel pretty confident.
I would agree, and this is a great precursor to our next fight. It's a turf war in the featherweight division as Stockton and Dublin will be squaring off. Because Chris Avila is a very proud member of Team Diaz, and the Russian Hammer, Artem Lobov, trains with Team McGregor. Before Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor renew their rivalry in tonight's main event, 2 of their teammates will square off on the sport's biggest stage. As Octagon newcomer Chris Avila takes on Ultimate Fighter finalist Artem Lobov. Seeking his first UFC win, Dublin's Lobov is hungry to set the stage for McGregor with a big victory. Lodi's Avila has the same intention for his teammate Diaz. And with 3 consecutive finishes on the regional circuit, the rising California star has motivation and momentum on his side. Coming up next, Chris Avila faces Artem, the Russian Hammer Lobov.
This young man, Chris Avila, stepped towards the octagon for his UFC debut at 23 years of age with a 5-2 mixed martial arts record, training out of the Diaz camp. He's got some very good boxing skills, some very good jiu-jitsu skills, and he's a young man with a very bright future as he makes his UFC debut. He's also got, of course, an excellent camp. Training partner of Nate Diaz, which I'm sure helped him tremendously in preparing for this fight tonight. Artem Lobov makes his way towards the octagon, seeking his first official UFC victory. He had 3 victories by KO on The Ultimate Fighter, stopped 3 fighters, but has yet to achieve an official UFC victory in his professional career. He's so far 0-2, losing to Ryan Hall and Alex White.
Our tail of the tape for this featherweight fight is sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one. To right now, the Russian Hammer, 29 years old. The newcomer, Chris Avila, 23. He will have a 7-inch reach advantage. To make it official, let's get him introduced. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC featherweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu fighter holding a professional record, 5 wins, 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 146 pounds. Fighting out of Stockton, California, Chris Avila! And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a striker holding a professional record, 12 wins, 12 losses, 1 draw, 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 144 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, by way of Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, Artem the Russian Hammer Lobov. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Mark Smith.
Mark Smith, our referee. Chrissy, Vanessa, Ariane, and Brittany, UFC 202. The prelims, right here live on FS1.
All right, Chris, first round. Autumn, first round. Fight's on.
Here we go. Green trunks for Lobov, white trunks for Avila. Long and lean, 23-year-old Chris Avila.
And Artem Lobov is a real brawler. Loves to push the pace and throws bombs.
Definitely pushing forward early. And they break. To the body.
Good left hand to the body by Lobov. And then a good kick to the body by Avila.
Nice kick. Avila 5-2 as a professional.
Another leg kick by Lobov. Switches stances. He'll go back and forth from southpaw to orthodox, equally effective with strikes from either position.
Huge experience difference.
Big kick to the body by Lobov.
27th pro fight tonight for Lobov. Nice. Just able to slip out of the way of danger. And they clinch. Born in Russia. Trains with Team McGregor in Dublin. And of course, here in Las Vegas for the last 8 weeks. Teammate of Conor McGregor. Had some good stoppage wins during his time on The Ultimate Fighter, season 22.
Lobov caught him ducking there with a left hand. You see the power and the pressure of Lobov. And right now, Avila's trying to figure out that distance. It's interesting when you watch his style, very similar to the Diaz brothers, with the way he throws those punches and even his build, long and lean.
Just trying to find his range and start to do some damage. See if there's any type of adrenaline dump. We always talk about that with a newcomer. Good kick. Lobov really mixing it up well, Joe.
Lobov's landed 2 really hard leg kicks here, Mike. And another one. That one really buckled the leg of Avila. And Artem switches stances.
Clipped him. Avila trying to use that long reach.
Avila's his leg is in trouble, that left leg, and he's being hampered by the fact that Lobov is just continuing to put pressure on him and throw bombs, and he doesn't allow Avila to get that distance.
And Lobov, Joe, from the southpaw stance, still coming on the outside of that lead leg.
Yeah, he's attacking it from both ways, and there he did it right there.
UFC fans, choose your side with hashtag Nate Diaz or hashtag Conor McGregor in your tweets tonight and unlock special Twitter emoji to show your support to Nate or Conor in tonight's UFC 202 main event. Good first round for Artem Lobov.
Excellent first round, particularly effective with those leg kicks. There was a good leg kick by Avila.
Yeah.
Got to get more of those off, though.
Yeah, just slip out of the way of harm first. 9 nasty leg kicks thus far by Lobov.
Avila tying him up here. Let's see if he can get it to the ground.
"30 seconds. Young Chris Avila says that his heroes are Mike Tyson, Nick Diaz, and Nate Diaz.
There's a good kick to the body there by Lobov. Continues to put pressure on Avila.
The Russian hammered the aggressor early.
That's what you can do. Sit down. Hold that in his back. Water in your hand.
I'm relaxed.
All you're doing this is recovering. And rinse and spit if you want. His leg is black from the kicks. Absolutely black. So keep doing what you're doing. He's only going in one direction. So let's hard step left, show that left hand, and then chop in that right leg. That's there the whole time. Be careful in this round now. He's going to get a bit more wild with the hands, yeah? So if you're in southpaw, let's keep the left hand up a little bit higher, yeah? Great round. You're in with a kid. You're in with a kid. You're dominating him. He doesn't want to be in there.
Don't change it up. Keep doing what you're doing.
Nice deep breath. In the clinch, just think of turning him. Don't push away, yeah? No pushing. Mouthpiece in.
FS1 UFC 202 prelim sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
Fights on.
John Kavanaugh in the corner of Artem Lobov said his leg is black. And on cue, Lobov punishes it again.
Yeah, he also said, you're in with a kid.
Yeah.
He just wants to be in there. He doesn't know what he's in for.
He did say be careful because he may get a bit wild in desperation here in round 2 with his strikes.
Lobov again attacks that left leg.
Over the top. You could see Chris Avila was trying to time that. Now they clinch.
Avila just doesn't seem to have the power, or hasn't been able to land with enough power at least to keep Lobov off of him.
I mean, it's been all about controlling the octagon for Artem Lobov.
It's been all about landing. I mean, what he's done is he's able to land hard power shots, particularly with that right leg kick and the left hand. And in doing so, he's made Avila very hesitant, and Avila just doesn't know how to control the distance.
He tried to throw that jab out a couple times, Joe. Trying to utilize that long reach.
The problem is when Lobov is going after him, he doesn't seem to have any answers. When Lobov stands in front of him, he's able to have some success. But as soon as Lobov pressures him, he doesn't seem to know how to keep Lobov off of him or how to evade and escape.
He likes that overhand right. Hasn't connected yet, but he's looked for it. The corner of Chris Avila, the Gracie fight team.
Get that jab in his face. Get that jab in his face. Cover his eyes. Cover the eyes.
Make him throw. Right here.
Cover the eyes.
Victor Golden in the corner of Avila.
Both hands, Avila, both
Also
hands.
works with the entire team, including, of course, Nate Diaz. Just past the midway point of this fight. Avila just trying to find an opportunity to gain some momentum.
Yeah, and he looked for a very obvious and telegraphed takedown there,
Yeah.
which might be an indication of his desperation. And Lobov continues to brutally punish that left leg. I mean, it looks nasty right now. 1-2 there by Lobov.
Lobov said Chris tries to copy Diaz's style and relies on absorbing a lot of punches, and in this case, Joe, a lot of kicks. And his lead leg is all messed up.
Again, he attacks that leg. Again, that leg kick, Lobov just continuing to punish him here. And then he smacked him in the head there with an open hand. And now they're talking to each other. Look at the back of the leg of Avila. Oh.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Avila with a shot to the body here.
Final 15 of round number 2. Oh, big connection.
Avila just does not seem to know how to check those. There's a decent knee to the body there by
Just
Avila.
a ton of damage done to the lead leg.
He finna eat that straight right this time, okay? His head's staying straight up now. You got double jab, throw it straight right down the middle. Don't swing it over the top yet. Do the middle first.
Come on, breathe. It's okay. Just breathe. No, just breathe. Just breathe. Go easy. Come on, please, come on.
Hey, listen, Chris.
Yeah.
You can see all his punches coming. He's only winning.
You train too hard for this. Exactly what you're doing. Big leg kicks. When he covers up, hold the wrist and elbow.
right? Artem, third round. Let's just fight. All right? Down, coach.
Set for the third and
All right, guys,
final
third
round.
Fight's on.
Avila has to pull something out.
Yeah, it can be safely said that Chris Avila is way behind in this fight.
Absolutely.
2 rounds. There's a good right kick by Avila. Needs a whole lot more of that.
He's circling away from it.
Yeah, he is
that time.
Smoking that leg. And Avila with a counter right hand. Oh, another one.
He can't even check it.
One.
He hasn't checked any.
He hasn't checked any. It's just his technique is not good. He stands low and heavy on that leg.
And wide.
And Artem is taking advantage of it. And this is also a strategy we may very well see Conor McGregor employ tonight against Nate Diaz, because of course Rafael dos Anjos, who had one of the best fights against Nate Diaz, employed a similar strategy, attacking that heavy lead leg.
And the stories from the McGregor camp have been that Conor has worked a ton on his ground game. So perhaps he will throw those kicks and not be concerned about being on the ground with Nate Diaz. Lobov was looking to go to the body there.
Avila, not only is he behind this fight, Mike, he hasn't shown any indication that he's able to hurt Lobov. So he's going to have to do something truly spectacular and something that's completely out of the norm when you compare it to everything else he's been able to do in this fight. Lobov with a shot to the body. Lobov's got a little bit of blood coming off of his head. And he's indicating that they clashed heads.
Come here. Doc, accidental headbutt. Stay right there,
I don't think
Chris.
it's that big of a
Stay right
deal.
there.
I don't know why they're stopping this to look at it.
Yeah. All right. Good. All right.
Take a look at it. Yeah.
Both you guys, watch your hands when you come inside, all right? Watch your hands when you come inside.
Unintentional, of course.
Time in. Foot.
Time ticking away here in the third and final round. Over the top again.
Avila's really got to go for broke here, Mike. If he wants to win this fight, he has to take the chance of getting stopped. He's got to exchange with him. Or he's got to figure out a way to get this fight to the ground. But he's shown no indication so far that he can do that.
Absolutely.
And he's lucky right now that Lobov does not continue to attack that left leg, because that thing is nasty. It's starting to swell and poke out over the top of his pants.
And just as you say that, he throws the kick.
I mean, you can see the swelling in it from here, Mike.
Chris, watch your
It
hands
is
when you come in.
really nasty.
Lobov will throw outside kicks from that southpaw stance. He was thinking about it right there.
High kick by Avila.
Those soccer-style kicks, when you get some momentum moving back and forth. So vicious. There you go. Perfect example of what I was talking about. "90 seconds remain."
Little slip. Kick, but he fell. Avila on top here.
Can he take advantage of a slip?
Lobov trying to attack that right leg of Avila, and he may use that to sweep, and he does.
They're back
to his
up.
feet. Avila failed to take advantage of an amazing opportunity there for him.
45 seconds.
Another hard kick to the body by Lobov. And again attacks that leg. Straight left.
"25 very damaging leg kicks thrown by 29-year-old Artem Lobov. Vila just could never get his game going. They go the distance. Our move of the fight, sponsored by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period.
And this was really a big factor in this fight, Mike, is these powerful leg kicks by Lobov. Let's listen to them in real time. Is nasty. Chris Avila will not be dancing tonight.
Not at all. We want to know, fans, what you think will be the best move of the night. Tweet and let us know at #MetroMove. And tune into the FS1 UFC 202 post-fight show immediately following the main event for the winning move. You are watching the UFC on FS1.
Respectful. I think it's good. Good. They've been respectful. I think they're good. He's cool. Yeah. They're good.
Nice job, Artie.
Thank you.
Hey, bring my boxing coach in here. Hey, now bring my boxing coach in here.
Let the guy in, Jesus. Let him in.
Seconds.
Big victory for the Russian Hammer. Let's make it official. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges scored this contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Artem the Russian Hammer Lobov.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Artem Lobov. First of all, Artem, congratulations on your first official UFC victory. It seemed a case of too much experience, too much power, and absolutely those leg kicks.
In times of war, my brothers never let me down. The Russian and the Irish Hammers.
How happy are you tonight with this victory? And seeing as you're on Team McGregor, how much of a factor do you think that'll have in the main event this evening?
Absolutely. I've heard Nate say before he doesn't like sharing cards with his teammates, so I made sure to give him that loss. Watch McGregor stop him in the 3rd round.
Congratulations, sir. Look forward to seeing you again. Artem Lobov.
Artem Lobov, is he setting the stage for a McGregor victory later tonight in our main event? Up next, Raquel Pennington, competitor on season 18 of The Ultimate Fighter, takes on Elizabeth Phillips from Spokane, Washington.
All right, big night here in Vegas, a rematch of Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor, Jay Glazer, Brian Stann, and the champ, Dominic Cruz and Sugar Rashad Evans. Time now to take a closer look at tonight's headliner using the Fox Sports Strike Zone, sponsored by Reebok. Be more human. Take it away, Brian.
Well, let's start with Nate Diaz, and there you automatically see the submission skills. There's the rear naked choke he finished Conor McGregor with in their first matchup. You can be sure that's still on Conor's mind. He's an excellent rangy boxer with deceiving power. Guys say that he doesn't throw that hard, but he knocks a whole lot of people out. And the pace, look how many significant strikes he lands. He will keep a pace for 5 straight rounds. His first key, he's got to use that jab. His jab sets up his combinations, it establishes range, and it establishes his pace. Second key, get into the clinch. When you clinch a power striker, it wears their arms down. Make Conor work on that clinch. He's also got some good tricky takedowns and some really good scrambles from there for his chokes. And lastly, taunt Conor. He got Conor emotional this week. He needs to keep that going. Make Conor try to knock him out. That will get him tired. That will allow him to take over the later rounds.
Conor McGregor is known for his talking, known for his trash talking, I should say, and also his power at 145 pounds. He's got a lot of finishes and great finishing ability no matter what weight class he's in, but his killer instinct is part of that finishing ability. He's willing to take a punch in order to put your lights out, and that is a rarity in a sport with 4-ounce gloves, and not something most people are willing to do. He also has to stay patient in this matchup, first key to victory. By staying patient, he doesn't go out there and force the KO. He needs to utilize leg kicks in this matchup for his second key to victory in order to slow down Diaz and keep him from moving. And last, he has to avoid the clinch. Diaz is a bigger, stronger man in this weight class, so he needs to stay out of that and stay free-flowing for his combinations to work.
You know, one thing I would like to see on that whole key to victory, more footwork. Conor's got to be quicker. He's got to be on his feet. He's got to stay on the outside. And for Nate, utilizing that jab is going to be the most important thing. Nate has that jab, and once he starts hitting you and stinging you with it, that 2 follows, which is a straight left hand, and it knocks people out.
And Conor McGregor is a slight favorite in this rematch. The UFC Fight Kits are available at Reebok.com. Guys, it's time for more fights. With that, we're going to send it to the guys with the best seats in the house. Goldie, Joe Rogan, take it away.
Thanks, Glaze. Brian Stann, Dominic Cruz, Rashad Evans doing a great job. They will be with us all night long. After crashing into the UFC win column, Elizabeth Phillips has her sights set high at 135 pounds. And to begin a road to the top, she has to get by Raquel Pennington. Bantamweight standouts Elizabeth Phillips and Raquel Pennington are no strangers to adversity in the octagon. But after recent victories, both have their sights set on a win tonight and even more success in the future. Phillips suffered 2 controversial split decision losses to start her UFC career. But beating Jessamine Duke put her on the right path forward. Pennington knows what it's like to fight back after a defeat. But beating Jessica Andrade and Bethe Correia have Rocky only talking about winning as she enters her showdown with Phillips. Coming up next, Elizabeth Phillips battles Raquel Rocky Pennington.
Elizabeth Phillips makes her way towards the octagon a little over a year after her first UFC victory over Jessamine Duke. Had a bit of a rocky start in her career with 2 losses in a row. But now that she has that 1 win under her belt, would love to keep that going. And tonight has a very difficult challenge in front of her in Raquel Pennington. Raquel Pennington coming off of 2 victories in a row. And prior to that, had a very close split decision loss to Holly Holm. And prior to that, had an amazing first-round Bulldog choke victory at 4 minutes and 59 seconds against Ashley Evans-Smith, one of the most exciting performances of her career.
Tape for this bantamweight fight is sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. Rocky Raquel Pennington, 27 years old. Elizabeth Phillips, 3 years. Her elder, Pennington, will have a 2.5-inch reach advantage. Once again, the veteran voice of the Octagon, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC Bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a striker holding a professional record, 5 wins, 3 losses. She stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 134 pounds. Fighting out of Spokane, Washington, Elizabeth Phillips. And now introducing her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter holding a professional record, 7 wins, 6 losses. She stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 135.5 pounds. Fighting out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, presenting the number 8 ranked bantamweight contender in the world, Raquel "Rocky" Pennington. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
The veteran Herb Dean, our referee. The beautiful Brittany. Great to be here tonight. Raquel Pennington and Elizabeth Phillips.
Ready, ready. Let's fight.
Here we go. Blue trunks for Pennington, black trunks for Phillips. Phillips, born and raised in Spokane, Washington. Trains with 2 Ultimate Fighter winners there. Michael Chiesa, and of course, Juliana Pena.
And Raquel Pennington is very good at establishing distance, about recognizing where she can be hit and where she can't be hit, and has very good hands as well. And you're seeing this now. Elizabeth Phillips is reaching out, trying to catch her, and Pennington is always just slightly out of range. She's a very crafty fighter.
Elizabeth Phillips fighting on her 30th birthday. Looking to counter. Pennington impressive in her last 2 victories. Most notably, the rematch against Jessica Andrade. Performance of the night win.
There was a good leg kick by Phillips. Pennington closes the distance to the jab, and Phillips gets the clinch.
Elizabeth Phillips said she's always been the rebellious one from a small town of 5,000 people. Nice elbow over the top.
Very nice elbow by Phillips. And they're battling it out here in the clinch.
Hey, heavy right on. Heavy right on. Lift her up. Lift her up. Lock your hand. Lock your hand.
So now Rocky has Phillips against the cage. Interesting to see who might want to take this to the ground.
Good knee to the body there by Pennington. I believe Phillips is trying to take it to the ground.
Yeah.
She comes from a very jiu-jitsu heavy camp. You can see here she's working hard for this takedown, putting a lot of pressure on Pennington. Pennington's pummeling under here.
Both these women, Joe, have been in good fights throughout their UFC careers. And this is going to be a dogfight here tonight.
Pennington is constantly in dogfights.
Yep.
I mean, that is one of the signature aspects of her career. She's been in some great fights.
Ah, nice knee. Little hammer fist to the right rib cage of Phillips.
This is a grueling sort of a situation here. These guys are both, girls rather, excuse me, are both exerting a lot of energy here with not a lot of results. And now they separate.
Pennington trying to walk Phillips down.
Phillips with a nice counter jab. She's throwing a good left hand, Mike. Good jabs and good hooks. Oh, she's swinging here.
Phillips coming off elbow surgery. First fight in a little over a year, and they clinch again. Under a minute on the clock.
This time Pennington. Oh, wow. Total grab defense. And Pennington takes her down anyway. Very nicely done by Pennington.
Right in front of our broadcast position.
Stepping over, controlling those legs. She's going to continue to drive forward. And Phillips is going to try to use this cage to stand back up to her feet, and she does so.
Nicely done.
But Pennington still has that single. But Phillips has that neck. This is a tricky situation here.
15 seconds, Joe.
And she might want to just hang out here.
10.
Oh, look at this. Oh,
flurry by Pennington late. Good first round.
Hey, face the crowd. Hey, you're doing great. When you put the pressure on her, she can't feel you.
Think about
She can't feel you.
Got that. Got her master. Grab her arm.
A little more action, you felt it, right? Round one's out of it. Now we go up and up every time from here, right? Second round's better than first. All right? Yeah. You felt it. What you got? Okay.
On the takedowns, feet up, head down. Feet up, head down. Get her feet up, put her head down.
This next round is yours. This is where you turn it on. Okay? Straight punches to kicks. She circles really heavy. That's when you throw your roundhouse. Okay? But continue to be ready to throw punches after you throw your roundhouse.
On the cage, she's not trying for a takedown. She's just trying to clinch you. She's just trying to clinch you. All right? So just punch her. Punch her, punch her, punch her. Let's go.
Let's go.
Back in Las Vegas, back live UFC 202. The prelims continue. Blue trunks for Raquel Pennington and black trunks for Elizabeth Phillips. Pennington pushing forward, much like she did in the latter part of round number one.
Pennington has more technique to her punches. She throws shorter, crisper combinations, but Phillips is threatening with these big, wide, looping power shots. Now, Pennington has to watch her P's and Q's while she gets into distance. There's a knee to the head by Pennington.
Working hard.
Phillips looking for the takedown here, and Pennington, who has very good submission skills, holding onto that neck. She doesn't quite have it though here. She doesn't really have it under the chin. She kind of has the face a little bit. It's tough to see it. They're right in front of us here, but I do not think she's under the neck. I think she's on the jaw.
She's holding on though.
Yeah, see it's slipping off though. See how it's slipping? It's not under the chin. So it hurts, it sucks, but it's not gonna put her to sleep. From this position, you can kind of put someone to sleep if you have an unearthly squeeze across the face from the rear naked choke, but it's very rare that someone gets it from a guillotine. She has adjusted somewhat though. Now she looks more under the chin. But again, this is an arm-in guillotine, which is notoriously difficult to finish from
and
half
she gives
guard,
it up.
and now she's in side control. She's trapped.
She knew she couldn't finish.
Yeah.
She didn't want to burn herself out.
She also knew that Elizabeth had passed over into side control. So she's gonna just try to stand back up to her feet. And she's gotta watch out for the knee as she does so.
And Phillips is gonna try to drag her right back down.
Yeah, Phillips has tied up that left leg a bit, and now Pennington is free.
When you do a fight description of Elizabeth Phillips, grinder is one of the words you use. Certainly been the case so far.
Good drive forward by Phillips, a good recovery by Pennington. Pennington again is looking to control that neck, Mike.
She sure is.
She's got her head in a bad position because her neck is cranked. This is a bad position here for Phillips, and she gets loose. Whenever your head is trapped against the chest of your opponent, you're really in an urgent spot, and Phillips, with her experience, sensed that urgency and got out of there.
Both women working hard.
Pennington continues to try to push that head down. Whenever they're in a low clinch situation, she's looking for that guillotine, and Phillips got to look out for that. Nice knee to the body there by Pennington. And again, see, she's pushing down, but Phillips really trying to drive forward, utilizing a lot of energy here. We've described this so many times that it's not the most exciting aspect of MMA, but it may very well be the most grueling.
For sure.
Is these clinch battles, because oftentimes they're exerting 100% of their effort, which is much more rare when you're standing up, to have 100% effort for these long periods of time like this.
Limited tickets are still available for the UFC's first show in Cleveland, Ohio. The main event pits Cleveland's own Stipe Miocic against Alistair Overeem, plus the debut of CM Punk. He will fight Mickey Gall. To get your tickets, head to theqarena.com.
Very, very excited about that heavyweight title fight, Mike. Stipe Miocic versus Alistair Overeem. That should be a barn burner. Pennington again, trying to hold on that neck, knee to the body. Boy, good luck judging this fight.
I was thinking the same thing.
Pennington's going to take her back here. Phillips has got to be careful.
20 seconds.
And that could be the beat.
That could be the round right there.
For Pennington, absolutely.
10 seconds. Good ground and pound by Raquel Pennington.
Hey, beautiful finish.
Good job, good job.
Finish to that round, all right? Hey, one more step in head. All right, hey, doesn't have to be a supreme effort, okay? If your hands ain't locked, then you give me 80%, all right? But you're doing outstanding with it, outstanding, outstanding. Breathe, breathe.
When you go forward.
You want both rounds, we gotta stay in work. Finish strong.
When you go forward.
We need you finishing her, you understand? She's squeezing that whole round, do you understand me? Liz, go hard here. I'm telling you, push yourself. Do you understand me? Push yourself. If you touch her, you're postured, always. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Posture. Listen, you've got to put an ass kicking on her. Listen, Liz, you've got to put an ass kicking on her this round.
Big takedown late in the second round by Raquel Pennington.
Let's fight.
Third and final round. Wasn't sure if they were going to touch gloves or not. Phillips' corner certainly telling her she needs to be aggressive. She needs to make something happen here.
Pennington with a nice stiff jab here. Utilizing that good distance. There's a good 1-2. But Phillips fires back, and Pennington with a good knee to the body, and back to the clinch, which is where the majority of this fight is taking place. Pennington, maybe because of the success of the last part of that second round, might feel like the best way to get a definitive advantage is to bring this fight to the ground. And Phillips tries to trip her here.
It's a grind, it just hasn't been a brawl.
She's got the leg here, looking to complete this takedown, and she gets it. Nicely done by Pennington. And Elizabeth Phillips took a huge deep breath as Pennington attempts to pass over that right knee, which is critical for her maintaining this position, and she gets it, but they're up against the cage. Phillips scrambles though, and in doing so, she gives up her back.
See if she can get some hooks in here.
This is an excellent position here for Pennington. She's got Phillips flattened out. And Phillips had been taking some huge deep breaths before this position. And this is going to be absolutely exhausting. She's carrying Raquel's weight. Raquel's got her strapped up, holding onto her here. And now she establishes that right hook.
A lot of time remains.
She only has one hook here. She wants to get that left leg in play as well. The left leg is on the outside.
You could see Rose Namajunas, a spectator tonight, but really looking at the idiosyncrasies of this position and this fight.
Pennington's gonna pull her onto her back here and establish that second hook, and here it goes. Here's that left leg. She gets that left leg in play. You see Phillips is really trying to hold it off. Very aware of how dangerous it is, and there it is. She snuck it right in. Full back mount for Raquel Pennington. Not good for Elizabeth Phillips. Pennington also working that left arm under the chin of Phillips. Phillips is trying to use a leg lock on Pennington because Pennington had her feet crossed, which is a no-no in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But I don't think I've ever seen anybody tap for that outside of the gym. Phillips scrambling here, but Pennington moves to a full mount. Very nicely done by Raquel Pennington.
And she had vicious ground and pound at the end
She's gonna lose
of the second. Gonna try to lock it in.
She's gonna mount triangle from the bottom.
Can she get the submission?
Boy, this is a hard move to get unless you're really physically strong. When you're on the bottom, you just don't have the same kind of leverage. You have to have a deep squeeze, and she lost it.
Phillips is fighting submission attempts off, but she's not scoring points. All Pennington here in the third. Top position time.
So Phillips, now she's got to make something happen, Mike. There's a little over a minute to go here, and Raquel Pennington trying to lock up a triangle here, perhaps an armbar, and Phillips powers out of it. Nicely done by Phillips. If she can make something big happen here, Mike, she could conceivably win this round. And that first round was a real toss-up.
Yeah. Can hear the corner of Phillips saying you got to pass, you got to get to a better position. Got one hook.
Yeah, this is not quite enough considering what Pennington had done to her. What Phillips has been able to do is just sort of reverse the position, but then lost a huge deep breath there for Phillips. Raquel Pennington here with 23 seconds left, pushing Phillips up against the cage. Perhaps she might try for a takedown again to secure this round, and here she goes for that. She's got her hands clinched.
Final seconds of this fight.
But Phillips uses that headlock to get back up to the feet.
They go the distance. Our move of the fight is sponsored by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period.
There's a nice knee to the face by Raquel Pennington. And here's a takedown by Pennington. Those were the big moments in this fight, was when Raquel Pennington was able to bring the fight to the ground. And here's some nice ground and pound from side control.
Our official decision is coming up next.
She's on the defense all the time.
A battle between Pennington and Phillips that goes the distance. Here is Bruce Buffer with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-27 for the winner by unanimous decision, Raquel "Rocky" Pennington.
Raquel Pennington, by unanimous decision, earns the victory, her 3rd straight inside the octagon. The UFC's inaugural event, November 12th in New York, is now less than 3 months away as the octagon heads to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
The sport of mixed martial arts was legalized in the state of New York.
The UFC is headed to New York State in Madison Square Garden.
The wait is finally over. That's sports history, ladies and gentlemen.
That's going to be awesome. All right, coming up back-to-back first-round knockouts, the most recent coming against 20-0 Brazilian Thomas Almeida. Cody Garbrandt is without a doubt the one to watch at 135. But his opponent tonight, Takeya Mizugaki, is laser-focused on just one thing, becoming the UFC's first Japanese champion.
夢というか目標は USC のチャンピオンなんですけど、間違いなく USC のチャンピオンというのは USC が世界一の団体だし USC のチャンピオンが明らかに MMA のナンバー1だから僕のそれが目標です。
In my career, wanting to fight some of the best. You're starting to see my skills on display. I'm wrecking everybody. I'm going out there and finish one in 3 minutes because that makes me more motivated to fight, more motivated to do everything they've been working for.
Cody Garbrandt versus Takeya Mizugaki is a real crossroads fight. A fight between an old veteran in Takeya Mizugaki, a guy who has beaten really tough guys like Francisco Rivera and Eric Perez, George Root. But he's taking on a guy in Cody Garbrandt who is undefeated in the UFC and coming off his most spectacular victory to date.
Almeida's getting diced up. Huge right hand. Almeida's out.
Cody's execution was perfect. outstanding combinations and lit Thomas Almeida up.
What a moment for the Ohio native.
I'll knock down everyone ahead of me to get to the title. Whatever man stands in my way, I'm gonna knock him out.
Cody Garbrandt stops Marcus Brimage.
コーディと戦って向こうも打撃がすごい得意な選手なので逆に KO するっていうチャンスはかなりあると思う。
Not too worried about Mizugaki and wherever the fight takes place. I know that I'm a better athlete, a better fighter, faster fighter, a meaner fighter. He's trying to stop me from my dreams, and it's gonna be a bad night for him.
Coming up, it is our featured matchup here on FS1 as Cody Garbrandt battles Japan's Takeya Mizugaki. This is the UFC on FS1.
Show what you're all about, Cody.
Cody Garbrandt is coming off of one of the most spectacular performances of his career against Thomas Almeida. Steps into the octagon as a heavy favorite against Takeya Mizugaki.
Our tail of the tape for this bantamweight fight is sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. Cody Garbrandt, 25. Takeya Mizugaki, 7 years his elder. He will have a 3-inch reach advantage. And once again, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC bantamweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 21 wins, 9 losses, 2 draws. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Kanagawa, Japan, Takeya Mizugaki. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter holding an undefeated professional record. 9 wins, no losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 136 pounds. Fighting out of Sacramento, California, presenting the number 8 ranked bantamweight contender in the world, Cody No Love Garbrandt. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, John McCarthy.
Big John McCarthy, our referee for this featured preliminary matchup on FS1. Cody Garbrandt and Takeya Mizugaki. And we are underway. Blue trunks for Cody Garbrandt, black trunks for Takeya Mizugaki. Vicious kick early.
Cody Garbrandt, who's a huge favorite coming into this fight. But one thing that always concerns me when someone's a huge favorite is whether or not they take their opponent lightly, or whether or not they're not nervous going into a fight. There's a good leg kick by Takeya Mizugaki. There's a tremendous amount on the line here for Cody Garbrandt. He's 9-0, and he's one of the most exciting prospects in this division. But he's fighting a guy in Mizugaki who's a real veteran. A guy who's got victories over people like... Oh, he just tagged him with a beautiful right hand.
Looking for the finish.
That's it. That's it.
Just like that.
No concern, I guess. Cody Garbrandt, nothing short of spectacular.
That answers that question.
It certainly did, Mike, and that was the only concern coming in here. Cody Garbrandt has been able to do that to virtually everyone he's faced inside the octagon, including Thomas Almeida, a guy who many people thought is a future champion.
Almeida was 20-0. All right, let's take a look at our Move of the Fight. Sponsored by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the Blazing Fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period.
The speed and the power and the combinations of Cody Garbrandt. There's that beautiful, crisp right hand and the follow-up afterwards. Look at it here. It's a slap first, and then a beautiful right hand. Really, the hand was just to gauge distance, to drop that hammer of a right hand. And there's a right hand uppercut. Mizugaki goes limp, and they could have stopped the fight there. Let's check it again. Boom. See, the slap is really just, he's just extending his hand, finding the distance, drops that right hand in. Boom, hammer fist again. This guy is one of the most exciting prospects, if not the most, in this division.
Prospect turned contender, without a doubt. Cody Garbrandt. Don't forget, fans, we want to know what you think will be the best move of the night. Tweet and let us know at #MetroMove and tune into the FS1 UFC 202 post-fight show for the winning move. Cody Garbrandt with this finish and victory now has 4 straight wins in the bantamweight division. The only one with more, the champion. And Cody has started to call out Dominic Cruz a little bit. It's getting good. All right, let's make it official. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee John McCarthy has called a stop to this contest at 48 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Cody No Love Garbrandt.
All right, folks, I'm here with the winner and the most exciting and explosive prospect in the bantamweight division, Cody Garbrandt. That was just about as clean and as perfect as you can get.
Thank you. First, I want to give thanks to the Lord for giving me the courage and the dream to feel it and chase this dream. But yeah, it was a great fight with Takeo Mizugaki. I respect him as a veteran, and I knew I had to go out there and put him away early.
Let's take a look at some of the action here, Cody, because you set him up with the right hand, you extended your left, you kind of slapped him here with this just to get distance, and picture perfect right hand, and as soon as you had him hurt, you swarmed.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed I hurt him early on and just opening, don't get over jealous. I was a big favorite. He's still a killer in there. He has nothing to lose, so I knew I have to just pick my shots and I take him out.
Now, Cody, this moves you to 10-0 in the UFC in your mixed martial arts career, and Dominic Cruz has expressed an interest in fighting you for the title. Give us your thoughts on that.
What's up, Dominic Cruz? Where you at? I just knocked him out faster than you. I'm going to break your jaw. I'm going to show you who your daddy is for real.
I would love to see that fight. Congratulations to you, sir. Look forward to seeing you soon. Cody Garbrandt, ladies and gentlemen.
I knocked him out faster than you did. I love it. That is a young kid with a ton of confidence, and justifiably so. Cody Garbrandt, 48 seconds is all it took. He's 5-0 inside the octagon. Stars in the house. There's our good buddy Anthony Kiedis. Red Hot Chili Peppers.
What's he doing to that apple?
I have no idea. Maybe we'll ask him.
Don't ask him.
And Iron Mike Tyson in the house. Great to see the champ. The new season of The Ultimate Fighter is fast approaching, and it's got a special twist. The winner of The Ultimate Fighter, Team Benavides against Team Cejudo, Tournament of Champions, will face flyweight title holder Demetrius Johnson on the finale in December. The new season starts Wednesday, August 31st on FS1.
Ultra-competitive world of mixed martial arts, one warrior reigns supreme.
He's the best. I'm telling you, that kid is the best.
Demetrius Johnson, the man they call Mighty Mouse, has completely dominated the UFC's 125-pound division.
That's the best pound-for-pound fighter ever.
With unparalleled athletic ability. Wow! And vicious knockout power.
The most complete MMA game out of any fighter I've ever seen, ever. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You're the best pound-for-pound fighter I've ever seen.
Demetrius Johnson has been completely dominant in the sport of mixed martial arts. This guy hasn't lost a fight in 4 years, defended his title 8 times, and he is the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world. He's fought and beat most of the guys in the top 10 already. So what we've done here is we've gone out and we did a search to see who in the world can beat Demetrius Johnson.
After scouring fight promotions all around the world, 16 fighters have been found, all champions in their own right. They have brought their belts to Las Vegas to compete in the toughest MMA tournament ever.
This is by far the most talented collection of fighters we've ever had on The Ultimate Fighter. We have guys from organizations in Japan, Brazil, Mexico, Australia, and they all have one thing in common. Every one of them is a world champion.
They'll be coached by 2 of the top 125-pounders in the UFC. Joseph Benavidez and Henry Cejudo. At stake, a 6-figure UFC contract and a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. And the Ultimate Fighter winner will get a title shot against Demetrius Johnson for the UFC Flyweight Championship.
I'm keeping my belt. I'm going home with another belt. I'm going to be UFC Flyweight Champion. Demetrius Johnson, keep your chin down, because I'm coming to get you.
Get ready for the Ultimate Fighter, a tournament of champions.
What a format to the next season of The Ultimate Fighter. But first, 1 week from tonight, Damian Maia, Carlos Condit. It is the UFC live on Fox from beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Then the Tournament of Champions premieres August 31st, right here on FS1. UFC Fight Night comes your way from Hamburg, Germany, Saturday, September 3rd. The main event, Arlovsky and Barnett. That is exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. And UFC 203 will feature Cleveland's own Stipe Miocic against Alistair Overeem as the Octagon goes to the banks of Lake Erie for the very first time. Saturday, September 10th, 10 in the east, 7 in the west. All right, when we come back, we will check in with Jake Glazer, Brian Stan, Dominic Cruz, and Rashad Evans. This is the UFC on FS1.
Oh, Las Vegas is the scene of a lot of bad blood this weekend. Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz, and now Cody Garbrandt and Dominic Cruz. This is the FS1 UFC 202 prelims, and they're sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. Welcome back inside the arena. Jay Glazer, Brian Stan, the champ, Dominic Cruz, and Sugar Rashad Evans. And you know we all want to get right into this, but let's take us through the highlight before Dominic can jump in. Hey, Brian Stan, take us through the Cody Garbrandt highlight.
With Dominic Cruz watching closely, eating some snacks like he was ready to pounce on his prey, Garbrandt came out fast and showed the type of hand speed that we've grown accustomed to. He's quick, he's powerful, beautiful right hand right after the jab, and once he smells blood, he is all over you. He's athletic, he's fast, he can wrestle, but more than anything, he's got vicious knockout power, and then he went immediately with Joe Rogan to call out our champion, Dominic Cruz.
Yeah, he very much reminds me of an old foe of mine that I fought in 2010 to win the WEC title, Brian Bowles, except he's got a lot more tattoos. That's the only difference I really see. They both got power in their hands. They both come forward, they're both hungry. But more than anything, what I like about Garbrandt is he believes in himself right now. He's got the mojo in his blood right now because he's got some wins going. But he is the only guy I know who asked for a title shot and is pushing for one when they go backwards in the rankings to fight people.
And I wish the fans at home could have seen him, right? Rashad, when he's watching the fight over here, he's eating an apple, he's on the phone, he's trying not to just lose his mind and jump back down there.
He actually just paid him a compliment. You just paid him the
I heard Dom gave him a compliment. That's good though, Dom, because he does have that kind of power. And you know how it is. It's a power shot. A person try to hit the power shot. Whenever you try to hit it, it never shows up. But Garber's been very good at consistently finding that shot. And it's because he throws a lot of combinations and he has this blazing speed and power to match.
I think the speed is his biggest gift in this matchup against Mizugaki. He was just a little bit too quick for him. And then he's got the boxing combinations too. He's not just throwing 1 or 2 punches at a time, and that's what I got to give him credit for in this matchup. He's throwing combinations. He went out there, got the job done. He looked like he has in his last 4 fights, and he went out there and did what I thought he would in the first round, and I'm glad he's doing this. We need guys like him in the bantamweight division. More guys need to step up and follow that lead. Let's go. Believe you can beat me, because I'll go out there and embarrass you whenever you're ready.
I mean, he did look like a world beater, but I don't know if he's down to any world beater.
I love world beaters. I eat them for breakfast.
And for those who didn't tune in earlier, about 2.5 hours ago, 2 hours before his fight, you guys got into it right when he arrived.
Well, it was just more of running into each other and kind of staring each other down and getting a feel for the stare down that I'm sure is going to be happening in the near future. You know, when you got a guy who believes in themselves as much as he does, and then he's got a good support crew coming from Sacramento and that team over there, so I'm not surprised by this at all, and I enjoy it. I like it.
Pretty interesting that all of his fans seem to be seated right here, literally holding up signs right now for Garbrandt while we talk about this highlight. I'll tell you what, Dominic Cruz shows off a mental game unlike many other, keeping it cool right now.
I tell you what, it is impressive because you have a job here to be objective as an analyst, yet this guy's calling you out for a fight, and you're not even twitching. You're doing all right.
I have to separate. I'm not fighting him right now, you know, and this is something that comes with this job that I think that people don't give a lot of us credit. We got to compete with these individuals. I got to get behind and find out information about these guys to give the fans at home a real look at how good these guys are. Cody Garbrandt is good. I can't sit here and talk nothing but trash about him because I got to do my job. He throws good combinations. He's got good speed. He uses boxing. He's 30-1 as an amateur pro boxer. He was out for a year because of concussions. He hates, you know, the problems that he's had in his past, but he's brought it over to MMA. He's turned a new leaf, and he's hungry, and he wants to fight in the bantamweight division. He won't touch my belt. I am the best in the world. I was gone for 4 years. I was on the couch eating bonbons. I came back, took my belt back. Cody Garbrandt, you're going to be a lost soul in there with me, homie.
There's the Dominic Cruz that we were waiting for, that we know and love.
Well done.
Yeah. All right, well, he is trying to call you out for your title. There are 2 guys fighting tonight, hoping for a shot at the light heavyweight title. It is our co-main event of the evening. Anthony Rumble Johnson, Sugar Rashad Evans, that's your teammate. He goes against Glover Teixeira. Hey, we know Rumble hits. How hard does he hit exactly?
Well, he hits really hard, and he's not my trainer. I don't spar with him just because he hits so hard. But let me tell you about AJ. He has a lot of power in his hands, but also in his feet. He's been working on his wrestling, working on rounding out his game with Neil Melanson and his wrestling with Babak. So he's become a different fighter and a different mentality now coming into this fight with Glover Teixeira, because now he believes he is actually championship material.
See, here's another example of what I'm talking about. Rashad Evans fought Glover Teixeira, and he's saying nothing but kind things, and that makes him a gentleman. And we got to do that. We are human beings up here. We do have a job to do, and we're trying to give the fans what they deserve.
Brian Stan, again, this is a huge matchup here in Glover Teixeira, who's been around for ages, right? Since Chuck Liddell was the champion, right? And he's going against a guy named Anthony Johnson, who has, man, some of the heaviest hands there are. All right, time now to send it down to the cage with Joe Rogan standing by with the Prez, Dana White. This place is about to erupt.
Dana White, there's 2 questions in my mind going into this matchup. Can Conor McGregor make the necessary adjustments? And can Nate Diaz do it again?
Yeah, this is one of those fights that isn't about titles. It's not about where you stand in the rankings. It's 2 guys that have that dog in them, and they want to do it again. They want to fight again. At 170 pounds, will Conor come in and will he use leg kicks this time? Will he throw flurries and not try to load up on everything? You know, he loaded up on every punch in that first round, gassed himself out. Nate Diaz has a granite chin, has outstanding stand-up, and obviously great jiu-jitsu.
And it's also a fight where Conor McGregor is trying to get back what he had. He's this phenomenal athlete. He just stormed through the featherweight division, knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds, set the world on fire, has this setback, and is obsessed with regaining his status that he had before that fight.
Well, that punching power isn't the same at 170 pounds against a 170 pounder like it is at 145 pounds. So he's going to have to completely change his whole game plan and style for this fight. I'm serious. I can't tell you the last time I was this excited for a fight.
I'm very excited about it as well. First of all, because Nate Diaz has a full camp. We're talking about a Nate Diaz that beat Conor McGregor 11 days out with no camp whatsoever.
They both had a full camp to train for each other this time.
This should be very, very interesting, and it's probably the most compelling matchup in all of combat sports right now. Another very compelling matchup is the #1 and #2 light heavyweight contenders, Glover Teixeira versus Anthony Rumble Johnson.
Two guys with legitimate knockout power. They're going to come out and go toe-to-toe. The Conor Diaz fight, everybody's like, nobody's talking about that fight. That fight is outstanding.
It is outstanding, and it's scary. And nobody wants to fight Rumble Johnson. Glover Teixeira calls him out. He says, "Let's dance, baby." and Rumble was like, "Is someone actually calling me out?"
I love it. Great fight. Two big, nasty 205-pounders, like I said, with knockout power in both hands.
It's a special fight, and we have Donald Cerrone, who has looked sensational at 170 pounds, taking on a gorilla in Rick Story.
Yeah, a really interesting fight. You know, Cerrone obviously has to keep it on his feet, and he looked fantastic his last time out, and Cerrone is always fun to watch.
Cerrone against Patrick Cote just looked as good as he's ever looked like a real championship caliber fighter, but I think Rick Story's going to give him a big test. He's a real strong, powerful guy and an excellent wrestler.
Couldn't agree with you more.
It's a sensational card, and it's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you, Jay.
All right, thanks, Joe. Hey, you can just feed off the energy. The place has been crazy all week long, guys. It is prediction time now. Nate Diaz, last time they fought, choked out Conor McGregor. McGregor immediately asked for a rematch. He got it. These two guys have been going at it all week long. Does Conor McGregor exact his revenge?
No, I think Nate Diaz takes it. I've waffled on this one all week, but watching the mind games and watching Nate Diaz be able to get under the skin of Conor McGregor, if he can taunt him early, if he can establish his jab and push the pace early, I think that cardio, the pace, and the volume of significant strikes of Nate Diaz is going to overwhelm him and win a 5-round decision.
You know, the best, I got to go with Diaz in this matchup first off. I want to say that because I picked Conor McGregor in the first matchup they had because I thought he would be a little quicker and take his time going for the knockout. After watching that fight, I assessed it and realized that I don't know if Conor has the style to go 5 rounds with a guy like Nate at the pace that Nate keeps, at the weight that Nate is. For that fact, I'm taking Nate Diaz. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's got an outstanding gas tank, and he's got the edge on the ground.
Yeah, I'm going with Diaz as well, and I'm going with Diaz because of the fact that he is a bigger fighter, and he's more well-rounded as far as with the ground submissions and the reach as well, too. He has a reach, and it caused problems last time that he fought Conor. Conor was not able to get away from that jab, which set up the left hand, which then made him go on the ground, and then he got the submission. So with that said, I'm going with Diaz, and I think he's going to be bigger, he's going to be stronger, and he's going to stop him in the 3rd round.
Hey, Dominic, obviously you try and get under people's skin. That's part of your little repertoire there. Oh, come on, that's your, please, what are we talking about? Give these guys advice as they're walking to the cage tonight, how to, and tell fans how to separate yourself from the emotion as you're walking in.
I mean, you're asking me, but you watch these guys separated this entire time. Conor McGregor has the biggest following in anybody in this sport right now, and he brushes it off, but he also sucks in that energy and uses it. The question really is, how much of that energy is going to hurt you, and how much of that energy can you use and still stay composed? That is the key in this. Take away all emotion. Turn off the fact of what you feel outside of that cage, because on this night, you're a mixed martial artist, and you two are both brawlers, and that's all that really matters in that octagon.
Yeah, when I fought John Jones, when I fought Rampage, it was all about me controlling my emotion going into that fight. I didn't do so well with John Jones because I was too emotional going into the fight. The winner of this fight is going to be the one who can be the coolest, the one who can go out there and execute their technique.
And Conor's done that before. I mean, he's built a massive stage. He's done it before. We'll see if he does it tonight.
All right, folks, again, order UFC 202 pay-per-view now. Don't forget also to tune into the live UFC 202 post-fight show right here on FS1 afterwards. Stan, Cruz, he'll stick around. Rashad Evans, Megan Levy following the pay-per-view. Stick around, folks. Enjoy the fights.
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyrighted work is illegal. Criminal copyright infringement is investigated by federal law enforcement agencies and is punishable by up to 5 years in federal prison and a fine of $250,000.
what kind of fighter would I be if I lose to a man and didn't want to get revenge?
If you're a fighter, you always want that one back. But I plan on winning the fight.
Nate Diaz, Conor McGregor.
The first fight was a bolt of lightning. It came out of nowhere and electrified everyone. At UFC 196 in March, reigning UFC featherweight champion Conor McGregor, the Irish superstar, who took the fight game by storm, moved up 25 pounds on 10 days' notice to take on a cult hero, Nate Diaz, a much bigger man with skills that are world-class and a scowl that's all Stockton.
The Diaz factor is real. You know, Diaz is a huge star himself. He's got a huge following, a big fan base.
When you talk about fighters and their mentality, the anybody, anywhere, anytime, that is Conor McGregor. This guy makes the fight business fun.
Here we go!
Each man took turns dominating the action in a brutal and beautiful display of martial arts.
Diaz, big punches. Conor comes back. What a fight!
Diaz would finish McGregor to win the battle.
He stopped! It is all over!
But their war was far from over. Conor McGregor was obsessed. He demanded to run it back. Nate Diaz obliged. The first fight seemed to raise more questions than it answered. Would it have gone differently at lightweight? What if both had full training camps? Who would win in a rematch? Tonight, all questions will be answered at the crossroads of victory and vengeance. They will meet again at welterweight, again with the world watching. It's UFC 202, Nate Diaz versus Conor McGregor 2. How the rematch plays out is anyone's guess, but if lightning does strike twice, don't be surprised.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
The Octagon has returned to the beautiful T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Tonight, it is UFC 202, Diaz versus McGregor 2. Closed captioning is available for tonight's pay-per-view. Tonight's SAP, brought to you by UFCEspanol.com. Tonight's broadcast available in 100% Spanish. Let's get things started. Hi again, everybody. I'm Mike Goldberg. Welcome once again to the Ultimate Fighting Championship. To say that Conor McGregor has been haunted by his loss to Nate Diaz, maybe not enough, maybe not as descriptive as it needs to be. Obsessed, possessed for the rematch tonight, that, my friends, may be more accurate. My partner is always Joe Rogan. This is a great matchup.
Welcome to the most compelling matchup in combat sports today. It's a very, very unique situation where you have a guy in Conor McGregor that is such a special athlete, such a spectacular performer, who took a high-risk fight on short notice and lost terribly. Lost in a terrible situation to Nate Diaz, a guy who really didn't get a chance to train for that fight, took the fight on 11 days' notice, beat him, and choked him. Conor feels like he can do better. Nate feels like he can do even better than he did in the first fight, and here we are again 5 months later.
Forever and ever they've been going back and forth, but the verbal sparring continued and hit a high on Wednesday of this week.
Or a low. Yeah, they threw bottles at each other. They got ridiculous. I mean, I don't know why he thought he'd be that accurate that he could hit Nate Diaz in front of a wall of security guards. This is mostly theatrics and nonsense, really. And that's a lot of what Conor does. I mean, what Conor does is a lot of hype, a lot of mind games, and that's part of the factor of the first fight. Those mind games don't work on Nate Diaz. He's a master trash talker himself, and he's used to it. He grew up with Nick Diaz. I mean, how often do you think he got trash talked at the dinner table? He's a black belt in it. It's not going to bother him. And you saw that in the first fight. He doesn't get psychologically rattled the same way the other opponents that Conor McGregor faced did. He enjoyed it. He likes it. He likes that kind of a stare down like they did at the weigh-ins.
He feels like he is the superior martial artist.
Well, he's absolutely superior in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And he is a bigger man. He's a bigger man with real experience against world-class fighters. And he proved, at least in the first fight, that he was the better man. But what Conor McGregor has been is a spectacular performer. What he has been is a guy who rises to the occasion. The Jose Aldo fight is a perfect example of that. The biggest fight in his career, and he fought a perfect fight and knocked Aldo out in 13 rounds like that. What Conor McGregor has been able to do in his career is rise to the occasion and put on spectacular performances. The question is, can he make the proper adjustments to beat Nate Diaz tonight, and can Nate Diaz do it all over again?
He's confident he will. He says, I will get my redemption. Co-main event, spectacular matchup. Winner will fight Daniel Cormier for the belt. It's Rumble and it's Glover Teixeira.
Good Lord, what a good fight this is. I was so excited when Glover Teixeira decided to call out Rumble Johnson, because nobody calls out Rumble Johnson. Because when you do, this kind of thing happens. Rumble Johnson is, in my opinion, the most terrifying knockout artist in this sport. This guy just has ridiculous power and outstanding striking technique. But Glover Teixeira is an incredibly well-rounded fighter. He is a man who literally can do it all. He can wrestle. He has a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's got serious knockout power, and he's got a lot of experience against world-class fighters.
What a difference in the emotions pre-fight. Mutual respect, no trash talking between these two.
None at all. I mean, both those guys are gentlemen. They both realize there's a tremendous amount at stake. They have a lot of respect for each other, and they know these guys are veterans. You're not going to get in each other's head. Just be kind, be friendly, and beat the crap out of each other tonight.
Yeah, combined 46 wins, 31 combined knockouts. And fans, we are set for a great night of fights. We take a look at the rest of the card, sponsored by EA Sports UFC 2. Game Informer calls it an adrenaline rush. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free, now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. And we start in the welterweight division as South Korea's Hung-Kyu Lim fights Octagon newcomer 7-0 Mike Perry. And in welterweight, UFC veteran Rick Story seeks his 4th straight Octagon win when he collides with Donald Cowboy Cerrone. We take a look inside the locker room of Albuquerque's Tim Means, who's coming off a performance of the night knockout finish of John Howard. His opponent, Sabah Hamasi, who's coming off his own knockout victory and makes his UFC debut tonight, riding a 3-fight win streak. Our rules of the Octagon. 3 judges scored the bout. The bout duration, 3 5-minute rounds. Tonight's main event is scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. A 10-point plus scoring system is in effect, with the round winner gaining 10 points. His opponent 9 or less. Judges will score the bouts based on effective striking and grappling, followed by aggression and Octagon control in that order. The night has finally arrived. Diaz versus McGregor 2. Veteran Tim Means has been showcasing the best form of his professional career, and he's determined to keep that momentum going as he faces hard-hitting newcomer Sabah Hamasi. Welterweight sluggers intent on putting on a winning show here in the fight capital of the world. Newcomer Sabah Hamasi and veteran Tim Means will not back down from a fight when the Octagon door closes tonight, setting the stage for fisted fireworks.
Tonight, I want to win my UFC debut against Tim Means, and I want to make a statement and let everyone know in the welterweight division I'm here to stay.
He's strong. He doesn't have good head movement. I'm looking to knock the dude out.
A member of the renowned American top team, Saba Hamasi represented his squad on season 21 of The Ultimate Fighter. And tonight, he will do so in the octagon as he makes his UFC debut against Tim Means. Winner of 3 in a row in 2016, with each of his victories coming by way of knockout, Hamasi will bring the heat as he searches for his 4th win of the year.
It's gonna feel great to get my first win in the UFC against Tim Means. It's been a long time coming, and I just can't wait to get in there and do it.
Albuquerque standout Tim Means has been a dues-paying member of the School of Hard Knocks. But at 32, the Dirty Bird may be hitting his prime, with knockouts of Diego Lima and John Howard, proving that if an opponent is going to stand and trade with him, he has the power to end that opponent's night in a hurry.
This is my night because I've already been through the hard struggles. I'm gonna get a knockout and I'm gonna win here in Vegas.
Longtime member of American Top Team, the New Jersey native, Saba the Problem Hamasi. 8 of his 11 career wins by knockout, 5 first-round finishes, and he makes his UFC debut tonight, Joe, riding a 3-fight win streak.
Yeah, Tim Means said it best. He's a strong, powerful kid. But man, he's got a tough matchup. Tim Means is a very, very technical and highly skilled fighter. So Saba, who has been on The Ultimate Fighter, lost a 3-round decision. He has an opportunity to step into the UFC and fight a guy who, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous 170-pound fighters in the world.
He's an entertainer. That's how he likes to perform. He likes to put on a show. He wants to not only get the victories he talked about, he wants to make a statement. And he did say about his opponent, Tim Means, that he likes the matchup, Joe, because he knows that Means is going to bring it.
Means definitely brings it. He's a big, long, tall guy with great reach and great technique, and he's very versatile. But Saba is training at American Top Team, which we've said time and time again is one of the very best gyms in the world. So he will be as prepared as he can be for this highly anticipated UFC debut.
He said the origin of his nickname, I'm just a problem in every way you look at it. Problem child growing up, and everyone who knows me calls me a problem. Saba, the Problem Hamasi. Making his UFC debut. Against the Dirty Bird, Tim Means. Coming off a performance of the night knockout of John Howard, Tim Means, this second stint in the UFC, has been one, Joe, in which he has really showcased his brawler's instinct.
Well, what he did was he moved up to 170 pounds, Mike, and that was a big factor because at 6'2", he was just killing himself making 155. He looked emaciated at the weigh-ins and on death's door, and then the next day, when he fought, he would be very depleted. He just was not able to fight up to his true potential. But at 170, he's been nothing short of spectacular, and he's coming off of one of the best performances of his career, a first-round knockout of a second-round knockout of John Howard, who was an excellent fighter as well. So, and before that, he had a great fight with Matt Brown, a back-and-forth fight where he caught Matt Brown but then got caught in a choke. So that was an exciting fight as well, and it showcased how versatile Tim Means is. I think Tim Means is one of the craftiest, sneakiest guy with some of the best elbow technique that you're going to see inside the octagon.
8th UFC fight at 170. Tim Means is 5-2 as a welterweight. Of his 25 wins, 17 have come by knockout. Tim Means. the Tape is brought to you by the new movie Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry. Starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond. In theaters everywhere. Friday means 5 years older. He'll have a 3-inch reach advantage. And to get things underway, live on pay-per-view, here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas for UFC 202, Diaz versus McGregor 2. And now, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 11 wins, 5 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 170 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, Sabah the Problem Homasi. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 25 wins, 7 losses, 1 draw. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Tim the Dirty Bird Means. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Herb Dean, our referee, and UFC fans, let your voice be heard. Tell us who you think is winning each fight by following at UFC on Twitter. All it takes is 1 click. You will score the fight. You'll see the results live. Find out how your vote stacks up.
Ready, fight? Ready.
Here we go. Tim Means in the blue trunks. Sabah Homasi in the white trunks. Means the southpaw. Got the reach advantage. And he fights long.
Good kick, good counter left hand by Tim Means, right on the button. And Sabah's moving away now. And Tim trying to slide away and land another one. Good leg kick by Sabah.
Means with that long reach, oh, he just delivered one right to the chin of Sabah Homasi.
Another good leg kick by Homasi. It's the way Tim delivers those punches too. With no excess movement, it's perfect technique. Sabah's really concentrating on those leg kicks, Mike. Leg kicks and movement.
Again, nice clinch work.
He ragdolled him to the ground there with that tie choke.
Nicely done, though. Stayed with it, Joe.
Very nice by Sabah Homasi on top here, but he's got to be careful. Tim Means is a very effective guard. Very long legs, dangerous off his back.
Means winner of 5 of his last 6 fights.
Sabah playing it safe here, staying tight. Means is going to scramble here, try to get back up to his feet. He's got 1 knee down, he's back up, very nicely done.
Homasi tried to change levels, Means works his way out of it. He's really looking to utilize the clinch here.
Sabah's got to be careful about the adrenaline dump. Be careful he doesn't slow down either. Tim Means is a very experienced guy, very good at conserving his energy.
Yeah, you talked about it earlier already, Joe, the economy of motion for Tim Means.
Yeah, you never see him throw big, wide, excessive shots. Everything he does is crisp. And Means here with the clinch.
Watch the elbows, hold inside, stay inside.
You hear his coach saying, watch the elbows, and it's because Tim Means is just outstanding at that.
Got him with that.
There we
that
go.
was the left that came over the top. Pardon me, the right. This southpaw against orthodox. Look for those straight punches.
Homasi's taking some big, deep breaths, Mike.
Yeah.
We're only halfway into the first round. He's already slowing down.
He's swinging, though.
He certainly is. Big, wide, swinging motions, though, that require a lot of energy.
Yeah, it Means has hit him more than once, Joe. Nice knee.
And Means anticipating punches, ducking under them, showing excellent awareness in there. Sabah with some big, deep breathing here. I do not like to see that this early in a fight.
Yep.
And there's a nice front kick to the body by Means.
His coach, Tom Vaughn, started working with him when he was 12 years old. And another takedown for Hamasi.
Excellent drive by Hamasi. Gets that double. And let's see if he's able to do something with it. Means attacking that arm.
Yep.
Those are hard. Excellent move there. Attack that left arm. Weaken it up.
Just anything to work your way back to the feet, and he did it right there.
Hamasi just missed with that high kick. Good left to the body by Means. Caught him, attacked him again. There's a nice short elbow and another, and Hamasi with the right hand over the top. Means got him cut though, Mike.
Big time. It's likely from an elbow.
Oh, absolutely.
And we talked about the clinch work, the elbows and the knees from Means.
Yeah, he's got some hatchet elbows. He'll cut you up. And there's a nice uppercut there by Means, and Hamasi misses with a knee.
Oh, quick jab. Means moved from lightweight to welterweight back in May of 2014.
Oh,
and another beautiful elbow.
I just love his technique when he delivers those. One of my favorite guys to watch, utilizing the elbows in the clinch.
Good start for the Dirty Bird.
Yeah, he's staying in the pocket now. Whoa, look,
just missed on the spin.
You know, we had mentioned before this fight that this is a huge step up in talent for Hamasi and experience, and we're seeing that play out in this fight now, Mike. He's hurt. He's hurt and he's exhausted. It means goes to the body.
10 seconds.
We may very well see another round. Cracked him with the knee there, and another short elbow, and another right hand. And an exhausted and battered Saba Hamasi goes back to his corner after the first round of his UFC career. And here we see the technique of Tim Means. Look at this clean left hand. And here's a nice takedown by Hamasi, caught that ankle. And here's another one. And here's the elbow from Tim Means that cut Hamasi. Just nasty with those elbows in tight.
Big brother his ass, right? Okay? As soon as you hit him, he's going to swing wild. Pick him apart. Arlene, go. Okay.
Charles, go ahead and wipe him off. Go ahead and wipe him off. Go ahead and wipe his face off.
Yep.
Good job. That's all.
A little more movement. Don't get any wild exchanges.
Yes. Oh, that's careful, man.
Good. Come on, let's get him this round. Pick him apart, though. No wild. Watch for the shot.
Pick him apart. Nothing wild. You alluded to it, how he's so calculated
back.
in his striking attack in a big first round for Tim Means.
Efficient with perfect technique. That's really a good way to define and describe how Tim Means fights. That and just very clever and experienced.
Looking to close distance early here in round 2.
Very well trained, fit NHB out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and he is most certainly the star out of that gym.
UFC fans, choose your side with hashtag Nate Diaz or hashtag Conor McGregor in your tweets tonight and unlock special Twitter emoji to show your support to Nate or Conor in tonight's main event.
Hamasi's got his mouth open, Mike. I do not like that. And Means had landed a front kick to the body early in the round. He senses that Hamasi's fading.
Nice elbow.
And you see with the efficiency and the experience of Means, he doesn't fade. He knows when to exert himself, when to relax, and he can keep this pace up. And that is a big part of being a veteran professional fighter. There's a nice front kick to the body. And that one hurt Hamasi.
34th professional fight for Means.
Means recognized that hurt him and went to the body again. And Hamasi's just in survival mode here. I mean, he's exhausted. Good kick to the body there by Hamasi, blocked, and Means returns the favor. Oh, hard shots. This is the beginning of the end.
Keep walking him down. Take your time. Take your time. Pick him apart.
As I mentioned, been working with Tim Means since he was 12 years old.
Use your face and throw him off.
Tom's done a sensational job with Tim Means. Again, out of Fit NHB in Albuquerque.
That's it. Take your time. You're in your rhythm now. It's good.
And Means living under the adage of, if it's not broken, don't fix
beautiful.
it.
There it is again. Oh, Hamasi's in deep, deep, deep trouble.
Boom.
And Means cracks him with the right hand on the break. And look, again, efficient, relaxed, no excess movement. Just having a good time in there and executing.
Not only throwing, but landing at a high percentage.
Beautiful right hand.
You could hear it.
I mean, he's slapping him, punching him, beating him up.
Hamasi's a tough dude.
He's absolutely tough, and he's going to need to be tough to survive through this round. He's halfway there right now, and he is battered.
Means trying to break his will, break his spirit, finish his fight.
Look, beautiful right, left, and Hamasi's just cut up. Oh,
Getting to the combination.
Herb Dean taking a real close look at Hamasi, who's in full survival mode.
And it's all over! Tim Means, spectacular performance.
Absolutely beautiful execution by Tim, the Dirty Bird Means.
And a good stop by Herb Dean.
And Hamasi is a mess, just cut up all over his face. Tim Means looks virtually untouched.
Fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
And here you see Tim Means with a right hook and then a left hand behind it, a knee, an elbow, another elbow. Just beautiful technique by Means. A real master class in the difference between a veteran fighter and a guy who's just not quite at that level yet.
And the celebration in the corner of the Dirty Bird.
I was rushing too much in the first I listened to. I was rushing too much I listened. Wait.
Time for our official decision, brought to you by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 56 seconds of the second round. Declaring the winner by TKO, Tim the Dirty Bird Means.
I'm here with the winner, Tim the Dirty Bird Means. And Tim, that was just an absolutely spectacular masterclass in technique. You just put on a show here tonight against a guy who realistically was just not quite at your level yet.
Gotta be thankful to the American Top Team of Sabal for taking the fight. My coach is putting hard work with me. We didn't want to pull out of this fight. Joe Silva told us to stay ready, and that's what we did, and here we are.
Tim, you're one of the best welterweights in this division. Is it frustrating for you that you haven't had the opportunity to fight in quite a while because of all the stuff that you had gone through with the tainted supplements, and now here you are against a guy who was not ranked making his UFC debut?
It is what it is, you know. I go through things in life, hard things in life. It just shows that I can get up, dust myself off. We show up to fight, tried to rush the first round in this fight, wasn't listening to coach. Stopped trying to do my own thing and listened, and got the job done. But I've been through a lot, man. I come out to the DMX slipping song. It's not just slipping in the sauna, it's slipping in life. And here we are, man. I'm proud to be here. I'm happy to be here. I was working 9 to 5 for $9 an hour. Man, I'm happy to be back. Thank you, UFC. Thank you, Joe Silva, and to my team.
Thank you for an outstanding performance tonight. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Tim Means, ladies and gentlemen.
Tim Means with a big victory here tonight. Hendo in the house. The rematch will be at UFC 204 for the belt. Gordon Ramsay always in attendance. He loves UFC. And Skip Bayless, hey, he's got a new show, Undisputed with Skip and Shannon. It premieres on FS1 Tuesday, September 6th at 10 a.m. Eastern. The show will air weekdays from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern, leading into The Herd. All right, fans, here's what's streaming on UFCFightPass.com. Season 2 of the original series, Where Are They Now? This time we'll feature Jeremy Horn, Chris Lytle, Wes Sims, and more. It's streaming right now Fight Pass prelims 1 week from tonight from Vancouver. Our featured matchup, Tough Nations winner Chad Laprice and Taboo Kuti, who has been 11-0, 9 stoppages prior to his first entrance into the octagon. And don't forget, 2020 continues. New episode coming your way. It drops August 30th. It is Fabricio Verdum against Stipe Miocic, and exclusively on UFC Fight Pass, UFC Fight Night. Arlovsky versus Barnett comes your way from Hamburg, Germany, September 3rd. 3 in the East, 12 in the West. It is the UFC's digital streaming service. UFCFightPass.com. UFC 202, Diaz versus McGregor 2 is being brought to you by Bud Light, raise one to right now, and by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period.
Got respect for anybody who steps in the octagon, but don't got nothing to do with the fight. We're gonna fight and we'll talk all that respect stuff afterwards.
I visualize this fight between me and Nate as me pressing forward and landing my shots at will similar to the first fight and putting him away. Nate has no idea what is coming his way. I'm gonna open up his soft skin, most definitely.
Beating Conor is a good deal because he wants to lose. It's stupid.
I want this fight bad because I want to correct my errors and I'm gonna finish it by KO.
Tonight's arrivals are sponsored by Harley Davidson. See your dealer today and learn to ride like some of your favorite UFC fighters with Harley Davidson Riding Academy. Live your legend. Arriving earlier tonight here at the T-Mobile Arena, Nate Diaz, who just 5.5 months ago put on his own clinic in submitting Conor McGregor in a fight he took on less than 2 weeks' notice. Also arriving earlier, UFC featherweight champion Conor McGregor, whose March loss to Diaz was his first in the UFC. Since then, McGregor has been in virtual lockdown, preparing like never before for tonight's rematch, which in Conor's mind is clearly the most important bout of his career. So tonight, it's the rematch. And in 2 weeks, the Octagon returns to Germany. Josh Barnett!
Josh Barnett is one of the craftiest, most intelligent, and most diverse fighters in the UFC today. He's capable of knocking guys out.
Looking to finish it right here.
Oh, big knee! That's it! He's just cut from a different cloth. He is a fighter.
Josh, the War Master, Barnett!
All right, fans, these fighter rankings are sponsored by EA Sports UFC 2. Limited time UFC 202 event packs are still available in UFC Ultimate Team. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. Of course, the champion, Stipe Miocic, will fight at home in Cleveland in a couple of weeks against Alistair Overeem. Fabricio Verdum going to fight Travis Brown. Look at the top of this division. It's awesome.
It is awesome, and it is wide open right now with Stipe Miocic being the champion, taking on, in my opinion, the most decorated striker in the history of the sport in Alistair Overeem. Andre Arlovsky, though, former heavyweight champion, still has devastating knockout power, and we saw that in the Travis Brown fight, which was one of the most entertaining heavyweight first rounds I think I've ever seen in my life. So what that shows me is Andre still got that power. But Josh Barnett is so well-rounded, and he's one of the best heavyweight grapplers in the world today, even outside of MMA. Josh is super experienced. He's the youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion, and he's capable of beating anyone in this division.
Josh Barnett has finished 29 of his 34 career wins. It comes your way in a couple of weeks from Hamburg, Germany. Barnett, Arlovsky, Gustafsson, Blachowicz, and Latifi against Ryan Bader, exclusively on UFCFightPass.com. Tonight's UFC 202 is presented in high definition by the new movie Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry. Starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond in theaters everywhere on Friday. Eager to jump into the octagon and begin his UFC career in style, Mike Perry knows that when the gate closes, he'll be in for a battle against South Korea's Hyun-Kyu Lim. On a card showcasing the best of the best at 170 pounds, Hyun-Kyu Lim and Mike Perry have the style and desire to not just secure a victory, but to steal the show and make a statement to their welterweight peers.
Tonight's opportunity is huge for me. I can't wait to show the world what I can do.
일단은 마이클 페리 선수와 경기하게 돼서 너무 개인적으로 너무 설레이고 근데 그 이유는 마이클 페리 선수도
An accomplished amateur with 11 bouts to his name, Florida's Mike Perry turned pro in 2014, and he's only gotten better. A legitimate knockout artist who has ended all 7 of his victories before the final bell. Tonight, the 24-year-old steps up to the next level in the UFC, and he will be in tough against Hyun-Kyu Lim, who will provide the newcomer the challenge he wants.
I'm 100% confident in my skills and abilities to finish this fight tonight, knock out Lim.
A veteran of over 3 years on the UFC roster, South Korea's Hyun-Kyu Lim has never disappointed in the octagon. And whether win or lose, he always swings for the finish. Owner of 2 Fight of the Night awards and 3 knockout victories inside the octagon, the ace is intent on making Perry the next man he vanquishes.
이제 타 단체에서 워낙 이제 화끈한 경기를 많이 하는 선수이기 때문에
Mike Perry, Platinum Mike Perry. Born in Flint, Michigan, training in Orlando, Florida. 7-0 Joe. All 7 wins by knockout. 5 of those in the first round.
Yeah, he is a wild young man, and wild yesterday at the weigh-ins. He says he's a blue belt in jiu-jitsu, but he's a black belt with these hands. That is his exact quote. He's a very, very powerful young man, very fast, and he's got a lot of people paying a lot of attention to him. We'd love to make a gigantic splash here tonight.
Started training to fight at 11 years old. Professional since 2014. Likes the matchup. Thinks it'll get a little wild in there, and that is how he likes to fight.
Well, it absolutely will, because Hyun-Kyu Lim is a very, very exciting and dangerous guy. Mike Perry looks very confident, though, headed into his UFC debut.
Perry said, "I am truly blessed to have made it to the top step of the stairs. Sorry, the front step of the stairs to my kingdom. My castle is on top of the highest mountain when I am relentless, and I am so ready for this."
Apparently his fingernails are too long.
That's one way to take care of it, I guess.
That's ridiculous. That should have been taken care of by his corner a long time ago.
Platinum Mike Perry.
That bothers me a lot. That's a very dangerous thing to have long fingernails. We've seen so many problems with eye pokes. It's not helping when you bite them off and have a jagged, chewed up fingernail.
Perry set to make his UFC debut. Hyun-Kyu Lim, 6th entrance into the octagon, black belt in Taekwondo, born and raised in Seoul, South Korea.
He has excellent jiu-jitsu, very aggressive, and that's probably one of the biggest strengths that he has. He's extremely aggressive, pushes at great pace, and he's a real finisher. He's also very tall and big for this weight class and has a hard time making 170 pounds. So I think this new weight cutting measure that they put into place has really benefited guys like him because he's able to make that weight early in the morning and then rehydrate completely by the time we have the weigh-in ceremony at 4 p.m., which is really kind of a weird thing that we're doing now, where they're standing on the scale, but they're not really, we're saying official weight, but we're making them stand on a scale. It's almost like we're just sort of paying homage to the days of old where they would actually weigh in. Now they're getting a chance to weigh in. They have plenty of time to do it, and they're getting a chance to do it early in the morning. So when we're seeing them weigh in the afternoon for the weigh-in ceremony, they're completely filled with water, rehydrated, and they look great. And he looked great yesterday because we've seen Lim before at weigh-ins, and he looked completely emaciated as he is 6'3", fighting at 170 pounds.
To a man, they're all in a better mood.
Yeah, much better. And women as well.
Yeah, way better mood. Of course, when Anderson Silva got in that scenario for UFC 200, he pretended like he was trying to make weight as he got onto the scale.
I mean, Lim looks huge. I mean, he looks like a middleweight here. Looks much bigger than a welterweight.
Tale of the Tape is brought to you by the new movie Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry. Starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond in theaters everywhere. On Friday, 31-year-old Hyun Lim will have a 6-inch reach advantage. He is 5 inches taller. And here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding an undefeated professional record. 7 wins, no losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 169 pounds. Fighting out of Orlando, Florida, Platinum Mike Perry. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a freestyle fighter holding a professional record, 13 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Seoul, South Korea, Young-Yu the Ace Lim. Now when the action begins, our referee in charge, John McCarthy.
Big John McCarthy, our referee. Chrissy, Vanessa, Ariani, and Brittany here tonight. The main event, the rematch. Mike Perry, Hyun-Yu Lim.
You ready? You ready? Get up!
Here we go. Unbeaten Mike Perry in the blue trunks. The experienced Hyun-Yu Lim in the black trunks.
Look at the size of Lim in comparison to Perry. That is a big welterweight, and excellent at using his reach, keeps that distance. Perry being very aggressive, good leg kick by Perry with a counter right hand.
And again, keep in mind, 7-0, 7 wins by knockout, 5 in the first round.
Yeah, the word on him is power and explosiveness. He's looking for the openings now. Lim doing a great job of measuring the distance. There's another good leg kick by Perry.
Power and explosiveness like the champion, Tyron Woodley. Heavy leg kick.
Yeah, he's landed several. Lim did not like that when you saw him shake it off. Just having a hard time with that distance of Lim. Well, we really should weigh these guys right before they get into the octagon just to find out how much weight they're cutting.
He had a right hand there.
Yeah, Lim kind of caught him on the end of that. And again,
caught the leg
kick.
that time.
Lim really closing the distance here. Nice uppercut by Lim. Perry moves out. Perry really loading up with these shots.
Changing levels a lot, too.
Yeah, looking for that left hook, but just cannot find the chin of Lim. Lim lands a right hand over the top.
Oh, caught him! Perry trying to swarm early.
In half guard here. Perry on top, trying to get that left leg free.
Good start for Mike Perry.
Trying to step over, Lim's gonna sweep him. Oh, good job by Perry. Very nice adjustment and moves right into the mounted crucifix. Very nicely done. Perry's got him pinned down here. This is a terrible position for Lim. Lim trying to sneak out, trying to move, but he's eating punches.
Trying to intelligently defend himself.
Perry's doing a real good job of controlling him here.
Now he's trying to take the back.
And hammers by Perry. Big success early for Mike Perry.
That'll get rid of some jitters.
Another nice leg kick by Perry, ducked on the right hand, tagged Lim again. That time Lim ate it.
Lim gets rocked one more time. Looking for the finish.
Huge punches by Mike Perry.
Looking for another
Lim is
first
in
round
all
win.
sorts of trouble. Lim is badly hurt here, Mike. Big John taking a very close look at him here. Mike Perry doing a real good job of staying composed, not emptying his gas tank, just hanging on to him. He lets him back up.
Big shot.
Oh, tagged him again with the left hand. That's it.
It's
That's
all
it.
over.
Huge UFC debut.
With the victory.
That's a huge UFC debut for that young man.
Certainly makes the most of this opportunity.
And does so against a very experienced guy in Hyung-Yu Lim.
Fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
He caught him really with a forearm there, a forearm to the face. And here's that left hand that he caught him with as Lim was stepping in for the uppercut. Lim lands a left of his own. And here's the bomb. Connected right on the cheek. Took Lim off his feet. Lim face plants. And Mike Perry steps in and closes the show. Huge, huge victory for Mike Perry.
Time for our official decision, brought to you by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period. Here's Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee John McCarthy's called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 38 seconds of the very first round. Declaring the winner by TKO Platinum Mike Perry.
I am here with the winner, Mike Perry. That, my friend, was a hell of a UFC debut. How did it feel for you?
Felt great, man. I know I caused a lot of issues last night, but I'm not here to make friends, man. I did what I came to do. Shout out to Lim. That was a tough fight, man. God bless America.
You fought a big, experienced guy in Hyung-Yu Lim, and it seemed like early you were having a hard time judging the distance, but when you landed, let's take a look at the big screen. When you landed with some serious power, my friend. Take a look at it here. You really caught him with like a clothesline there.
Yeah, I reached back too far. I got to clean that up a little bit, huh? But whatever works. My left hook was good. Mike Tyson in the house. What's up, man?
Well, incredible power, Mike. A huge victory. How happy are you with this UFC victory in your debut?
I'm very happy. I came to get the knockout. I got it first round like I wanted to. We're going to keep pushing. 170, you better watch out.
Congratulations, sir. Look forward to seeing you soon. Mike Perry, ladies and gentlemen.
Outstanding UFC debut for Platinum Mike Perry. UFC 202. And the stars are in the house. Dwight Howard, we just saw him in Atlanta, the native, gonna be a Hawk now. And he's here tonight to watch the rematch. Cub Swanson and DJ, the flyweight champion. Of course, The Ultimate Fighter starts August 31st on FS1. The winner will fight Demetrius Johnson. Injuries have kept Rick Story from capitalizing on his 2014 win over Gunnar Nelson, but he is here training with the Black Zillions tonight.
Yeah, Rick Story, who's a big, powerful wrestler, should be a very interesting test for Cowboy Cerrone at 170. And Cowboy has looked absolutely sensational at welterweight. I believe that this is the weight class that he's meant to be at all along, especially considering his last performance against Patrick Cote, which looked like absolutely world championship caliber performance. His technique, his speed, his power, everything was on point in that fight.
Cowboy at 170 looking to move to 3-0. The UFC's first stop in Cleveland, Ohio will feature a native son, putting his newly minted UFC title on the line against a dangerous knockout artist as heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic fights Alistair Overeem in the main event of UFC 203.
All right, gentlemen, this is 5 rounds. Championship fight. Mauricio aggressively attacking.
That's it! It's all over! Stipe Miocic is the new heavyweight champion! I'm the world champ! I'm talking about! I'm the world champ!
Cleveland, we got champion, baby! What's up, Croatia? We got champion!
Touch gloves. Let's do this.
Next year, 2017, we're going to be defending the belt here in Amsterdam Arena.
Stipe Miocic will defend his title for the very first time against Alistair Overeem. And not only is it one of the most difficult challenges of Stipe's career, but Stipe is going to be defending his title for the first time in Cleveland, his hometown. That will be an epic moment for Stipe Miocic. In Alistair Overeem, you have one of the scariest, most terrifying strikers the sport has ever seen. He has devastating knees, punches, kicks, and elbows. Alistair has had some amazing moments inside the octagon, including his KO of former heavyweight champion Junior Dos Santos. He hopes to continue that trend in a title-winning performance against Stipe Miocic, but it will not be easy. Stipe Miocic is an animal. What? Stipe Miocic will have the eyes of the MMA world on him when he defends his title against Alistair Overeem. It's a huge fight for the UFC's heavyweight division. It is for all the marbles, the UFC heavyweight title.
These fighter rankings are sponsored by EA Sports UFC 2. Limited time UFC 202 event packs are still available in UFC Ultimate Team. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. The champion, Stipe Miocic.
Stipe Miocic just shocked the world and put on an absolutely spectacular performance against Fabricio Verdum. But what a completely talent-stacked division he's in. You're talking about a guy in Stipe Miocic who's really worked his way up to that title shot, and when he got it, performed about as perfectly as you could ask for, with a first-round knockout against one of the best heavyweights ever in Fabricio Verdum. But Alistair Overeem is the most decorated striker in the history of the division. You're talking about a K1 Grand Prix champion, a guy who won the Strikeforce Heavyweight Championship, the Dream Heavyweight Championship, and he is an amazing athlete.
Gonna be great on the banks of Lake Erie, Quicken Loans Arena. Miocic, Overeem, Verdum, Travis Brown, and CM Punk will make his long-awaited UFC debut. Limited tickets still available. To get your tickets, head to theqarena.com. So UFC 203 comes your way from Cleveland on September 10th. And just 2 pay-per-views later, history will be made in the Big Apple, New York, New York. That is going to be outstanding. Now, look at the schedule after the stop in New York City. We return to Belfast, Northern Ireland for the first time in years. Tickets on sale for that one, September 23rd. Also, on November 19th, we'll have a fight night from Brazil. Stay around. We'll announce the city shortly. Sunday, November 27th, UFC Fight Night from Rod Laver Arena in Melbourne. It will air in North America on Saturday, November 26th. The Ultimate Fighter finale. Demetrius Johnson defending his title against the winner of Season 24. Live Saturday, December 3rd. And Friday, December 9th. UFC Fight Pass live from the Times Union Center in Albany, New York. December 10th, UFC 206. Live on pay-per-view from Air Canada Center in Toronto. Cannot wait to bring this all to you. We finish the month in Sacramento and give you the last one of the year, T-Mobile Arena right here at UFC 207. All right, up next, Cowboy and Rick Story. Take a look at the rankings. They are ready to be going as they're going to fight tonight in a sensational matchup. Sensational stopping skills always displayed by Donald Cerrone. And tonight, he will be in for a handful against Rick Story. Squaring off for the first time in the octagon, it'll be a can't-miss action bout when fan favorite Donald Cowboy Cerrone takes on hard-charging Rick the Horror Story in a matchup that could shake up the welterweight rankings.
Sometimes every year you got to redefine yourself. You got to rebuild and restructure, and man, I'm on a new role, man.
My goal tonight is to go out and make a memorable performance and leave a lasting impression on the rest of the division.
A longtime lightweight contender, Donald Cerrone is now 2-0 at 170 pounds, with a pair of performance of the night finishes of Alex Oliveira and Patrick Cote that have his welterweight peers watching their back as the Cowboy rides into town, eager to take out a new set of elite foes.
Key to being Rick Story is body shots. Body shots, takedowns, and head kicks.
Back from injury and ready to resume his assault on the top 10 in the welterweight division, Rick Story has won 3 straight, most recently defeating Tarek Safadine to reestablish himself as a dangerous threat in a division many feel is the most dangerous in MMA today.
This could be the best fight of the night because Donald brings it and I bring it. It's like we meet in the middle and it's just gonna be fireworks.
This is Donald Cowboy Cerrone's 3rd fight at welterweight. And man, has he looked great in making that switch to 170 pounds. Physically, he looks much better. He doesn't look emaciated. He has much more energy. He can eat whatever he wants. And you're seeing amazing performances inside the octagon because of that. First, he submitted Alex Oliveira, who is a big, tough welterweight, then put on a show in stopping Patrick Cote in the 3rd round of his last bout. In that fight, I feel truly that Donald Cerrone lived up to his potential like never before. Against a guy in Patrick Cote who's an iron-chinned warrior, Donald Cerrone picked him apart and took him out. And I feel like it was a crowning moment in Donald's MMA career.
Cowboy #1 all time with 23 UFC, WEC wins combined. And he has the most wins in the octagon since 2011. 17 and counting.
He looks
Cowboy.
so much thicker and healthier here at 170. He's going to need all that mass taking on this gorilla.
Rick the Horror Story. Been around a long time, Joe, since 2009. For this fight, he trained in South Florida with the Black Zillions.
Excellent camp, an excellent place. And Rick Story's coming off of an excellent victory against Tarek Safadine, who, like Donald Cowboy Cerrone, is a world-class striker. This is a big test for Cerrone and a big test for Story. Story is a very strong wrestler who utilizes pressure and throws wicked body shots, controls his opponents, and has a way of putting that pressure on strikers that makes this a very compelling matchup.
3-fight win streak. Joe mentioned the body shots. Rick Story was the first man to defeat Johnny Hendricks a couple of years back. Got good wrestling skills. And he's a guy who perseveres. He was 0-17 at Pacific University his freshman year as a wrestler. His senior year at Southern Oregon, he had 33 wins, and he was a NAIA national runner-up. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive. His strengths are wrestling, pressure, and again, power shots, particularly to the body. One of his best techniques is to close the distance and just rip brutal body shots.
Our tale of the tape for this welterweight fight is brought to you by the new movie, Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry. Starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond. In theaters everywhere on Friday. Cowboy 2 years older, he is taller, he'll have a slight reach advantage. And once again, we check in with Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a Muay Thai kickboxer holding a professional record, 30 wins, 7 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, by way of Denver, Colorado, Donald Cowboy Cerrone. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 19 wins, 8 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Vancouver, Washington, presenting the #9 ranked welterweight contender in the world, Rick the Horror Story. And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Herb Dean.
Herb Dean, our referee. We've asked you to vote all night at UFC on Twitter for the main event. Will it be Conor McGregor? Will it be Nate Diaz? Let your voice be heard on who is winning each fight. All it takes is that one click. We're underway. Cowboy and Story engage quickly. Cerrone in the blue trunks, Rick Story in the black trunks. He's a southpaw.
You see that pressure by Story. Good movement so far from Cerrone. Look for Cerrone to throw those front kicks to the body. And there's a nice leg kick by Cowboy, and Cowboy initiates the takedown. Beautiful job by Cowboy.
Who has a great submission game.
And a great wrestling game. Something a lot of people don't realize when you think about Cowboy. You think about his striking. Cowboy is a hell of a grappler. Stepping over that left leg of Rick Story. Story doing a good job so far of blocking it. Looking to establish control with his right leg over the back of the neck. Cowboy doesn't quite have the flexibility and lets it go.
Looking to make an adjustment here.
Looking to sweep. Cowboy just stands up.
Story all over.
Excellent job by Story, reversing the position, pushing Cowboy up against the cage.
Rick Story has been described as a Sherman tank in the past. And that's the style of fight he brings to the octagon.
Well, he excels in these sort of grueling grappling contests. And look for him, if he gets free, to rip those shots to the body that he's famous for.
Don't forget, after tonight's main event, check out FS1 for the UFC 202 post-fight show. Jay Glazer, Brian Stan, Dominic Cruz, Rashad Evans, Megan O'Leary.
Keep an eye on this. He's going for the omoplata. Story's in trouble here. He's going to switch to a triangle.
Can he get it?
Story trying to block that left leg from going underneath the knee, but Donald could switch to an armbar here. Story did a great job there of avoiding the danger and winding up inside control. But he knows that Donald Cerrone's no joke off of his back. Donald's giving up his back here. Very dangerous. Donald's going to try to roll under here, particularly if Story gets a leg loose.
Cerrone trying to protect himself from a little ground and pound.
Nice knee to the body there by Story. Donald's just looking for the opportunity here to roll, Mike. He's going to stick his right leg in between those two legs. Perhaps he might roll for a knee, which, even if he doesn't get the leg lock, will allow him to, oh, nicely done.
Yep.
Snuck out the front instead.
Good patience, good timing. Back to the center of the octagon. Inside leg kick.
Nice knee to the body by Cowboy. And there's that front kick that we talked about. Good kick to the body by Story. And a left hand behind it.
Story very smooth here early with his striking.
Donald stabs you with that front kick.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It's not a push. You know, he really just there's a nice leg kick there as well. Really digs the ball of the foot into the body. He just faked that right high kick to see how Rick responded. And this is not the game that Rick Story wants to play with Cowboy. He does not want to stay on the outside and exchange technical strikes. He's got to make this a mixed martial arts fight. Threaten with the takedown, threaten with the clinch, because Cowboy is the more technical striker on the outside.
Watch for Cowboy to throw the right leg to the midsection of Story.
Well, he's feeling him out here. He's tagged him here.
Yeah.
He's throwing a lot of feints and trying to gauge the response of Story.
He loves that body kick.
Donald just has so many weapons standing up, too. There's a nice leg kick.
Good combination.
Excellent combination. Very accurate by Donald. Good inside kick by Story.
Final seconds of the round. Took it off the arms.
Those are powerful shots, though, by Story. Even catching them on the arms is no fun. And here's a takedown, unexpected, I'm sure, by Donald Cerrone. Caught Rick Story in the transition. There's a nice takedown by Story, utilizing that knee, turning into a trip. There's a beautiful knee to the body by Cowboy. There's a nice combination. Story moving away from most of that.
That's a good round. That was a good round. Listen, fight those takedowns like crazy, okay? Fakes and feints, keep going to the body. Just mix it up. All you got to do to win is flow. Body, head, okay?
Yes, sir.
Brandon.
Seeing the combinations. I want that double cross. Pressure when he's going backwards. Yes, sir.
Remember, you just waited for us to take out here. You did a good job of running your feet.
Okay. You see him coming. Just Just keep your hands up and your eyes open. Unload. I need you to flow this round, Cowboy. Flow and go, baby. Hey, go get it.
The unauthorized reproduction or distribution of this copyrighted work is illegal and punishable under law. Round 2, Cerrone and Story. Greg Jackson wanting Cowboy to flow in this round.
Story with a big windup and a miss. It's a lot of power and pressure by Story. Cowboy goes up high.
Nicely done by Cowboy, stuffing that takedown attempt.
And catching him coming in with the knee. There's another knee to the body by Cowboy.
Cowboy just missing with those combinations.
Story ducking under, grabbing hold of that leg, but Donald gets away from it.
Cerrone does the majority of his training on his ranch in Albuquerque, and Brandon Gibson has been out there a ton, working the striking of Cerrone. Again.
2 good right hands there by Donald. Very quick.
Nice shovel that on that uppercut. He caught him. Now he's mixing things up, and he's got Story hesitant.
Really nice feint there with the jab, leading into that leg kick.
Cerrone has looked great at 170. He was pretty darn good at 155 though, too.
He certainly was, but I'm a big fan of him at this weight. He looks physically better. I just think he has more energy. I just think he was depleting himself far too much to get down to that 155-pound weight class.
Well, it's noteworthy that Cowboy beat lightweight champion Eddie Alvarez years ago.
Story's in big trouble.
Big time. Cowboy looking for the finish.
Beautiful.
Hands all over. Donald.
Sensational.
Cowboy. Cerrone set up by the head kick.
And that was a big test for Donald Cerrone that he just passed with an A+. The speed and the accuracy that he carries at 170 pounds are huge assets.
Fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
Take a look at this here. The jab, ducks under to the body, to the head, flowed right into that high kick. I mean, what a beautiful combination. Absolutely crisp and accurate. Let's take a look at that again. Look at this. Boom to the body, the head, and then a high kick. I mean, just glorious. Sensational. To the body, and then boom to the head. Ridiculously accurate.
The body shot is what buckled him. Story came down. Cowboy delivered a big kick, and he earns a great victory here. Time for our official decision, brought to you by Metro PCS. We get nationwide coverage on the Blazing Fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30, period. Once again, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 2 seconds of round number 2. Declaring the winner by TKO, Donald Cowboy Cerrone.
I'm here with the winner, Donald Cowboy Cerrone. Donald, the move up to welterweight has been absolutely amazing for you, and this was a big test tonight against a big, strong wrestler in Rick Story, and you passed with flying colors.
Oh, thank you so much. It must have been because Dana let me ride my Harley Davidson all week.
Let's take a look at the stoppage. I mean, this is just a beautiful flowing combination. You hit him with a left, a right to the body, and then a high kick behind it. I mean, you landed some beautiful combinations all night, but the final barrage that you landed right here was just absolutely picture perfect.
You know, working with Brandon Gibson and Tafari Veneer and Greg Jackson, I feel good, I feel solid. You know, the BMF Ranch, 170, how about that?
How much better do you feel here at 170?
Oh, no, I got a thing I got to go do at 155. I think Eddie Alvarez, he got something belongs to me.
Do you, so you are going to drop back down to lightweight again?
Yeah, let's go Madison Square Garden, me and Eddie. How about that?
I like it. If you can make the weight and feel as good as you felt tonight, I'm down.
Oh, I can make the weight. Don't you worry about that.
Congratulations on a truly spectacular performance, sir. Donald Cerrone, ladies and gentlemen.
Cowboy, the most wins since 2011, and potentially another bonus in the finishes. Just keep on keeping on. 16th UFC WEC Pride and Strike Force history.
We just get done saying how amazing he looks at 170, and he calls out the 155-pound champ.
David Spade having a good time here tonight, watching the UFC. Daniel Cormier will be watching the co-main event very closely. And don't forget, that is Rumble and Glover. This look at our upcoming fighters, brought to you by EA Sports UFC 2. Game Informer calls it an adrenaline rush. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free, now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. Pound for pound Rumble Joe, one of the biggest punchers ever in MMA history.
He's a scary, scary man. And it's one of the reasons why this fight is so interesting is because Glover Teixeira called him out. Glover Teixeira, who's an incredibly well-rounded guy with some outstanding power himself, believes he has the technique to survive the storm that is Rumble. Glover's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. He's got excellent wrestling, some spectacular boxing technique himself that he showcased in his last fight against Rashad Evans. But man, he is going up against a terrifying man in Rumble Johnson.
Took him less than 2 minutes to stop the former champion. The next installment of The Ultimate Fighter is less than 2 weeks away, and this season, the stakes have never been higher. The winner of the Tournament of Champions will challenge Demetrius Johnson for the UFC flyweight title. So, not only will we have our next Ultimate Fighter, but we could also have a new UFC champion.
On this season of The Ultimate Fighter, Tournament of Champions.
We're trying to climb the highest mountain, probably in all of sports.
It's not just one fight. What they're doing right now is the hardest thing they've ever done in their life.
This is none like any other tough show.
What are you fighting for? You're literally fighting for your life. This ain't no game for me, bro.
Everyone here knows how to be a world champion and knows what it takes.
Fight! Get on him! He's hurt! Yes!
Man, what a good round.
Good score!
16 MMA champions from around the world compete for a chance to face the best pound-for-pound fighter in the UFC. The Ultimate Fighter, Team Benavides versus Team Cejudo, Tournament of Champions starts August 31st only on FS1. These fighter rankings are sponsored by EA Sports UFC 2. Limited time UFC 202 event packs are still available in UFC Ultimate Team. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22. Joe, it's #1 against #2.
Of course, notably absent is John Jones, who we hope will be back. But right now, we're dealing with Rumble Johnson versus Glover Teixeira, two men who are just incredibly talented. And this is one of those matchups that a fight fan dreams of. And when it was made, I got so excited, and we're going to see it right now.
Combined 46 wins, 31 by knockout, 31 in the first round. So not only are Anthony Johnson and Glover Teixeira two of the truly elite fighters in the world, they are two of the most dangerous and destructive, and they share the same quest, a UFC belt.
goal is to become champion. I'll do whatever I have to do to win it.
The winner of this fight will fight for the title. To be a champion, man, is a dream.
Glover Teixeira versus Anthony Rumble Johnson is a fight fan's dream matchup.
Rumble Johnson, let's dance, baby. Let's make some money.
Nobody calls out Rumble Johnson. When you're willing to get in there and sling punches and kicks with Anthony Rumble Johnson, that shows what kind of confidence Glover Teixeira has. He's one of the baddest 205-pound fighters in the world. He wants to beat down Rumble Johnson and leave no question that he is the top light heavyweight contender.
I'm excited for this fight. This is the guys to beat. This is the fight I want.
It's an honor to fight Glover. He's powerful, well-rounded. It's going to be a battle of who can hit the hardest and when it's going to happen.
Anthony Rumble Johnson is a brutal striker with absolutely thunderous power in both his kicks and his punches. Rumble Johnson! He's one of the scariest guys in the division.
I think people know that I'm more dangerous than ever.
Anthony Johnson, I see his power. I close my eyes for a second, and when those punches hit you, you're gonna go down.
Both of us have the will to win, but it's about executing, and I'm determined to do it. I see myself knocking Glover out.
Everything's come together. I think I'm a much better fighter. You know, I have a chance to be a champion. I need that belt.
Glover Teixeira was 17-2, riding a 15-fight win streak when he made his UFC debut in Rio de Janeiro at UFC 153 in a fight against Fabio Maldonado, which was supposed to be a fight against Rampage until they did that a little later in Chicago.
Yeah, Glover must see something in Rumble that he feels like he can exploit. When you look at the fights that Rumble has lost against Daniel Cormier, against Vitor Belfort, it's the men that survived the storm. So Glover must be making a calculation that he can survive the storm and that he has the striking technique and the wrestling technique to keep Rumble off of him, drag him into the deeper waters of the second and third round, and take him out there.
Glover Teixeira, 11th UFC fight, 25 career victories. He has finished 20 of those in the first round. He has finished 12 of his last 13 wins. He's like the Rocky of Danbury, Connecticut, and he loves it. And years ago, he just wanted to be a fighter. He loves Iron Mike Tyson, and Iron Mike Tyson is here tonight. Rumble. That's all you have to say, Joe. You know you've made it when you go by just one name. And Anthony Johnson is Rumble.
That is Rumble, folks. And it's a great nickname for this man. I mean, thunderous, ridiculous power, and the poster boy of not cutting weight. Just give that up, go up to your natural weight class, fight where you're healthy, and that is what he did. Moved up to 205 after a history of struggling and failing to make 170. Lost his contract with the UFC, came back, and now he's amazing.
Anthony Johnson steps into our Bud Light prep point. Bud Light, raise one to right now.
He's coming off of 2 spectacular knockouts in a row against Jimmy Manoa and then against Ryan Bader after a failed attempt at the title against Daniel Cormier. And that is where the fight gets interesting, because Cormier was able to absorb the punches, weather the storm, and then eventually drag Rumble Johnson into that deep water and submit him. The question is, can Glover Teixeira take the same type of shots that Daniel Cormier took?
He is number 3 all time with 10 knockouts. Vitor Belfort has 12. Anderson Silva has 11. Anthony Rumble Johnson. Our tale of the tape for our co-main event of the evening, brought to you by the new movie Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry, starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond, in theaters everywhere. Friday, the Brazilian, 4 years the elder of Rumble, who will have a slight reach advantage. Once again, the official introductions from Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening. This fight is 3 rounds in the UFC light heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist, holding a professional record, 25 wins, 4 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Danbury, Connecticut, by way of Sobralho, Minas Gerais, Brazil, presenting the number 2 ranked light heavyweight contender in the world, Glover Teixeira. And now introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 21 wins, 5 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 205 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Boca Raton, Florida, by way of Dublin, Georgia, presenting the number 1 ranked UFC light heavyweight contender in the world, Anthony Rumble Johnson! And when the action begins, our referee in charge, Dan Murgliata.
Dan Murgliata, our referee. Co-main event of the evening. Winner get a chance to fight DC. Rumble Teixeira. Here we go! Blue trunks for Anthony Johnson. Yellow trunks for Glover Teixeira.
Glover putting pressure on him right away. Interesting. Oh my! Just like that! Good Lord.
Wow!
Good Lord, that is a terrifying man. Be careful what you ask for, folks. Glover does not know what's happening. He's wrestling with Dan Murgliata. He thinks the fight is still going on. They shouldn't let him stand up here. I do not think he understands and he got knocked out.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
Wow. Let's take a look at that again. Boom. The lights go out. And Rumble drops a hammer. Man.
Proving again, Joe, that he is a different kind of dangerous.
Yeah, there's a level that he's at that no one else is at. It's a I touch you, you go to sleep level. I mean, you can't take a few shots and, you know, I mean, the only one who's been able to is Cormier. I mean, give props to Daniel Cormier, because who's got a chin like that guy? My God. And then you see Glover out cold, wakes up and tries to grapple with Dan Murgliata, like thinks the fight is still going on, just on pure instinct. Wow. That's a terrifying man. No one's been able to do that to Glover.
Absolutely not. I mean, unbelievable power. Let's take a look at the entire fight.
And you see Glover putting that pressure on him right away. Glover moving forward, bobbing and weaving. Glover catching him a couple times, and one shot is all it takes. My God. What a terrifying human being. Boom! Perfectly placed uppercut. We'll see it one more time here after this hammer fist. I mean, just stiff.
Rumble, the first man to stop Glover Teixeira inside the octagon. And the reaction of the corner of Anthony Johnson. Time now for our official decision. Brought to you by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period. Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Mergliano has called a stop to this contest at 13 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout, Anthony Rumble Johnson.
I'm here with the winner, Anthony Rumble Johnson. What did you just say to Glover?
Just now, I told him, thank you for being a professional and showing the world what professional athletes are all about, especially with all the stuff going on, you know, yesterday or press conference and all that.
All the trash talking, the bottle throw.
Yeah. You see, we don't need to do all that talking to get knockouts done. We just come out here and do the damn thing.
And do the damn thing you did, sir. Take a look at the big screen and talk us through this. Were you surprised that Glover put so much pressure on you? Came out very aggressive, moved towards you, and allowed you to set up this bone-crunching uppercut?
I wasn't surprised he put pressure on me, but I can fight going backwards, I can fight going forwards. Damn, I can fight.
You were the #1 contender, he was the #2. Whenever the #1 and #2 contender go at it and the fight ends this decisively, there can only be one result. That result is you must fight for the title next. Give us your thoughts on that.
I'm working hard to get to the title. I've been busting my butt off to get to the title. And Daniel, you the man, baby, but I'm coming for you. We're gonna get it on, baby. We're gonna get it on. Much respect. Hey. Hold on. Hey. I don't know why y'all booing that man's the champion. Much respect to Daniel Cormier. He's a hell of an athlete and hell of a champion, so give him his props. I'm just coming in there to try and take that belt.
Good for you, sir, and congratulations on a truly spectacular performance. Anthony Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
13 seconds is all it took for Anthony Rumble Johnson to win by knockout. Kanye in the house, checking out UFC 202, the biggest rematch, the biggest fight in UFC and in mixed martial arts history. This look at our upcoming fighters is brought to you by EA Sports UFC 2. Game Informer calls it an adrenaline rush. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. So that will be the main event later, Nate Diaz and Conor McGregor. And then the next time you see us on pay-per-view, former professional wrestler CM Punk makes his highly anticipated UFC debut against Dana White. Looking for a fight product, Mickey Gall. Can Punk silence the doubters, or will Gall become an overnight star? We'll find out at UFC 203 on September 10th.
I think my story is interesting because I left behind this career and this entire world that other people would probably kill to have.
If you are a fan of professional wrestling, you know this man, but your wrestling days are over. You have decided to enter the octagon and fight mixed martial arts professionally.
This is something that I've thought about for a very long time and haven't been able to do. So once the opportunity presented itself, I would have been a fool to say no.
This would be the first time
CM Punk ever fights in his life. He had no amateur fights, no amateur karate matches, no amateur jiu-jitsu matches. This is what's crazy about it.
There was a lot of negativity, you know. Why is he doing this? Or he can't do this. He shouldn't be able to do this, things like that. Every time somebody wave a finger in my face and say, you can't do that, you know, I prove people wrong. I live to do that.
I'm in a unique spot. I have a great fight, a fight that a lot of people, I'm sure, are envious, a fight that a lot of people wanted. I'm gonna get to beat up a superstar and, you know, kind of make my name off this fight in my second pro fight.
Oh, early knockdown for Mickey Gall. Could be it right here. That's it. Mickey Gall submits Mike Jackson inside of a minute. I want to be fed. I'm hungry. Feed me CM Punk, please.
He's fought tomato cans, and he thinks that makes him a pro. And that's cool. I want him to be confident because I think he's just gonna completely think he's gonna walk all over me, and you know he'll wake up and realize he was wrong.
He made himself a superstar in his field. I respect the greatness, but with that being said, there's nothing that's gonna stop me from ripping him apart.
You know, I'm going out there. I'm gonna lay it all out on the line. You know, the spotlight's on, and I'm gonna shine.
I respect everybody who's ever stepped foot in the cage, and before I'm done here, everybody will respect me as well.
In a lot of ways, Mike, this is a spectacle, and it's an interesting one because you've got a guy that literally has no fighting experience whatsoever other than training, which he's only been doing since he decided to fight professionally, taking on a young, dangerous, promising prospect in Mickey Gall. So it's interesting that he's got the courage to do this, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it turns out.
He's 37 years old. He's been training in Milwaukee with Duke Rufus. That's a great place to learn.
It's about as good a place on earth. Look, Duke Rufus is a real wizard. He understands striking and fighting about as good as any human being alive. So you gotta respect his choice to go to one of the top camps in the world, to train with some of the best fighters in the world, and arguably one of the best striking coaches that exists. But can you just do that? Can you just jump into fighting at 37 years of age? But he's had about 2 years of training, but remember, he had surgery on his back, I believe. So he's had some tough training, obviously. You know, it's going to be fun to watch.
Well, the reality is, though, is Mickey Gall only has 2 more professional fights than CM Punk. The first was the one in Philadelphia that impressed Dana White, which led to his UFC debut, in which he was able to have a rear naked choke.
He looked real good in that UFC debut. I was impressed with that kid. He shows a lot of promise, and the way he finished that fight, he shows some excellent skill. He's aggressive. Look at that beautiful right hand. Takes him down, hammer fist. Look at this take the back. Beautiful job here getting that second hook in. That's a kid with some serious skill. So props to CM Punk for not just taking on some guy who doesn't have a chance, and it's going to be a showcase for him, but taking on a guy who's most likely a heavy favorite.
Could be a lot of fun. It's part of UFC 203 when the Octagon travels to Cleveland, Ohio for the first time. Main events, Stipe Miocic, Alistair Overeem, CM Punk, Mickey Gall, live on pay-per-view from Quicken Loans Arena. And you can catch the new episode of The Evolution of Punk this Monday at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, only on FS1, as former pro wrestler CM Punk continues his quest to become an MMA fighter.
Hey everyone, I'm UFC Hall of Famer Forrest Griffin. Before you watch this highly anticipated rematch between 2 UFC superstars, Nate Diaz and Ireland's Conor McGregor, check out this clip where 2 very different fighters meet for an infamous rematch that makes boxing history.
Why you always brush my hair in the corners? Next round starts, you come out looking fresh. Drives them nuts.
The sport fell in the hands of organized crime, but I wasn't for sale.
Quit. We tell you to.
I'm no coward.
These people will kill you.
I'd rather live in fear.
Hands of Stone. Rated R. Friday.
We are not now set for our main event of the evening. 5 rounds of fighting in the UFC welterweight division as Nate Diaz fights Conor McGregor again. Bad blood, hatred, disgust, repulsion. There are accurate statements, aren't they?
Absolutely. Plus excitement, speculation, anticipation, and it's about to go down.
It certainly is. These guys have sparred verbally. They've fought once, and they can't wait to get in the octagon tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the first fight was so intriguing because we knew going into it that Nate Diaz is not the same guy as Jose Aldo. He's not a guy who's going to get rattled by someone being disrespectful. He's used to people being disrespectful. He lives with Nick Diaz. He grew up in Stockton, California. He's been in a ton of street fights. He's got beautiful mixed martial arts skills, black belt in jiu-jitsu, excellent boxing, trains with Andre Ward. I mean, he's a very skillful martial artist. But so is Conor McGregor. And Conor McGregor, up until that fight, had such spectacular results knocking people out.
Sure.
I think he thought he could do the same thing to Nate Diaz.
And he said, I controlled the fight for 8 minutes, and then I lost. And he has been haunted by that loss in the first fight, which makes tonight's rematch one of epic proportions like we have never seen before.
Represented up until that point is this phenom.
I move different, I think different, I speak different. I am a different athlete than these people.
So much of what Conor is selling is based on him being the greatest martial artist of all time. But the first storm that Conor McGregor really had to weather in the UFC sank his boat. Not just a loss, but a loss to a guy who took the fight on 11 days' notice and then made Conor tap.
They were putting him out like he was unstoppable. I feel like he hit me with a lot of his best punches, and I hit him with one punch. Everybody's getting in a cage and they're fighting another human being. They didn't give him a lot of credit, and he got blown way out of proportion.
It's a fight that must be played back. I didn't spar one southpaw, let alone a 6-footer, so I didn't really prepare specific. And I still pinged the head off him. He was 1 or 2 clean shots away from being done. I could see it in his eyes.
He punches hard, he's harder than a little guy, but nothing I never felt before. You know, I didn't think he hit like no Superman or anything.
The fans have given him this indestructible feeling, as if he can't be knocked out, but he can and he will.
You better whip my ass for all that talk.
And I'm gonna get that win back. I'm gonna take the game back under control.
We'll see.
talent, but a personality like never before. And you and I have been around a long time, and we have seen a ton of guys with personalities.
Yeah, there's a combination that we've never seen before that exists in Conor McGregor up until the fight with Nate Diaz. And that combination is sensational charisma, a beautiful way of articulating his thoughts, and spectacular results inside the octagon, plus the Mystic Mac quality where he predicts outcomes accurately.
Conor McGregor stepping into our Bud Light prep point. Bud Light, raise one right now.
Now, the Nate Diaz fight most certainly eroded some of that. But what's exciting to a lot of people is that Conor McGregor has the chance to get all that back, and maybe even more if he's able to do what he wants to do tonight. Take it back, beat Nate Diaz, correct the mistakes he made in the first fight, fight better, and figure out the puzzle that Nate Diaz presents.
And why we give credit, and it is credit that should be given, to Nate coming in on 11 days notice, you have a Conor McGregor who wasn't training for a guy like Nate Diaz, and so that late opponent change wasn't an easy thing for the Notorious One.
No, most certainly wasn't, but it's not the first time he's done that either. And that's out of John Kavanagh's mouth, that their gym, Straight Blast Gym in Dublin, Ireland, they'll fight anybody, anytime, anywhere, and that is one of the attitudes that they had coming into the fight with Chad Mendes, which was also a last-minute fight. He will fight anyone last minute. That's why he is who he is. But now he has the opportunity to correct the mistakes he made in that first fight. We'll see if he can.
He didn't spar with one southpaw before the first meeting. He's done his homework in every single facet of this fight. Brought in Conor Wallace, 6-time Irish national championship boxer, who just happens to be about 6'3".
Look at this line of security to keep Nate Diaz and him apart. I don't necessarily think that's important or necessary, but it's kind of funny to look at.
Conor McGregor, the rematch is now just moments away.
It's a Biggie versus Tupac song off.
It's got everything.
West Coast, East Coast. What's amazing is how many people are here from Ireland to see Conor. That Nate has been getting booed all week in America after what he did to Conor in the first fight. That truly speaks to the charisma that Conor McGregor possesses and the hope and dreams of the Irish people that rest on him.
I'm trying to remember the exact number, but there was an earlier McGregor fight. Might have been the Aldo fight, Joe, but it was something like 35% or more of the ticket sales actually came from the Emerald Isle. Actually came from Ireland.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they sold like that, too. So these are people that jumped on those tickets right away.
Nathan Diaz come a long way from being Nick's little brother. This dude is vicious. He's fiercely insane about being just simply a fighter. He is a fighter, that's it. Nothing else. And he talks about it all the time.
And his performance before the Conor McGregor fight was one of the best of his career against Michael Johnson. Just looked incredible in that fight. Beautiful flowing combinations. And now, as he steps into this rematch, you're looking at a Nate Diaz that has had a chance to fully prepare for Conor McGregor. A full camp. Plenty of sparring, plenty of conditioning, looked much better physically at the weigh-ins. wasn't carrying any extra weight at all, and believes that he will not get touched in this fight. And that is his exact words. He said, if I had a full camp, he wouldn't have touched me.
Richard Perez's longtime boxing coach said Nate will be quicker, sharper, better shape, more confident. This will be his 30th professional fight. He's been in the UFC for a decade, made his debut at age 21.
One of the things we knew about him coming into the first fight is that he's not going to get rattled. He's a rock-solid professional fighter with just immense amounts of experience behind him, both in the octagon and in the gym. I mean, he's a guy who's been there and done that, and in life itself. Nate Diaz is not a guy who falters under pressure.
The world is watching again. Our tale of the tape for this, our main event of the evening, brought to you by the new movie Hands of Stone. The story behind boxing's greatest rivalry, starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond, in theaters everywhere on Friday. Diaz, 3 years older than the notorious one. He's much taller. He has a 2-inch reach advantage. Here is the veteran voice, Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. Sanctioned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. Chairman Anthony Marnell, Executive Director Bob Bennett, Commissioners Francisco Aguilar, Skip Evansino, Pat Lundvall, and Michonne Martin. Our 3 judges scoring this contest at Octagon side are Glenn Trowbridge, Jeff Mullen, and Derek Cleary. And when the action begins, our referee in charge of the Octagon, John McCarthy. This bout is sponsored by Bud Light, Raise One to Right Now, and Metro PCS, where you can get nationwide coverage on the Blaring Fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30, period. And now, this is the moment UFC fans watching around the world have been waiting for. Live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, it's time! 5 rounds in the UFC welterweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, a mixed martial artist holding a professional record, 19 wins, 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 168 pounds. Fighting out of Dublin, Ireland, presenting the pride of Ireland and the reigning, undisputed UFC featherweight champion of the world, the notorious Conor McGregor! Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, a Gracie Jiu-Jitsu fighter holding a professional record, 20 wins, 10 losses. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 170.5 pounds. Fighting out of Stockton, California, presenting the Ultimate Fighter Season 5 winner and the number 4 ranked lightweight contender in the world, Nate Diaz!
Nate, get him up. Gentlemen, went over the rules in the back. Protect yourself at all times. Obey my commands at all times. I want you to fight hard, but fight clean. If you want to touch gloves, touch now. Good luck to you, both of you.
Like I said the first time, not a chance. Not a chance. McGregor. Diaz. Fight scheduled for 5 5-minute rounds. Big John McCarthy, our referee. Here we go! McGregor, the southpaw in the green trunks. Diaz, the southpaw in the black trunks.
And as I suspected, right away, he's opening up with the leg kicks. A tactic that Rafael Dos Anjos used successfully on Nate Diaz. Nate got that one up, but still took it in the meat of his leg. Again, Conor. Those are brutal leg kicks he's landing on Nate.
Conor looking for redemption, the ultimate redemption of his fighting career, and he's opening up, as many people thought he would, trying to chop down the lead leg of Nate Diaz.
And those are unchecked, brutal power kicks off that back leg. And Nate is already getting light with that front leg, trying to prepare for those kicks. But he's always heavy on that front leg, Mike, that boxing-based style of his. He checked that one.
Yep, check that one. And a lot of this, Joe, is due to Conor's involvement of the ground game. Throw the kicks, he's not worried about getting down on the mat with Nate Diaz.
Well, it's also just an excellent tactic, because Nate has shown the ability to be hit there before. And
McGregor over and over.
Oh, he tagged him. He tagged him.
Straight left connects. Conor says, get on up.
Again with that leg kick.
Fight going according to plan thus far for McGregor. 2 minutes in. First fight was 5.5 months ago, and McGregor had early success.
And again with the leg kick. Nate's having a problem with that leg, Mike. He's moving on it funny.
Conor with a combination. Diaz
again slams it in there.
That one, Joe.
Beautiful timing on that leg kick.
Diaz opens up.
The leg kick is a huge factor in this fight, and Conor's using it brilliantly.
Conor just able to slip that jab. Again, he does.
Good shot to the body by Conor.
Good counter.
And again with the leg kick.
Diaz just eating him. He's checked one. Conor has talked a lot, Joe, about this fight going deep into the latter rounds, and that's where he feels he'll have a big advantage.
And another one, another leg kick.
See, Nate's already lighter on that front foot.
Well, he's trying to check him if he can, but he eats another one. Conor's doing a great job of timing it off of his punches as Nate leans back.
And Nate's not circling away from that left kick at all.
Another one. I mean, a beautiful display of leg kicking so far by Conor.
Long reach. 30 seconds.
Long reach, but not long enough to avoid the leg kick.
Yep.
And another one.
Conor has said precision beats power, timing beats speed.
Clipped him again.
Final seconds of the round. 1-0 McGregor.
And here we see the leg kicks, beautifully placed by Conor McGregor. Here's another one. And there's a nice left hand that dropped him. And another clean left hand by McGregor. Excellent first round for Conor McGregor, and very different than the first round of their first fight. Did not blow himself out.
To go. Nice deep breath.
When do you exchange a move off,
Gonna rinse and spit. That's the technical difference between the two of us, and that's what's going to be for the next 4 rounds. No rushing anything.
No free kick.
Calculated yet aggressive attack is what John Kavanagh is talking about.
Look at that right leg of Nate Diaz. It is chewed up already.
Now Nate now knows he's in a fight, and that will fuel his fire fiercely. Read a great quote. It said, "Defiance and disdain, these men wear it like a suit of armor."
Check that one. Nate's corner was saying no more free kicks. He ate another one.
Oh, big left.
He hurt him with that.
Get back up. That's 2, Joe.
And another leg kick.
He's picking them apart right now. All Conor McGregor. 19 and counting with the leg kicks.
Oh, he hurt him
again. Conor feels it. Wouldn't it be something if he stops him in round 2, which is when Diaz defeated him 5.5 months ago. Conor looks perfect thus far.
Nate's having a hard time moving on that right leg as well, Mike. That could be a factor in why he's falling down like this, plus the clean, hard shots of Conor.
Only 2 men have stopped Nate Diaz. Josh Thompson in 2013, Hermes Franca in 2006.
Another nasty leg kick by Conor.
Thus far, Nate unable to get into that flow.
Relax,
Not just not able to get in the flow, not able to get success with anything yet.
Left hook is okay. On the leg, on the leg.
John Kavanagh.
Again, beautiful.
No, and hands high.
So far, just a perfect strategy by Conor.
And we knew he left no stone unturned in preparation for this rematch. Obsessed every single day.
And again,
waiting for tonight. Midway point of round number 2.
Beautiful counter.
Slip and rip. Conor is happy to wait for what's given to him, instead of hunting down openings like he did in the first fight.
Well, he's getting more and more confident as this fight goes on. Standing right in front of Nate and outboxing him here. Again with the leg kick. And again, man. Nate putting pressure on him. He senses Conor slowing down.
Diaz trying to score here.
Nate moving forward. Oh, he's
good
landing.
combination.
Conor's moving away now. Nate is sensing Conor McGregor getting tired, and he's starting to put pressure on Conor.
Which is what happened in the first fight. Diaz pushing forward here, just over a minute on the clock in the second. Conor goes body. Nate trying to open up.
Nate put pressure on him.
Rocks him. And again. Big combinations. We have ourselves a fight.
Nate Diaz weathered the storm, and now Conor McGregor is in trouble.
30 seconds.
He goes high with the knee. He tags him again.
But Diaz just walks through it, Joe. Uppercuts. Body. 10. This place is awesome.
Wow. Things just got real interesting.
That's what he did all the training. This is why you push yourself every day. Recover.
Nathan, get him against the cage. Pump that jab like you're doing left hand. But don't let him hit you with the left.
All right, hold on. All right, hey. Double jabs are working, and don't be scared to block. I like when you block. The dirty boxing
Dominic
is what we
Cruz
want.
had a very interesting statement before this fight. He said, I don't know if Conor McGregor has a style that can go 5 rounds. Look at this knockdown by Conor. He explodes, he moves very fast. It's part of his success, but it is draining. Beautiful combinations by Conor, but then he starts to fade. He was moving away, Nate sensed it, and Nate started moving in on him and swarming. Conor was breathing very heavy in between rounds, and we're moving in to round number 3.
Diaz, the aggressor early.
Conor's still breathing heavy, Mike.
Yep. And he's been much more calculated in this fight, Joe, and still breathing heavy.
Yep. I think Dominic Cruz had a very good point in his analysis of this fight. Conor is fading radically here. Big, deep breaths, hands moving much slower. A much diminished fighter in this 3rd round.
And Nate senses it.
Nate just pointed to him, and he just rocked him. And now he's putting pressure on him.
And Richard Perez, longtime boxing coach, said to Nate, put him against the cage. Throw some knees.
And Nate went for the takedown there unsuccessfully, but he's making Conor fight a clinch battle. And we've said time and time again, this is one of the most grueling aspects of MMA. Big deep breath by Conor, and the chants of Diaz ring through the crowd.
The #1 driver of success is hunger. And these men have a great hunger, a great drive, and they will leave it all inside the octagon tonight. Good counter by Conor.
And again with the leg kick, a hard one. And a good counter left.
Diaz covers up. Takes one to the body.
There's still plenty of time in this round,
goodness.
Mike.
3 minutes, Joe.
And he's talking to him now. Talking to him and putting pressure on him.
Standing right in his face. Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Good spin by Conor.
He caught the leg. Nate caught the leg.
Right in front of his corner, McGregor listening to the instruction from his coaches. Midway point of this
Diaz
fight.
drops down for a double. Let's see if he can get it. Conor defended, but again, defending in this kind of clinch battle is brutal and draining.
Nice elbow on the... There's a little bit of a break, and they tangle again. Conor has only had one career fight go the distance.
Good combination on the break by Nate. Conor's moving away here, and Nate's pointing at him. Oh, he's tired.
Yeah, got him right over the air. There's those kicks again. They're much more hurried and much more labored. Look at the total strikes. Over 200 combined.
Wow. And Nate points at him after he hits him. And Conor countered with a left hand himself. This is a dogfight, ladies and gentlemen. A real dogfight. And Nate tagged him with a 1-2.
Clinch. Quick punches to the jaw. Oh! There's the big body shots. McGregor's in big trouble here. Diaz is looking to finish it right here, right now. Body.
Tremendous pressure by Nate Diaz.
This was the beginning of the end in the first matchup.
But Conor's doing a much better job of defending in this round. Oh, nasty shot to the body.
Big trouble for McGregor. Final seconds of the round. Just trying to survive.
Wow. Huge round for Nate Diaz.
Just a cover. These are those last few rounds on the road. You're winning the clinch every time. If your back's against the fence, hands up, they're hitting your arms. You can slip and catch them on your arms. They're slaps. Just recover loads of time. Rinse and spit. This is it now, championship rounds. You can instigate the clinch and just lean on them and get your breath. Slip left hand is there every time.
That fight that went the distance was against Max Holloway. It was a 3-round fight. Tonight, the 8th 5-round fight for McGregor.
What a fight.
And the 5th 5-round fight for Diaz. Main event, non-title, but 5-minute rounds.
A hard 1-2 by Conor, a good left hand over the top.
Nate took some punishment early, weathered the storm, literally. Man, he turned it on at the end of the round.
Another hard leg kick by Conor. Nate's got a big cut on his cheek now, Mike, as well as above his eye.
Tonight, the first time that Conor has ever been in a 4th round. He's had 6 5-round fights in the UFC, including tonight. Never gone the distance in a 5-round fight.
They're going at it in these clinches, Mike, and Nate Diaz is throwing volumes of punches, whereas Conor's pot-shotting him.
Nate's all bloodied up.
He is, and he's having a hard time seeing, Mike. He keeps wiping his eyes. Another hard leg kick. He wobbled him with that one, Mike. Good shot to the body by Conor. Front kick to the chest by Nate.
Counter.
Nate is bloodied up, Mike, real bad. And he just ate another hard left hand by Conor.
Conor re-energized here early in round 4.
Again, Nate with the clinch, drops down for the double. Can he get it? No, good defense by Conor.
Diaz has gone 25 minutes once in his career. It's just the second time he's been to a 4th round.
Again, Nate keeps reaching down, trying to complete a takedown. He hit him with another nice knee to the body.
Yeah.
Now he's ripping shots.
Diaz's advantage in total strikes continues to grow.
Oh, big shot by Conor. And Diaz returns fire.
Great use of the clinch with that elbow. Both men bringing it.
Another nice knee to the body by Nate. And Conor turns the clinch around.
A lot of time on the clock.
Conor with a beautiful combination.
Both of these men so durable.
Nate staggered him there. Oh, beautiful counter by Conor.
There's the kick. When you get this much buildup and this much anticipation for a fight, it's absolutely wonderful when the fight is like the one we're watching right now, Joe.
Absolutely.
And they're still swinging.
Very nice combination there by Conor. He seems to have caught a second win, Mike. Moving well. Good combination.
He'll slip and rip.
That was a good hard left hand over the top.
30 seconds on the clock here in round 4. Slip.
Last round right here, bro. This is our last round. You have to win it. You're doing amazing, Nate. Block, and counter now. He's flat-footed, so look to land the 2. You're landing your jab, land the 2. All heart, baby. All heart.
Nathan, you're standing there too much, all right? Come on, you got back.
Nice stiff jab, catch his shots. You're dominating the clinch.
How we feeling, baby? Great. All right, baby, let's roll.
Rinse your mouth.
Conor, when he steps forward, you've got to move off the center line. When he steps, he's looking to throw.
5 minutes.
Step off the center line.
Look at this nasty counter left hand by Conor McGregor, and then a right hand behind it. Really seemed to have found a better rhythm in that round.
They are on their feet here inside the sold-out T-Mobile Arena. 5 minutes remain.
Nasty leg kick to start things off.
Gilbert Melendez telling Nate Diaz, you need to win this round. This fight could very well be tied at 2.
Nate putting the pressure on him. Conor attempts a flying knee.
And Nate just smothers it.
Conor turns the clinch around here. Conor's got Nate's back. Check that one. Man, look at the blood. Good Lord. Nate's having a real hard time seeing out of that right eye, Mike. It is a mess.
Looking for more pressure.
His face is so busted up here, and John took a big, good look at it.
Conor got out of the way. Wow, caught him with that right. The moment you would think we're in Dublin.
Nate drops down for the double. Can he get it?
This would be huge.
Cannot get it.
Wow.
Excellent takedown defense by Conor.
Outstanding. And remember the first fight, it was Conor who initiated the takedown. McGregor
Excellent combination there by Nate. And Conor moves away from him.
Yep.
Conor's tired,
stuffed
Mike.
all 3 takedowns. Trying to stay in it here, Joe. 2.5 minutes.
Good combination by Conor. Nate shakes his head, but those shots landed, as did those.
Past the midway point of our 5th and final round.
Excellent shot there by Nate.
There's a clinch. Oh! Big elbow. Conor takes a look up at the clock. 2 minutes.
Knee to the body by Nate. He drops down again for the double. Can he get it? No! Wow. Excellent defense again by Conor.
That's huge. 90 seconds. Wow, look how close round 5 is.
But a lot of pressure here by Nate. The judges are going to be looking at this. He's the one pressuring Conor up against the cage and landing these shots. And Conor's having much more success on the outside. Oh, just missed with that elbow.
1 minute.
And Conor turns it around. Conor with a trip, and Nate right back up to his feet. Nate turns it around again. 30 seconds to go.
The biggest fight in MMA history. 20 seconds. Recognition. Redemption.
Beautiful takedown by Nate Diaz.
In the final seconds of the 5th round. Could be huge on the judges' scorecards.
Wow. What a fight.
They left it all inside the octagon.
What a fight. Wow. unbelievable. This crowd is on its feet. Those men just gave everything they had. And win, lose, or draw, that was an incredible performance by both fighters.
Fight replay brought to you by Bud Light. Raise one to right now.
Now let's take a look at some of the knockdowns by Conor. There's that left hand. Here's another one. Early in the fight, Conor was having his way with the stand-up, with that straight left, and with the left leg kick. There's a nice elbow by Diaz. Somewhere around the third round, towards the end of the second round, really, Diaz started coming on strong. Combinations, just swarmed him, hit him with that elbow there. And what's really big is this takedown at the end of the fifth and final round. That is huge, because that was an incredibly close round and that was a definitive moment.
They left it all inside the octagon. Let's see how you fans scored it. 65-35 for the notorious Conor McGregor. The fact that they battled for 25 minutes, to steal a phrase that Nate Diaz used after the first fight, I'm not surprised. What a fight. As the judges render their decision, this is the longest couple of minutes in McGregor and Diaz's life. All right, it's in. Time for our official decision, brought to you by Metro PCS, where you get nationwide coverage on the blazing fast 4G LTE T-Mobile network for just $30 period. Here is Bruce Buffer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Jeff Moen scores the contest, 48-47, McGregor. Glenn Schwarber scores it, 47-47. And Derek clearly scores it, 48-47 for the winner by majority decision, the notorious Conor McGregor!
I'm here with the winner, Conor McGregor. Conor, that was a dogfight. You had to dig deep. Give us your thoughts.
Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back!
A big factor in this fight was those leg kicks, early and often. Was that part of the strategy coming in here?
You're damn right it was, but he took them better than I expected. He didn't show, he didn't let me know. I thought the first 3 rounds, I proved the class difference. I just another level to him, but then that toughness and that durability that he has crept back in the later rounds, but I'm still happy to come away with the win. It's a hell of a fight. He's a hell of a competitor, brought out the best in me.
It seemed like there was a time in the fight where you started to slow down, but then you caught a second win. Is that around the 4th round?
Yeah, I dropped him in the 3rd round, and then at the end of the 3rd, he started loading up. But I just stayed calm with it. I didn't exchange back with him. I just bounced the shoulders off I bounced the shots off the shoulders, made my eggs out there, and then reset for the next round. Like my coach says, we win or we learn. I learned from the last contest.
This was an incredibly close and incredibly entertaining fight, a true dog fight, Conor. Congratulations on winning this rematch.
Thank you so much. All I know is it's 1-1. Regroup, boy, we'll do it again. This time at 155 pounds. I came up to 170, faced the bigger man, overcame my adversity. Now you want this trilogy? It's on my terms. Come back down to 155, we'll do it.
Congratulations. I'm here with Nate Diaz. Nate, give us your thoughts on the fight, and what did you think about the decision?
I thought I'd win that fight. They can't have a motherfucker like me winning. I'm too real for this sport. They're gonna get me out when they can, but it's all good though. I came to this fight worse off than last time. I didn't get a train, I had injuries. Fuck that. I didn't even make any excuses, but he should have finished me off. I want number 3. I gave him number 2 the second day, so I'm ready to go again. Fuck that.
He just said that he's willing to do number 3. If you're willing to do number 3, I think everybody in this room wants to see number 3.
Hey, we're going for number 3. Fuck that. Hey, good job today, Conor, but we're going for 3, for real.
Congratulations on an excellent performance, Nate. It was a great fight to watch.
Until then, I ain't coming back. Thanks to my team, Richard Perez, Jake Gilbert, my motherfucking brother, Nick Diaz, is the best fighter in the world. I wish they would let him in this arena. Shout out to Nick Diaz Academy in Lodi, California. Peace out, Stockton.
Nate Diaz, ladies and gentlemen.
Tonight's main event, post-fight interviews, brought to you by EA Sports UFC 2. Limited time UFC 202 event packs are still available in UFC Ultimate Team. Play EA Sports UFC 2 for free, now on Xbox Live and PlayStation Network until August 22nd. Tonight belongs to Conor McGregor. And the next time we see you on pay-per-view will be from the banks of Lake Erie, with Cleveland's own looks to defend his title in his hometown.
On September 10th, the heavyweights are coming. New UFC champion Stipe Miocic defends his title against kickboxing and MMA legend Alistair Overeem. And former heavyweight champion Fabricio Verdun returns to take on Travis Hoppa Brown. Plus, the Octagon debut of former pro wrestling superstar CM Punk. UFC 203. This is big.
UFC 202. Diaz versus McGregor 2 has been brought to you by Harley-Davidson. See your dealer today and learn to ride like some of your favorite UFC fighters with Harley-Davidson Riding Academy. Live your legend. By EA Sports UFC 2. Game Informer calls it an adrenaline rush. Get up to 50% off EA Sports UFC 2 at select retailers, in-store and online. And by the new movie, Hands of Stone, the true story behind boxing's greatest rivalry, starring Edgar Ramirez, Robert De Niro, and Usher Raymond. In theaters everywhere Friday. Conor McGregor just said that he broke his foot, but his heart and his soul is not crushed like it was 5.5 months ago.
Well, there was certainly a few kicks that Nate checked that landed on the shin, and if he landed with that foot, that makes a lot of sense. But man, he didn't show that at all during the fight. Here he's kind of cooling down, the adrenaline subsiding, and he's feeling it. You can tell as he's walking, but man, what a fight. I mean, what a fight.